What the people believe? Huh? Anyway, I get back with y'all later. This is what y'all say. In Baltimore, Maryland, lights bounce off the people's houses 24/7. People that live in these houses in Baltimore, they got these lights, man. They're programming people as they sleep. Now, this is what this is what we're dealing with in urban American people. Y'all got to understand, man, what this Tamahu is doing. Man, oh man. Well, I just want you to see it for yourself, because I tell people these things and they don't believe it. But this is right here in Baltimore, Maryland. They are zapping people 24 hours a day. Right now here with my partners, man, we're down here on Greenmont Avenue in Baltimore.
Route 45.
Route 45. Undercover police riding by. My understanding, there are black op helicopters that sometimes ride low up in here. So I just want y'all to know what's going on. Until next time. Peace.
For him, and so he had a new significant other, sister to come up, you know, that he was meeting her for the first time and do that little love connection thing. And she had 3 S's on her ticket. So then he flew back. So I flew out after the lecture or whatever, and she flew out. They both flew back together. Either the day before, but anyway, he flew, because she was from South Carolina, so he flew to South Carolina to be with her, and he had 4 S's on his ticket. You see, around the whole time. Now, it was right after the London bombing, which is key. That's connected with the Louisiana thing. This is a whole thing. This thing was planned. This thing was planned probably years ago. At least from the last year. How long did Halliburton have it? Halliburton, which is they talk about them on Cheney Company and on Friday night 9/11. They had made a contract, I think, a year ago for this whole New Orleans thing. You see, so we're going to get into that and all. And it's not off the subject with the DNA, because that is the crux of why they have to go now. They have to go now because the DNA has already changed. We'll get into that. But they have to go now because it is the quote-unquote 2012. The Mayan calendar on July the 26th was supposed to be the calculation, because the Gregorian calendar was 10 years off. So 2005, July 25th was either, 26th was either the last day of 2011 or the first day of 2012. Calculation, you know, time, there is no such thing as space and time. But there's a variation on when the jump-off point, or when they feel that they need to get their stuff going, based on the Mayan calendar, which is the Olmec calendar. You see, so right after that, you know, I had 2 lectures canceled on me. I'm like, dang, you know, a nigga like me, you know, shoot. You know, but I don't know how it is. It's like, as most people notice, financially, it might be right at the curve, right at the edge, but somehow it adjusts itself in some kind of way. Financially, you're going to look at things like certain things monetary is one way to look at financial, and then certain things sometimes it's a spiritual aspect. Let me give you an example. You might have somebody come by and fix something on your house. So like I said before, my roof was leaking and a brother came in and fixed the roof for free. So that's a form of the same. So there's certain ways the spirit realm adjusts things for you to survive. And sometimes if you calculate and looking at it with just monetary, you understand what I'm saying? Sometimes you can block the energy by understanding that this thing is more holistic and a barter and trade. You know, several ways that you can have financial aspects of you know, certain things that's happening that way. That's very key to look at at this particular time. So, so in the course of the month, I was able to survive the 2 lectures being canceled. But the key here was the spirits did this for a reason. You see, because they knew this was going on. Now, to understand this, I had a homeboy who is a part of U.S. Customs, which is now Homeland Security. And so the first thing he did is, I think the second week in August, he came by the house and said, hey, we just had a meeting this week, and they're planning something big for August. He said, we all on the alert. You see, so that was right there with the key evidence. And I also remember there was a brother in Atlanta. He taught a lot of people at Clark Atlanta University photography. And he used to frown upon black people going inside of the Secret Service and the CIA and different types of organizations. But he remember when Mandela came in 1990 to Atlanta, they had it shut down where they was only getting, letting civil rights all-stars in and different types of people in the clique. You see what I'm saying? And he needed to get in to get his photography. And there was a brother working for the CIA in the back door of the King Chapel. Said, hey, man, you used to be my professor. Come on in, man. And he said, damn, I used to frown upon brothers like that. He said, but now it's just like spook is set by the door. I'll never say that we shouldn't have people in certain positions. And although we got a lot of people in positions that are messed up, but still yet you might have that spook is set by the door. Now, and it's interesting because this was a great day to teach Uncle Tom's and Thomasina's. When you got a head Tom, nobody couldn't tell him nothing. Your boy, Colin Powell, running around with the white boy. Now, he had to come on, the other night, he had to come on Bobby Walsh or something. He got a stain on his career. But he caused war, and he's the one that gave the case for war to the UN that started this thing, which has killed hundreds of people, or thousands of people, even on the Iraqi side, and there weren't no weapons. So that Mr. Tom, man, going to do everything the black tell you to do. And he got thousands of black people now saying, whatever it takes for you to get ahead, you see, we need to do what Mr. Charlie says. Now, this was a great example to show where that can lead to. And Dr. Ben said that years ago. He said that a person that don't know their history is dangerous. You see what I'm saying? Well, I'm not necessarily saying it like that now because you got people that know their history. Now, it's worse than that now. But in so many words, people who don't have a conscious attitude to things are very dangerous. I don't know, I snagged my doggone shirt. I just thought, give me some damn tape. I need to be a fucking Louisiana. Show a nigga how to survive. I used to be in the fashion. I know this for a fact. The tape will do the trick. Well, I do it during the break. Nigga saying that nigga taping his shirt up on me. I don't know how I snagged it, I give him too much meat. Anyway, he gave the case and now he's all upset. But it's too late now because you followed this cracker, you see, to do this thing, and now you all embarrassed and stuff. But it's just amazing how, they do these things. He knew what he was getting into when he did it. But then again, he took the job, so he had to follow orders. Because I guess it would be too disgraceful for him to just quit right before wartime. Because he's got to be the super black nigga that, is supposed to be proud of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And there's a lot of black people that look down upon other black people when they were saying that nigga ain't about nothing. You know what I'm saying? But, now we need people in these positions on that level, yes, on one level, but not the head level. Because, the head nigga in charge is always going to be for Mr. Charlie. So I say that, just because he did come on TV the other night talking about he was upset and a stain on his career. And I'm saying, well, that served you right. And maybe that can teach other black folks. Because with this Louisiana thing, we've seen this same 1960s and 1950s, 1940s, 1930s thing coming right back out. Coming out in the wash now, Same stuff you see that's going on. And literally in the wash with all the water. We're going to post some libations, but several things that's going on that we're going to get into and how this particular thing is something that is greater than what the news gave you. And some of you at this particular time should understand the HART program and understand that they can come in and they can direct hurricanes and storms and different things like that whenever they want to do things. I mean, that's old technology. That's old technology. Hell, if I mean, you can do that with your own physical body. You see what I'm saying? With your own mind. You can make it rain. You see what I'm saying? You can stop the rain. You can make a hurricane. I remember there's a guy named Yusuf now. He lives in Tennessee. And he was just under the Islamic Sufi thing. And you might have heard me talk about this on some of my tapes. He got locked up in the jail in Florida. And he sat in the jailhouse and started, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. He was doing this, he's chanting, alhamdulillah. They were praising his hell. So he was sitting on the damn floor of the jail, alhamdulillah. And after a while, a hurricane came in there and knocked down the damn jail. And it was like, look, don't try to catch this nigga, let that nigga go. So, and so if this guy could do this, you see, if he could do this, you see, that's one person to do that too. So naturally, the weather was up for grabs. And they had been planning this thing for months and for years, basically. But this thing started, we can trace this all the way back to Haiti in 2004. 2004, they had the 200-year anniversary of the Haitian Revolution. And the first thing they did is they had a whole coup d'etat, and they had a whole social unrest and all this stuff going on down in Haiti. And then to top it off, they sent a hurricane through. You see, they sent a hurricane through. And it's amazing how they're so precise with it that they could hit Haiti and leave the Dominican Republic untouched. They're on the same damn island. You see, so there's a way that it's almost pinpoint accuracy now. So this thing started a year ago. Actually, it probably was set in pace 10 years ago with the Rwanda thing, and then they had a social unrest in Haiti. And remember they had the guys in Haiti that threw out Aristide, and he came over here with Clinton, wanted to get back in. And then 60-Minute News came on, and they went in and ousted this guy, called him a warlord, and put Aristide back in. Then they had the guy on the 60-Minute News, the same guy they ousted. He was on 60-Minute News saying, who was your rapper? He said the United States. So they was playing both sides against the middle. You see, they would bring in this guy to oust Aristide, and then Aristide would come and beg them, and all they would come and oust the so-called person who was the coup. And then the United States is behind the same thing, and that's a whole part of global destabilization. You see how they can do these things, and they are always the one. White supremacy is always the one behind it. Mm-hmm. So they play both sides against the middle in this last thing in 2000, and that was in 1994. Then they came back, this time had a coup d'etat that ousted Aristide. And the whole concept goes back to Toussaint and the Haitian Revolution, Dessalines, that they never forgave those black people for kicking Napoleon's behind. And as far as they're concerned, that is the greatest power on the planet. You see, not other races, but these black folks that could kick Napoleon's behind. You see what I'm saying? With a spirit that was outside of conventional weapons. You see, so they never forgave Haiti for this. So this thing started last year. It started in 2004 again with the episode with New Orleans, because remember now, you got to understand ritual. They put out a special in April called Voodoo Secrets on the History Channel, and they traced voodoo from Benin, Africa, to Haiti. Went to Haiti and admitted on A&E for the first time in history that Napoleon got his behind with. Now they had a whole special on Napoleon in 2001 or 2000, and they mentioned the buttons on his coat, but would not mention the entire Haitian incident. And I think it was 3-night special. But they went in and they mentioned they went in They did it twice. In 2003, they had a special on the Louisiana Purchase. And then they mentioned how Napoleon got his behind whip and how this one island in the Caribbean was the deciding factor in how the United States was able to get the Louisiana Territory. Because Napoleon lost the top generals, and they sent the top generals to Haiti. Now remember, this was before his campaign to the other things that he did as far as Europe. So he had his top generals, and he sent the best to Haiti, and all the top generals died. And they lost so much in the war until they needed money to finance his other wars. So they sold the Louisiana Purchase because of Haiti. See what I'm saying? So they, so this one island, they said, was the key crux to them getting the whole Louisiana Territory and that whole whatever other states. That one island. You see. It's interesting here because they came back, mentioned in this thing of Secrets of Voodoo we have to take for the people, you can get in touch with me or whatever. The Secrets of Voodoo, they mentioned the tape. And in the tape, they trace it from Benin, Africa. They go to Haiti. They mention that the Haitians defeated Napoleon. Then they go to New Orleans in the special. And did a whole special on Marie Laveau. See what I'm saying? So they did this. Now nothing is by mistake. Whenever you see them all of a sudden representing you in history, or they putting out some stuff, red flags always got to go up. And this is also connected to the two Rwanda movements. Hotel Rwanda and Sometime in April or something like that. 10 years after the fact. But you got to understand, everything is connected. You got to understand ritual. You got to understand global white supremacy and when they do things. They don't do stuff based on political. They do things based on ritual. Remember now, these are a group of global elite white folks that sit in a room, don't have nothing to do. But they fear being unseated by the powers that their Masonic lodge tell them is the only thing going to defeat you is the rise of the black man. You see what I'm saying? Now I know that they, in two failed attempts to convict O.J. in 1995, everything is connected. If you study anything, then you remember dates. You remember dates. You see, that's one of the keys to my success of putting things together. Is I started calculating stuff in 1971. I don't know what it was. I think I was 10. And from 1971, I started remembering the dates. And so therefore, I remember there was a guy named Stovepipe. You know a nigga named Stovepipe. Brother, I think his brother goes to prison down there every year. It's like a summer vacation here. But he knew these dates, and I said, man, why? I said, man, why do you remember those dates like that? Because he said, because that way you'll never be wrong. So if you look at the stuff in 1995 and look at the stuff in 2005, it's always a cycle. You see, so 1995 you had the O.J. thing and they lost. Now, had they tried to convict Michael Jackson in 2004, it might have been another outcome. But they fucked around and got into the same zone of 1995 and 2005, and Michael Jackson walked. You see, and this is how cycles go. There's a brother in New York, a brother that had me he had me come speak from 2003 up until June, named Shabazz. Got in a car wreck in 2004 on a certain day. Nothing happened to him, fucked the car. The very next year, on the very same day, he got in another car wreck. You see what I'm saying? And it messed the car up. I told him, look, next year you stay your ass at home. The key here is there's cycles, there's doorways, there's gateways, there's bridges. You see, and for some reason, I don't know whether it was the spirit, or I don't know whether it was the ritual that they were trying to perform, because they were trying to undo the O.J. verdict. See, this is the way they do things in ritual. So they're trying to do the O.J. verdict, so somehow they pushed it to 2005. They say, first of all, we're going to do the O.J. verdict. We're going to kill Johnny Carter. So they implanted him in the hospital, sent him a cell phone. The cell phone produces brain cancer. Very old trick. They did it to Reginald Lewis back in 1993.
Tell it. Call it Muhammad.
Implant him, send him a cell phone, get on the cell phone, satellite activates the implant. You see. Call it Muhammad. Brain aneurysm.
Yep.
See what I'm saying? It's an old trick. It's just that we somewhere stuck in the 60s and thinking that the technology of the 60s or the technology of the 70s is the same shit they're going on now. These motherfuckers have been out in space. You see, so they started with Johnny Carter.
Okay,
You see what I'm saying? And knocked him off. Then they was going to do Michael Jackson, but they fucked up because the spirit realm was there. It was the same year Michael Jackson walked. And it was even worse. Because O.J. was free by all black jury. This nigga was free by all white jury. Which they painstakingly made sure it was all white jury, and he caught them. And they was fucked up like that. They said, we got to do something. They said, well, we killed in the entertainment. Remember now, the muse is one of the most important things when you understand the gods. So they said, well, we killed Barry White a year ago in 2003. No, 2003, 2 years ago. They say, well, when Luther takes his ass in there for the routine checkup, we take him out. His mother was on the radio, I think a week before, saying how he was improving. Nobody died from no damn stroke after 2 fucking years. And you believe that? Year before, last year, 2004, they killed Rick James. And to this day, they don't even know what his autopsy was. Natural causes, my ass. Even if they didn't mess with him, Rick James wasn't going to die for no natural causes. All the shit he had dealt with. But you got to understand the cycle of the muse. The muse is very important. That's one of the keys. That book, even the white boy book, The Conspiracy Against Rock and Roll, which he cites, he tells me that Bob Marley, Jimi Hendrix, he started giving they kill white guys. You see what I'm saying? He went down the list of the people they killed. Tupac, Biggie, he goes down, he did all the way back, he did the guy Brian Jones from Rolling Stone or something. Kurt Cobain, they said all of them guys got taken out whenever they could monitor when they could reach a certain amount of people. They said, yo, we got to take that news out if they can see if that person is not totally stupid. You see? So my point here is that they were so upset about the Michael Jackson thing, they went in and they knocked off Luther. That was a killing. You see. I mean, my goodness, not only implant you, they do all types of things, you see. But remember, most black people don't die now if they go to that hospital. Those are death camps. We don't understand the Nazi doctors. We don't understand that the summit that went on into World War II was a summit, a summit for indigenous people around the world on how you're going to take them out. And there was so much stuff devised in those particular so-called death camps. And all that stuff was a summit. Half the research on melanin came out of World War II. Joseph Mengele, and it was Yale University that got him out of Germany. So we had it, and somehow he walked out the front door of a damn war camp. And he went to Yale University, and from that in the 1950s, the research which used to be called occultum became the research that was called melanin. By Aaron Lerner. Get that book, one of the best books on melanin by the white boys, Melanin Your Body's Own Wonder Drug by Russell J. Rieger and Joe Robinson, something like that. Melanin Your Body's Own Wonder Drug and different things like that. So half the research of the melanin of occultum came out of World War II, which before World War II was called occultum. You can get all that in the book, Peter Moon's book, The Black Sun. The Black Sun by Peter Moon. Which now he's some stuff about him because he's an occult writer for white folks. And all of a sudden, now they did all these metaphysical books in the 90s, and the metaphysical companies are saying, we just Uncle just said, now you got to go to the neighbors and see what they got. So now all of a sudden, his last 2 books is about Noble Drew Ali, the Master Fraud Muhammad.
Right.
Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, and the new one called Montauk Book of the Dead.
Right.
You need to get all 4. You need to get Pyramids of Montauk,
Right.
Black Sun, Montauk Book of the Dead,
Right. Serious.
and Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. And now he's all on the Noble Drew Ali kick and the Moorish Science Temple.
Right. All these shells.
Yeah. And Master Fraud Muhammad and all of this kind of stuff. So now, so I'm just trying to say, don't think that we are not the focus. Because the key to this lecture, the key to this whole thing here is, they know that the DNA is going to change, and it has already changed. And as a matter of fact, one of the ways to try to retard the DNA change is distraction. So although this thing had to occur based on their standards, they understood that there was a lot that in their way, this is the way they think, that we can distract them by all the pain and suffering you see in. And that's why you see mostly Louisiana and New Orleans, but Mississippi is the one that got the main hit.
Right.
And you see nothing. You see what I'm saying? That is the emotional response to shut down you on an emotional level. You see what I'm saying? Because they already know that there's things in you changing because they can see in the lab. They do it by understanding amino acids. And amino acids on the DNA and how much amino acids occurs within the DNA patterns each year. And one of the sisters who was looking at this stuff in the lab in Detroit said it was just dozens and dozens in terms of amino acids popping up on DNA in 1998. What you think the shit is now? Almost 8 years later. You see, so they can study this stuff, and they can study patterns of genius even in the most dead black folks. You see, we're going to get into all that stuff. I'm going to, before I do some stuff, let's get this libation going. But if you don't leave shit, fuck mine, and each one of libations next year. You know, we got a lot of information. A lot of information to get the libations going. We got a lot of results. We got a lot of stuff that we're going to be talking about opening the pineal gland, several things. One thing to open the pineal gland is peppered horseradish. Horseradish.
Right.
That's you know, but there's different ones. There's some you can get, now, there's some you can get, especially that wasabi, that's the most powerful shit. That Japanese wasabi, and you can't find, you need to go to some Asian restaurants or stuff and get the hot, they got the one in the, they got the one inside of the supermarket, but it's mine. But you can go to Whole Foods and they got the little packs of it, and that's the one, I said, I could get a big bottle of this shit. So what I did, I go to Whole Foods and just lift the whole stack of this shit. The wasabi is one of the most powerful, and there's one, the peppered horseradish coming out of Wisconsin, but that goes straight and opens up the pineal gland. You need a boost and a jump. It opens up the pineal gland. You got other methods and methodologies. We're going to deal with that type of stuff. We'll try to get into certain things that we need to be doing because the DNA is already activated. It's just that we are being distracted. You see what I'm saying? We're being distracted, but then again, on the other hand, this is working against them because one way to activate the DNA is supreme, intense suffering. So they fucked up anyway. But I've seen the dead niggas had an about face the last 2 weeks. Shit, I ain't ready to say nothing since 1975, nigga. And all of a sudden, you got a sense of consciousness. Woke the fuck up. I said, you know, and there's some black preachers, and then all I said, when the black preachers stand up, it's over. You see, and even T.D. Snakes in there. You see, you know, who's on the take and up under the government, stood up a little bit. There's some shit that went on. We'll get into that. But it's just some amazing things going on. Some amazing stuff is going on. Let me get some libations list so we can do this. Okay, we'll do this thing, right? Okay, now. Let's see, these things. Papers. And yeah, the new sister in my life, I got to really, and she just came in and, she got this shit, throwing shit away. So I can't find that no damn more. She came in cleaning house and shit. And so all my shit is packed up in the damn, what you didn't throw away is packed up in the damn, in the attic. But it's bringing prosperity and shit. Refrigerator always full, so I'll just never to her madness and stuff, Never to her madness, and that, which is the whole logical thing. Clean up and stuff. So, so there's a method to the madness and stuff, but goddamn, I can't find that shit. That's one thing about it. So let's pour the elixir. And it's going to be a great day. It's all, like I said, always coming here is always powerful. And I didn't realize it until when I first came in 2004. What was that place where I spoke? Hyperlink and all. And I said, man, the energy is real powerful. And I didn't understand it. Just said they had an auction block on every corner, downtown or something, like a slave auction and stuff like that. And a lot of stuff. They run the whole slavery thing. It's just amazing, Which is interesting because at the underground in Atlanta, they build this thing up, and then it's all white for a couple of years, and it goes back black, and they can't understand it, but they used to have an auction block down there. It's auction on slaves in the underground Atlanta, so the spirit won't let white folks stay there. They won't let it stay a white dominion for so long. You see what I'm saying? For so long. So that's just interesting how that whole thing goes. Let's deal with this. This Bourbon 1889. Do the numerology on that so we come out to be people on the numerical value. Okay, Ashe. Okay, I need some Ashe. Let's do this. Zarabanda.
Ashe.
Madre de Agua, Madre de la Luna, Mama Shola, Santísima Muerte, Santísima Pita Demon, San Francisco Siequeredos, Los Versos and Tranquilos, El Cristo Negro, El Cristo Rey, San Simon, Ashe, Oticha, Tiacha, Sheola, Ashe Shumala, Ashe Omagumu, Ashe Alcala, Ashe Loqueo, Ashe Gacumbo, Ashe Lavado, Ashe, Treyanka, I say, Pudianka, I say, Amelska, Isolines, I say, Panamon, I say, Heruhuma, I say, Jildesta, and give me some loud I say, Kanda, I say, Menombi, I say, Arceti, I say, Heruhuma, I say, Kanat, I say, Berta, I say, Sebata, I say, Shinu, I say, Tati, I say, Hazuma, I say, Scipio, I say, Mapet, I say, Pasha Mama, I say, Zeta Kuma, I say. These are all these new entities that had to come through. We up to like 99 of these things. City, I say, OC, I say, Orthia, I say, Musa, I say, Panama, I say, Gazuladak, I say, Siptana, D, I say, Zeta Kuma, I say, let's see some few more. Triana, I say, let's put some new ones out here. New ones and stuff. Mama Shula, I say Mama Pasha, I say Shieska, I say Coco Mama, I say Leoa, I say Tosiku, I say Axia, I say Cynthia, I say Jinawita, I say Astama, I say Alatan, I say Martha, I say Estelagari, I say Duganade, I say Azuli, I say Yiminya, I say La Sarine, I say Labuni, I say Dambala Wedo, I say Dana Wedo, I say Agui, I say Agi Toro, I say Lasarin, I say Loco, I say Zaka, I say Simbi, I say Zakara, I say Guadi, I say Richie, I say Benesamadi, I say Matingi, I say Barons Bridget, I say Kamala, I say Kuan Yin, I say Jumabati, I say Sarasvati, I say Bibi, I say Asuras, I say Vishnu, I say I say Ganesha. I say Shiva. I say Rudra. I say Pavati. I say Sati. I say Bim. I say Milibus. I say Nimtu. I say Mut. I say Nanak. I say Maya Tekbo. I say Sekbo. Sekbo. Hindu boat. Harvest boat. Turkey boat. Hindu. Afro. Hindu boat. Amin boat. Antu boat. New boat. Osar boat. Asep boat. Sep boat. Heru boat. Never boat. Nibiru. I say Nibheru. I say Nebher. I say Mut. I say Rebbe. I say Medusa. I say Hamakadadi. I say Diana. I say Psyche. I say Malchus. I say Mana. I say Septronus. I say Thou. I say Melania. I say Atalanta. I say Aristotle. I say Minerva. I say Gorgon. I say Shilmi. I say Melazine. I say Arabi, I say Panic, I say Malito, I say Kenneth, I say Lama, I say Astarte, I say Aphrodite, I say Best, I say Maya, I say Segment, I say Seshet, I say Selket, I say Anet, I say Barbello, I say Barayaga, I say Melosine, I say Tati, I say Dimona, I say Pastepi, I say Sophia, I say Kali, I say Mamadadi, I say Nomo, I say Arma, I say Athena, I say Nechanet, I say Pan, I say Dionysus, I say Tammuz, I say Adonis, I say Baal, I say El, I say Mithra, I say Tamuzi, I say Melektos, I say Chrysalis, I say Perseus, I say Yama, I say Agothamon, I say Metricon, I say Nagas, I say Nomu, I say Ukulu, I say Nakumpa, I say Umbelenga, I say Umbaba, I say Uwawa, I say Awas, Topaz, Abbas, Ram, Baka, Stanies, Cupid, Heroes, Aphrodite, Baby Krishna, Buddha, I say. You can see how that energy change, how that shit start coming. That's the spirit coming in. It'll be loosening up shit. That's how that goes, man. Y'all better recognize, yeah, we loosen up stuff. So we're going to stop with that and say all gods known and unknown. I say all ancestors known and unknown. I say, what do Hemmitt family, Shaw family, Davis family, start calling out your ancestors? 1, 2, 3. I say, I say, I say, I say, I say. I shake. To all ancestors known and unknown, I shake. Now that's interesting. I knew this was going to be powerful. Like, when I first started out, this was back in about a year after I started out in 92. In 93, I did a lecture down in Tennessee. And we had a whole bunch of people at this sister's house and was doing this lecture. And so she had this big house and a big basement, and we was down there in the basement, and she had it all fixed up kinetic style. So she went upstairs to get something, and she came back, she said, man, she said, them people ancestors are sitting all in the damn living room. You see what I'm saying? And I'm sitting in the living room, so we know that, you bring that type of energy. You bring that type of energy, and that's also a connection also. A connection, oh shit, I gotta do it. Few more. I gotta put these down, because, Ista, I said Monu, I said Netu, I said Mana, I said Nomu, I said Yematu, I said Titi, I said Jova, I said Babylonian, I said Aya, I said Ayo, I said Elmalek, I said Malektas, I said Drakman, I said Notorio, I said Lavila, I said Olemensu, I said Xanthis, I said Casimba, I said Akala, I said Loterio, I said Nisaba, I said Abiolokea, I said Pazuzu, I said Lucifer, I said Nuret, I said Lamb, I said Awas, I said Moab, I said Nitu, I said Netsu, I said Hala, I said Pele. Very key, that Pele thing. A few more, one more. Luigi, I say Atama, I say Owano, I say Kowa, I say Hawaii, I say Leoa, I say Koruga, I say Biwasta, I say Amadis, I say Urugay, I say Bridget, I say Sego, I say Peku, I say Hanio, I say Talek, I say Bennigan, I say Henry, I say Arum, I say Adama, I say Jofaris, I say Artemis, I say, yeah, it is popped up. That's how this thing goes. Moving right along, we want to deal with some of this because there's a correct connection. We're going to deal with what happened. I'm going to tell you the spiritual side of what happened. And must understand that we're dealing with ritual now. These particular people don't do anything without ritual. As a matter of fact, before I go into that, I'm going to show you the mindset of what kind of people we're dealing with. What kind of people we're dealing with. This particular group of people. I'm going to read something to you. Let's see if I got the book. There's some stuff. I put out a book called How to Eat Melanin People back in 2000, and I think it was back in 99 or 2000. I think it was this little pamphlet I put out. A lot of the information that came from upstate New York and stuff, and was coming from the group of Luciferians, which is these white groups, but this is more of the people who rule your lives. So we're talking about the philosophy of the people who we know as the global elite. They call them Illuminati, New World Order, whatever. They got several names for these people. Tavistock, they got so many names and stuff, but any name you give is always something that is defunct. They never tell you the new name of what they're operating on. It's like the Boule, the Negro Boule. They got a new name now. You see what I'm saying? So you never understand the aspect of all. You best believe there's some hanky-panky and some shit going on through that mail. Down in New Orleans, that nigga was in on that shit.
Boule?
Was Boule?
Yes, sir.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There you have it. That nigga was in on that shit, man, from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because they don't put nobody, the mayor of a major city now. You see what I'm saying? After they killed Harold Washington, you see what I'm saying? They said, we're going to make sure that any man that comes up here, he's going to be one of us. Know this shit. You see, even with your boy, there is some reason why Marion Barry was highly publicized. You see what I'm saying? Because obviously he didn't fit the profile of what they really wanted him to be.
Like Anthony Williams.
Huh? You see, so there's a reason for that type of thing. So anybody you see up there now, don't even be proud of the thing, because the simple fact is that nigga on TV. In any governing body, he already done sold the fuck out. Or they don't even let them even, it's not a matter of turning when they get in office. When you vote them in, the two choices that you got is already picked by the government. Mm-hmm. So either way, you say, even if it's a black election, you got two people running, it don't matter. Whatever the choice is, you best believe they done went to the upper room. Or that little advisors to the king thing, and they done got their orders. Otherwise, they don't run. You see what I'm saying? So this is the global elite, and what the global elite believes in. I'm going to read some stuff on what the global elite believes in, and this is this information I put out, Holly Melanin people, and it was a smaller group of information, but this is a bigger body of a group of information called a book called An Age for Lucifer. Now, you're good if you can find it, but then again, on the internet, you can do what you want to do. This is called An Age for Lucifer. They're going by an ancient Native American technique of either eating people to get their energy, called Pasquale. It's called, it's all in the movie, what's the name of that movie? The movie came out back in '99. It's called, what's the name of that movie? The guy, who played the King? No. It's a movie about it was set in the time of the Buffalo Soldiers, not the Buffalo Soldiers, but the so-called cavalry. And Glory. Huh? Glory. Not Glory. It'll come to me in a minute. No, wasn't the runner, but anyway, this cavalry was getting ate up by this guy was eating all these. He was eating everything. He was gaining his strength by eating. He ate the cavalry. You see what I'm saying? And it was a Native American thing. Wouldn't tell the name of it, but it's called the name of this thing where you eat people is called POWAQQATSI. POWAQQATSI. That's Pawaquaski. It's where you eat a person and take on their energy. Eat a person and take on their energy. There's a movie about this thing. It'll come to me in a minute. The guy Pierce is the name of the guy who played in Time Machine. He played on a lot of other movies. Guy Pierce is the guy who's part of the movie. And it'll come to me in a minute. But they talked about this Native American ritual, how you eat people to gain their energy, but they never would. They didn't tell the name of the word, but that's the word. So we're talking about this hierarchy and how they function. Their whole thing here is that they have to, in order for them to be on top, they have to drain the energy of a certain group of people as victims that make their supremacy reign possible. So when we try to understand this particular aspect, it says rising up the devouring hierarchy, so it's called a devouring. The whole thing is to devour. They go off of the code of Darwin's theory, survival of the fittest, You see what I'm saying? And devour. If you don't devour, you will be devoured. So we need to understand the same concept here too. Because see, as a war go on, you see, in the book of the law, it says compassion is a vice for kings. Well, your nature is compassion. So therefore, that can also be a curse. You see what I'm saying? And one guy back in the early 1990s was talking about melanin, and he said, but it can also be your curse. Because you can get so involved in this so-called goodness. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? To the detrimental to you to understand that there's certain entities or certain people that don't share the same damn nature.
That's right.
And because they don't share the same nature, you see what I'm saying? You're in trouble. Because our problem is we keep thinking that white folks think like us.
Right. All that love shit.
And they don't. Now we got to understand this. I did 2 tapes, Brother TJ here, actually 3, but part 1 and part 3 is the major crux of these things called black mental illness. And it's clearly from Nathan and Julia Hare, the 70s, Naeem Akbar, Elijah Muhammad, Amos Wilson. It's clearly we know there's a black mental illness in the black community. Mm-hmm. Now, if we are mentally ill based on being brain up or brain dead from slavery, it means that there's also got to be a mental illness of the people who did that to us. So I want you to think for a minute here what we're talking about here. We're talking about what we might think as normal in this European society, in all its aspects. Even when you think that they are being not even good, but being productive, in some form of mental illness. We're talking about crazy and sick people, even though they don't show the pathology, just the thought process. Mm-hmm. And the reason why we don't look at this thing as being insane because we have no other model, you see what I'm saying, to measure it by. Because our model was wiped out. Mm-hmm. So therefore, when we think of everything, that's why is it everything we do things down to the TV like white folks and the shit still fails? You understand what I'm saying? So we're talking about a people that has made a mental illness a culture, a social pattern, you see what I'm saying, that is uniquely theirs. And because we have been turned into them, we can't understand that even their most highest form of culture is a form of mental illness. Mm-hmm. I'll give you an example. We were talking about the Red Cross. They were talking about all the money the Red Cross collected with 9/11. They said, what happened to all that money that was collected to 9/11? They said they gave the money to the banks, and the banks gave it to big business, and they all had a big payday. Off of the money from 9/11. You see, now the whole concept of even the Bush administration of Clinton, all of this is the same shit. Don't get into the fight about whether it's Democrat or Republican. You don't need to be fucking with none of that. Just to understand the global elite and white supremacy. Mm-hmm. That's a detour. That's the distraction. Got you down about to kill each other over somebody else's agenda and ideas of what they call freedom. Like I said, we don't even know if we even think free thoughts because we don't know what freedom really is. You see what I'm saying? We don't know what freedom really is, but the whole concept of this so-called the administration is in now is big business is what we focus on. So it's always give them the tax cuts. You see what I'm saying? So my point here is we're talking about a people, a certain mental illness of a people that you don't understand that we're trying to make some sense out of this. We don't understand that if we are people gone bad based on years of fucked up thought, then you got to understand that the person who created those conditions for us to be messed up has to be even more sick. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? We're just to look in where ours come out as pathology. You can see our pathology. Whereas you can't see his pathology because he's ruling on such an elite level. You understand what I'm saying? So he makes his pathology policy. So whenever he makes a mistake by calling the indigenous people over here Indians, you see what I'm saying? Thinking they're from East India, all of a sudden throughout years to this day, they're called Indians.
Right.
You understand? Off of his mistake. Now, if you make that mistake, they say this nigga, he was Ebonics, and he's inferior, or whatever the thing he is. They're going to put you in check. talking about are people with an infallible mind. That is a form of mental illness. You see what I'm saying? And we can't check the mental illness because the simple fact is that is what we see as high culture, as the paradigm. You see what I'm saying? That's like that Dick Gregory say, you know, I'm kind of, he say, any motherfucker on time I worry about these days. You know what I'm saying? Now, on one aspect, I understand exactly what he's talking about here. Because he's talking about these particular things. Like, you got some people want to pay all their damn bills. Want to get their credit right. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody done taught them all this shit, you know, and they go through painstaking things to get their credit right so they can be duly and truly correct with the white man. You understand what I'm saying? And in so many words, what are you? So the concept of what we're talking about here again is we don't understand the concept of how sick these particular people are, that we can deal with a situation like Louisiana. Let me give you this. So they're talking about one of their hierarchies called the devouring up hierarchy. So their religion is to devour. Now, if you get the X-File movie, the one that came out in '98 after the movie, after the TV show, and the guy's sitting in the car with, I think it's with one of the guys from the X-Files, I think with Mulder, and he looks at him, and this is supposed to be the global elite, and he says, survival is the ultimate religion. Not Jesus, not nothing else. Did they tell you not being good? Survival is the ultimate religion. That is their religion. And their survival is based on what? Warfare, which is the ultimate religion. That's why their religion goes along with God. Thank you, Lord, it's past ammunition. You see what I'm saying? And why the Iraq is a religious experience for them. You see what I'm saying? They have, when you go, they got chaplains and all kind of people that they raise along with West Point, with the generals and stuff. They raise a certain amount of people in religion. That's because it goes hand in hand. But the religion is just a poetic way, you see what I'm saying, to justify the tyranny. You see, so you got to understand this thing. They are a predator nation. You see, so and their religion is to devour. So it says, rising up the devouring hierarchy is the Luciferian goal. But to accomplish this rising, the Luciferian has to first accumulate a significant power. The power comes in many forms, but has only one end. The evaluation to an apex of devouring hierarchy. In order to obtain enough power, the Luciferian must take the power from other beings by absorbing their energy, vitality, and life force. You see, eating plant life or animal flesh is only one way to absorb the energy. Luciferians must know how to draw energy from other sources as well. Luciferians need to extend their diet because the simple physical devouring plants and animals cannot provide sufficient energy and power to the scale of the hierarchy. To devour their way up, their way up to top. The Luciferians must also learn how to ingest emotional, cognitive, and spiritual energies from human prey. You see? So, on one hand, not only did they get a lot of sacrificial bodies, they also had to deal with the emotion. They strive off this emotion. You see what I'm saying? Like many successful predators, because they're a predator nation, the Luciferians have to find a way to extend their food resources. Just as omnipotent predators are more successful than the strictly carnivorous predators, you see, predators. So the Luciferians are likely to be more successful in their than their non-Luciferian counterparts, because the food sources will include, in the addition of plant life and animal life, a full range of human energies offered up from the body to the soul. The Luciferian must learn how to devour and metabolize human energies to withdraw their vital forces from the human vitamins in order to enhance and revitalize their own lives. I do not completely understand the word power quasti and how it works, but I do understand the process exists, and that the Luciferian depend fully to actualize the power of their own drive for Godhood at the apex of the hierarchy. So in so many words, what they're saying here is they have to extend their food drive other than being plants and animals. They got to deal with not only eating humans, but eating emotions and life force and different aspects like that. So this is just some of the mindset of these particular people and this conquest on what they're talking about. And this extends also to the protocols of Zion. You see what I'm saying? It's the same concept of this devouring aspect, you see. And so in so many words, you're talking about when these people, when they go to do this ritual, it's on a higher level than what we're thinking in the particular aspect of well, it was a hurricane and then they just had a few people that missed the mark. So, do you know in actuality, with FEMA, and everybody saw this, they had the guy, they got down on FEMA, they said the FEMA was all messed up. And they fired this guy. Well, they didn't fire him, they took him from his head position, and then he later on resigned about 2 days later. You see. But if you notice Bush, when he came down, the first thing Bush said was, you're doing, I want you to know, he told the guy, what's the guy named? Michael Brown. Michael Brown. He said, I want you to know that you are doing an excellent job. This is what Bush said a week before he fired him. The key here is, to the masses, this man got fired because he so-called botched the job and got people down there too late to rescue the black people. But in reality, when Bush told him he's doing an excellent job, because that was the job of FEMA.
Right, you do that.
FEMA was to come in and contain these black folks. Now let's back up. The whole thing started, like I said, from Haiti. When they ransacked Haiti, took a storm and hit Haiti, and didn't even hit the rest of the island. You see what I'm saying? But just hit Haiti. All this, and the next thing was because the path of the voodoo, for some reason it's voodoo to them. The path of the voodoo went from Benin, Africa, Haiti, and into New Orleans, and New Orleans was next in the path. So they started talking about New Orleans going to get hit by a hurricane an hour after it hit Florida as a level 1 hurricane. Now this crap has gotten so sophisticated that when it hit Miami, it only hit the black community. You see, that's how sophisticated he is with this thing, with this HARP program. They can design it where they can hit certain sectors, you see what I'm saying, and leave certain sectors away. So it hit Miami, it didn't even hit none of the glitz and glamour. Hit the black community, flooded them out, and an hour after it hit the black community, they said, well, it went back out to sea. They said, hey, it's going to hit New Orleans. So they designed this thing to hit New Orleans head on. Fortunately, they designed it to hit New Orleans head on for one reason. Number one, they said it was supposed to hit based on Black August. Apparently, a lot of the things that went down in Black America went down in August so much until there's a whole holiday that they still celebrate up in New York in certain things called Black August, which is a holiday that derived from the Schomburg Museum with all the chronicling, all the stuff that went down with the African Americans here and the African Caribbean and stuff that happened, that they named it Black August. So that was one of the keys. August this time other than September. You see. So it was Black August. Now that's the first thing. So they were going to hit it And that's what they said. New Orleans is going to take a direct hit. Fortunately for us is that New Orleans, that it was going to get this direct hit, it was the day that they sent the hurricane was the same day that it was the 50-year anniversary of Emmett Till's murder. So as a result, it's the spirit war that was going on. Our forces, which is ancestral forces, which is usually behind hurricanes, you see, I will intervene along with Emmett Till and send it to Mississippi to hit head-on Mississippi. This is how these forces work. So the 50-year anniversary, because that Sunday was the 50-year anniversary of Emmett Till's death. 1955, August 23rd, 1955 to 2005. So it hit Mississippi instead of hitting New Orleans head on. So the next day, Mississippi got a date. The government understood what was going on because they understood that they had planned for this thing. They had planned for this thing based on her to hit New Orleans, and it didn't happen. It hit Mississippi. So when it hit Mississippi and Alabama, the government knew that there was some forces out here greater than him, and as a result, they understood that there was a counter strike, and they went and ran the levees and exploded the levees in New Orleans. You see what I'm saying? They were going to explode the levees anyway. But, because that was all a part of the plan, but they knew that by Tuesday, once the hurricane hit and New Orleans started drying up, that they were going to explode the levees. It's very key on how this whole thing is all connected in one particular aspect, because they had the guy with Peyton Manning. That's his name, Peyton Manning?
Yeah, quarterback.
The quarterback. He was actually in Louisiana and said he heard the explosion. Plus, the evacuees that started happening, that started coming out, the first evacuees that started coming out that Saturday when they made it to Houston, is the first thing they said was, well, man, we heard the levees explode. You see, and they said, well, we know there was 2 schoolhouses full of people. And they reported on the nursing home that got drowned, the 37 bodies. But they had 2 schoolhouses, that people went to these schoolhouses full of black people, and by that Saturday, he said they're underwater full of bodies. You see. So, they're so crafty that they can explode the levees. It didn't even mess up the French Quarter. They had a parade I think they had a parade that Saturday that they was evacuating the black people from going to Houston. They had a parade in the damn French Quarters. And they opened for business.
Yep.
Now, your boy is getting on it.
Yep, the mayor.
The mayor. Because number one, Mayor Nagin is a Mayor Nagin. Mayor Nagin was in on it with the simple fact that they said that he had the chance to evacuate the whole city. They had the buses ready. All he had to do was give the call. They got no buses. They could have went 25 miles out of the city and been safe.
Yep.
But he decided to send them to the Superdome because that was his orders. You see, so that was his particular orders. Now, so they blew the levees, and his orders was to send them to the Superdome and the convention center. You see, one of the keys here is, if you notice the pictures, and this is interesting here because these pictures are amazing. If you notice the pictures, if anybody thought about this, because I know black people, we think about this, because we think in terms of color. Get this book, Marie Laveau, The Life Works of Marie Laveau. This is an excellent book by Raul Canizares, The Life Works of Marie Laveau. This is an excellent book, and it's key to what is going on and what's going to happen to them, what's going to happen to the whole situation. I'll show you something else. I'll show you this first. Did it ever cross your mind that in looking at those pictures of all those so-called black folks that they call refugees, and rightfully so? A refugee is a person without a home, without a country. We're not citizens of the United States government. So when they was calling us refugees, they were accurate. They was calling us what
Right. That's real.
You see what I'm saying? We are civilians
with
privileges that can be revoked.
That's what they're doing.
You understand what I'm saying? And one of the revoking of the privileges is looting and social unrest. So it take one nigga to break out a window and all of a sudden you become refugees. They never call the people in Mississippi or Alabama refugees, but then again, on the other hand, you're not United States citizens. You're property of the United States. So this was the correct language among the people, the global elite. So when they called you refugees, we ain't refugees, we Americans. You ain't no goddamn American citizen. You never were.
That's right.
There was never been anything that made you American citizen. So they were actually calling you what you were supposed to be, but spiritually, it was also saying that America said, we don't let you go. We let you go. Now, how many people in your head was thinking when you were seeing all those doggone people on the news, around the Superdome, all those black people, and the so-called civic center or whatever, convention center? Anybody ask the question, where are the light-skinned people?
That's right, the Creoles.
And hell, they got mulattoes and Creoles and all that shit in New Orleans.
And white folks.
Where are the light-skinned people? Now, they can have one light-skinned person every fucking 100 black or dark-skinned people. Now, we think on those terms. You ask yourself in a real scenario now, if you a boy, you understand what I'm saying? Where are the light-skinned people? And why is it that the people from Italy called and said, we didn't even know y'all had poverty in the United States. It was like, they said this is a culture shock to us, because I got it. Oh, yeah, I got that, yeah. They said we didn't even know you all even had poverty in the United States. I'm looking for the Newsweek magazine. Newsweek magazine. I want to show you this, but this is very key. How did all the pictures in Newsweek, and now this is a great ritual going on. This is a great day because I'm going to show you the spiritual part about it. So let's see if I can find this Newsweek magazine. I put it somewhere. Let me see my bag. I put it in my bag. The Newsweek magazine, they showed a picture. And I want to show the picture on the cover of the magazine. You know, niggas are always, you know how it is. But it was just interesting. On the magazine, they showed a picture of, I got all these damn papers. They showed a picture of the so-called evacuees or refugees, as it was called. And it was interesting here, they looked just like it was a third world country.
That's right.
Anybody saw these pictures? I'll find it in a minute. It looked just like it was a third world country. And that's when the people from France, from Italy, came in and said, we didn't know that there were even poor people there. But I just want to say that to say this. Megan got to understand TV and how it works camera. They always darken out white folks on the cameras. So Megan looked my complexion, which means that if you look my complexion on TV, that means he's extra light-skinned in real life.
That's right.
You see, you see the actress Kim Fields. I met her one year, and on TV, she looked my complexion, but when I met her, I said, where's Kim Fields? She's extremely light. But the camera darkens them down, because they have to darken the hues down for white folks and stuff. And that's how they somewhat look human, and you don't get the gist of all that pale skin. You see, but my point here is, on this light-skin, dark-skin issue is, just like they evacuated rich white folks in certain sections when the levees blew, didn't flood, they evacuated these so-called Creoles and these mulattoes and just various light-skinned people. And it also must ask this particular question too, because it is based on poverty. Is there this unwritten information that we need to study on the poverty level of is most of the people that is designed to be in the poverty level dark-skinned people compared to the white their counterpart. You understand what I'm saying? This is a great mystery of something that's going on, but my point here was it was a great ritual also. Now, in voodoo, you have two Urzulis. Now, this is the goddess Urzuli. Look up. This is the goddess Urzuli. We'll deal with that when we deal with some more mythology and tradition. We'll get to the spiritual half of this thing. And the goddess Urzuli comes in two forms in voodoo. She comes as Urzuli Frida, Dahomey, which is a mulatto. And she's real elegant with her pink. She likes perfume. She likes anything glamorous, anything upscale and elegant and nice and beautiful and all this type of stuff. And then there's our Urzuli Dinta, which is dark skinned, and she is the one that usually goes through a lot of suffering. She's the patron of women, the patron goddess of women who have unrequited love, who's suffering based on romance and affairs of the heart, and based on the basic turmoil of suffering of indigenous black women go through. You see what I'm saying? She is over that. So in so many words, if you understand ritual, then what went down was also planned in the voodoo scheme of things. You see, based on ritual. Y'all understand that? So this whole light skin, dark skin thing has a lot to do. It has a lot to do with the unfolding of this thing. Now, why Texas at first? Two places. You got in Houston, it's got over 100,000, and Atlanta got 25,000. They're the next. You see, Atlanta got 25,000, and Houston got over 100,000. Well, there's a reason for Houston. Houston took them all because Houston is in a dilemma. Texas is in a dilemma. Texas had more black men locked up than any place on the globe, on planet Earth.
And death penalty too.
And their whole economy is based on the slave labor of that many black people. They say, niggas got stopped. I know one brother got stopped speeding and got 6 years. But he was selling some dope or whatever. They never could catch this nigga. He was good, but when they stopped him speeding, they gave him 6 years. So they do shit like that. But they got more black men locked up than any place on the planet. But even other than murder or something, you can't keep these people in prison no more than 5 years max. So some of these brothers, the incarceration rate, they're breaking this reincarceration cycle. So what's happening here is some of these brothers are not returning. So they got this big dilemma because they got all this big business in Texas that's set up around slave labor and prison labor. So as a result, the first thing Texas say is give me them niggas right there. See what I'm saying? Because they got a 2-3 week vacation. You see what I'm saying? And then the white man gonna go, what the fuck is up? Who the hell are you niggas? Do you think for one reason that they gonna provide for the slaves? You see what I'm saying? No. It was a test in the beginning because, like I said, they needed the slave labor. So in about a month to a year, if they got that long, they're going to start making conditions unbearable for these black poor people to the simple fact is they want them to try to turn to a life of crime. They also got certain things set up that these people going to see their way to prison. And they need those black people for incarceration. That's the reason for Texas. You see, that's the reason for Texas. And it's a major day. We get down this political stuff like the way first. That along the lines Muhammad and said when the black preachers stand up, it's over. So when what's his name said when you go first of all, the first day of the looting, a so-called looting, they was taking a damn picture and looping it 4 or 5 times. So they had about 4 damn shots that they looped for 3 damn days. You see, the first thing I learned this from 9/11. When the shit go down, the first thing you do picture. That's why they're trying to get rid of VCRs.
Yep.
See them down, what you call it, it's a trip. The fucking DVDs is made for bought DVDs. When you start getting into the area of recording, them shit start freezing up and fucking up on you. That's because that was a trick that the industry did. So you can buy movies and stuff, but they was also trying to cut down recording because the revolution, the Afrocentric and the conscious revolution was based on videotape. And you can't record a TV show as fast with a DVD player and a DVD recorder. And once you burn it, you gotta throw it away. It's fucked up. You can't rewind some shit. You can get one of your old shits. You can get a web video and record over that shit if you got something good you want to see on the TV. But the key here is I got a big pile of these doggone videotapes. These videotapes. And that way, and I just record it, because they say after about a week, shit start changing up. But if you got it recorded, they already know that we don't retain that kind of memory. So, if you study it, they had about 4 or 5 incidents, and they kept looping them over and over with the looters.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Looping them over and over with the looters. You see. Now, the key here is, when they're talking about what is getting ready to happen, they've already set it up in Texas that they're going to drop the bomb. Now, FEMA stopped giving these people the $2,000 credit last Friday.
Mm-hmm.
This is when you know the preacher, with all his mammy-pamming and buck dancing with that white man. When the white man say jump, the preacher say jump. And I want to know something. How is it that Creflo Dollar can go to his plane, fly from Atlanta, Georgia, one of these mega preachers? They got a bunch of Creflo Dollar, Eddie Long. They got the father of them. They got a couple of them. Been out there since the 70s with the Afro on. Fred Price, T.D. Snakes, and all these niggas. But how is it that the Creflo Dollar get on his plane, fly from Atlanta to Washington, D.C., and go in the White House and meet with the president? You got people as dignitaries from around the world can't do no shit like this. But you got to understand that black preacher, you see, is the pulse, and the right-hand man, they got to have a connection and a link. You see, like a second appendage when it comes to this doggone president thing. But you knew something was up, and although all of those were under the behest of the government, you knew something was up when the looting was going on. Talked to T.D. Jakes that Wednesday. He said, what about all this loot? And obviously there was a point where you can get so much money, and you can buck that so much to us, some shit happen on a major, you be like, this some apocalypse shit. You know, and if they believe in Jesus, wait, this might be some Jesus shit, so I can't be faithful with this thing, because my ass might be in a sling. So when it came to this thing here, they asked him, what you think about them doing the loot? He said, oh, they just survived. He said, no, they surviving. He would not call people looters. He said, hell, I sent $100,000 there this morning for food, and I'm sending another $100,000 worth of food this evening. So they said, okay then. They couldn't get him on the looting thing, so I'm just shaking their head going, I thought we could depend on you niggas, man. We got some niggas, you know, that's your job, to co-sign on what the hell we say. So they say, well, fuck it, it got passed this time. Maybe, you know, maybe he's still loyal to us. So what happened was, when your boy, what Kanye West spoke out and said, when he said that Bush don't care nothing about black people, they went back to T.D. Jakes a week later and said, well, you know, what you think about this, what Kanye West said about, you know, they don't care about black people, you know, they don't care, Bush don't care nothing about black people. So they was getting ready for him to jump on the bandwagon and say, yeah, that was wrong. He said, well, you know, me personally, I don't make assumptions. He said, but you all didn't show up. So you all didn't show up, and he said that you didn't show up, and there got to be an investigation, and there got to be somebody got to pay. Oh, shit. This goddamn nigga, man. He said this nigga must think Jesus got to pay. He said somebody got to pay. I'm like, show up. So the woman said, wait a minute, hold on. What about Kanye West? He said, well, I ain't making assumptions. He said, but she was thinking he'd get ready to say, he said, but hell, y'all showed up in Sarajevo the next day, Mariachi with the tsunami, and you showed up in Afghanistan quicker than you were these black people. She said, okay, then we're going to cut this and break it. She got that nigga on the phone. I'm like, wait a minute. There's some shit going on with this black preacher. You see what I'm saying? And I guess what some stuff happened, there's some shit when you know, okay, I can sell out, but when something major and cataclysmic happen like that, and whether you believe in Jesus or who the hell you believe in, you got to come correct because your ass might be in the sling. And this nigga, I said, this nigga wouldn't buck dance. They asked Jesse. Jesse was like, well, fuck it. He showed up in Alabama, Mississippi. He didn't show up with them black folks. He said, hell, he showed up after they was evacuated.
Yeah.
So they asked Russell, what's your daughter? Russell Simmons. Well, what you think about what my man said? He said, well, are y'all late? Is this something new to you? He said, he ain't doing nothing but quoting what most black people think about. He said, most black people think the Bush don't give a damn about him. He said, where y'all been? And I'm like, well, these niggas here, you know, these niggas here is actually standing up. You see what I'm saying? Now, this is one of the keys. Louisiana is rich, New Orleans is rich in oil. That's one thing. Bush came in and said that we're going to rebuild New Orleans, and he's right. Because first of all, they can fix the levees. So even though it's under sea level, they got the technology to fix the shit that they can fortify it, which they were supposed to do before he cut the funding anyway, because they had to cut the funding because this whole thing was planned. So they're going to fix it. The key was, and they said they're going to make it into a Las Vegas. Same time pumping oil from it. But the key here is, in order for it to be a Las Vegas, they said, we got to clear the city of Negroes. And 90% of those particular people, or 80% of those people wasn't even renting. I sound like the damn white supremacists, those people. Wasn't renting, so therefore they ain't got no reason to come back to a city. You see what I'm saying? So they basically relocated a whole population so that they can have a whole city. Now remember, they steal jazz, they stole blues, they stole everything. And now they're going to have the whole history of blues, voodoo, because the voodoo priests are all white now. You go to New Orleans and the voodoo thing, you don't see no niggas and shit. See, they could have avoided the doggone hit, but they 98% Christian. You see. So all that voodoo stuff is done by white folks. You see what I'm saying? Done by white folks. So now they got a whole history where they can have a whole culture of voodoo, jazz, Mardi Gras, Day of the Dead, all this stuff, Marie Laveau's grave, this whole cultural thing, and it can be a whole metropolis for white folks to visit on a cultural level, you see what I'm saying, with no black people. You see what I'm saying? It's like the House of Blues with 98% white artists playing. Anybody but a real blues artist plays in the House of Blues. You see, so, but they have basically relocated the black population. You see what I'm saying? So that's one of the keys on how they could get the city this way. Now the other thing is this, and this is one of the keys. Now, okay, here it is. Okay, this is it. Okay, now this is where we come in because they evacuated them to all key places. They made sure that D.C. got some. They made sure that Atlanta got to add something. They made sure that all major black cities got a few of these people. They only need one or two for what they're getting ready to do. Now the reason why they didn't evacuate based on FEMA, well, number one, you got to understand this too. First of all, this whole complex, this whole thing and this hurricane thing was also a test run on the King Alfred plan, or Rex 84, which they take people to concentration camps, and the concentration camps, as you know, is also domes and closed down army bases. They come up putting them in closed down army bases. So this is a test run on Rex 84. That's the first thing. So when that money Monday, when the hurricane did not hit, they were extremely upset because their plans of the last year to reenact this Rex 84 on 2012. Remember now, 2012 was 2012 was July the 26th.
This year.
This year. Mayan calendar ran out. Because remember, this Gregorian calendar is about 10 years old. So the whole concept to reenact this King Alfred plan where they let black people down in the concentration camp, which is they have to have a starting point, they have to prepare the people. When the hurricane did not hit because the Emmett Till energy sent it to Mississippi on his anniversary and it didn't hit, they had to go and blow the levees. You see what I'm saying? And flood that part of the black city and flood the part of around the Superdome and all that. And that's where Mayor Nagin came in because he was a part of the shit.
That's right.
You see, where he sent them to the Superdome to be incarcerated, you see, and detained or contained, or whatever word you want to put in the shit it is. But the whole concept was to drive on the concentration camp.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying?
Are you saying that the hurricane did not hit there?
No. What happened was they wanted to... this is what they wanted to do. They wanted to... What was supposed to happen was New Orleans was supposed to get hit, a direct hit.
But it didn't.
It didn't. The energies and the spirit energies, the Emmett Till energies, sent the hurricane to Mississippi as retribution for them killing him in Mississippi and Alabama. So as a result, they got a hit, but it was mild because by that Monday evening, it had already started drying up. So that's when they came in and exploded the levees. They had already had the bombs and all that in the levees. Come to find out, the levees, we found out yesterday that the levees were built with dead bodies. When they built the levee, see, this cracker is so diabolical. They do things as a ritual. The levee was housed as dead bodies. You see, they do things on a ritual level. You see? And so, when it happened, they were going to explode the levees regardless. But they figured if they got a direct hit, it might did enough damage that they might have not had to explode the levees. But since it didn't, they went ahead and exploded the levees because the whole concept was they was planning for King Alfred's plan.
That's right.
Now this is the great mystery. You're saying, well, what is this a test run? First of all, they have to loop them damn shits together with this looting. And show you this. Now, essentially, I saw CNN, they showed these 4 or 5 pictures that they kept looping over and over again. You know, the black guy hitting on the glass, another people, I mean, they showed them for damn near a week, the same pictures, about 4. Maybe 5 pictures of, you know, and they showed some white folks, in the one paper they said white folks trying to survive. They was looting too, and they were surviving. And the black folks, they said was looting.
Right.
And they would only show the black folks and stuff, but they looped these pictures together. And I saw on NBC News the same day, and I was like, damn, they didn't report on none of the stuff that was actually happening because the whole thing of CNN and Fox network on cable was they had to put forth this thing that there's looting and there's social unrest. Thus, it put in action the deployment of 50,000 troops that's there now. Now, it's interesting here, there's 50,000 troops or whatever kind of thing they got. Now, Georgia sent 2,000. There's 50,000 troops or more. There was 50,000 last week. I think it's maybe 100,000.
Israel sent 15,000.
Israel sent 15,000. They even had a goddamn Mexican government send things. Now try to understand the concept here. You got 100,000 police troops in New Orleans at this particular time, and yet the people are gone. They evacuated the people.
That's right.
A week ago.
So they
2 weeks ago.
That's right. So
but they're going to be there for 7 weeks. Because it was a summit. It's all planned. They are training them in New World Order tactics for martial law police.
For the country.
To come back. They got each state have their representatives to come back and be deployed back to their local Negro neighborhoods to detain you.
That's right.
That's the mystery. So they're down there training for 7 weeks on how to become New World Order policemen. A policeman based on the Rex 84. And so they're down there training. But they couldn't get them down there to train unless they create an incident. So therefore all the looting shit. You understand what I'm saying? Now, the Sister Cynthia Tucker, who is the columnist for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, she was on HBO the other night. She said they looted in Mississippi and Alabama too, but they didn't show that.
Right.
You know white folks ain't gonna live without shit. They was running on the stores to Walmart and say, fuck it. We got a whole store here, y'all can get what you want. You see what I'm saying? But the point about it here is the whole concept was you thinking they down there and the people ain't putting together yet. Why is 100,000 troops in New Orleans and ain't no people in New Orleans? The people alone. And they evacuated all the black people out.
That's right.
Didn't evacuate Mississippi. Didn't evacuate Alabama. Didn't evacuate no other part of Louisiana. But they evacuated those poor black people out. So they're dealing with that now. How does this say, and how do you come into play with this? They already got the police training. So this is the great mystery. Why FEMA had to keep them in the fucking dome for 5 days. You got training?
Yeah, training.
Now, this is the reason why they had to keep them in there. Bush told them, FEMA, you're doing a good job. You know that see, we don't understand these people when they put on this thing. Do you know that the guy, the Brown guy, what's his name?
Mike Brown.
Michael Brown, don't you know he was, part of his role was to become the patsy?
Mm-hmm.
The patsy and the blaming of FEMA is a part of the delusion. It is a part of the decoy on how they do these things. So they say they focus on emotion.
Right.
So now, his job was to come in, they do something so treacherous, and then they look disastrous. This is what's been happening with his presidency the whole time. He has a series of blunders. That's called a trickster. And you focus on that, and you're not asking the ultimate question, why did they keep him for this day? So they say they dropped the ball. Anytime you know this crap to come before you, Bush would say, he didn't apologize for killing people in Iraq, and he said, hey, I'll take full responsibility. You need to be cautious. So that all of that was a part of the plan to get this King Alpha plan, New World Order, martial law thing in. Now, this is the key. Why they kept them there?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, the Superdome and the slave ships was the same. The
Yep.
slave ships had bodies on top of bodies, species, and all this stuff. So did the Superdome. Now, supposed to be in the spiritual aspect, because there's a spiritual side of this. The Astrodome is called Astro.
Mm-hmm.
Was the rescue dome. That's the mothership. That's the rescue swinging those sweet chariot, which is in all major mythology from around the world. So, although there's something sinister going on, there's something spiritual going on another. We'll get into that in a few minutes. But this is the key. One of the great mysteries of what's going on is they had to keep them there for 6 days. It's because they contaminate them and they drop some shit on them.
That's right.
Now, it's the key now. You fucking believe the heart people. You gotta understand this. You need to become the generals and understand war tactics. War tactic is, in Vietnam, they would send a little baby out there to hug the soldier, and the baby got a bomb strapped to his back and blow up the soldier. You got to understand, we're in warfare. Everything is warfare. And they didn't dispatch them people back to you for a reason. They dropped some chemicals on them in that Superdome for 5 days. They contaminated them with some stuff.
Bacteria.
Some type of bacteria. Okay. Meanwhile, when the rescue effort went to go into house search to search, and the water effort started happening about a week later, they started talking about all this contamination, bacteria in the water, these diseases. We're going to have to start inoculating people.
Mm-hmm.
So now this is very key now. So they dropped chemicals on these people for 5 days. And then what they do, they dispatch them all over the country. You only need a few. You only need about 3 or 4 to come in contact with so they can say, your ass got it. Now try to understand what's going on here. This is very key. Because it's in a movie called Transporter 2. You always put it in the movie. The movie Transporter 2 is out now. It is a movie about, they kidnapped this little boy from this senator. Then they easily bring the little boy back to the senator and his wife, and the little boy is contaminated with a disease, and when the senator goes to this conference, they breathe in the room and everybody in the conference get it. Now, what they have done, and watch that million boys,
That's right.
bullshit ass march.
Stay out of it.
See what I'm saying? World-class people, and y'all motherfuckers are still marching in 2005.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So what? You don't know why you marched last time. See what I'm saying? Y'all still marching. You see, because they play on your emotions. The book says that that's one way they contain you and devour you is based on your emotions.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying? Now you back here 10 years later, don't have an agenda, more than you worked 10 years before. And now you back in D.C. again, marching.
Yep.
Now, the key here is what's going to happen is this. And so to let you know that I ain't running no bullshit now, by help with the brother TJ from D.C., we have the official health advisory, CDC health advisory, and this hasn't even hit the TV yet. This is that. So they ain't like, well, that nigga, they're trying to make up some shit on the people. God damn it, this is black and white. This is the CDC health advisory brought to you, because we always got to have niggas in certain places. And TJ was in the right place at the right time. So here it is right here, CDC health advisory, and it said, it's a health alert, be the health alert network. Meanwhile, let me explain something. Well, I'll tell you that in two minutes. And it says, date, the Hurricane Katrina evacuee. To date, 7 people in the area was affected by Hurricane Katrina have been reported to be ill from a bacterial disease, Vibrio volnificus. Whatever the New York spell is, she got some medical terms. She didn't make up some shit. Could be some fucking shit they put in vanilla wafer or whatever. You never know. Vibrio. Okay, that's it. Okay, yeah. They started talking about this before, even the cholera. They said cholera, salmonella, several things. Now, it says, people in this Astrodome is already coming down with diarrhea. Now, they're going to tell you that they caught it from the water, but half the people that came out of the Superdome didn't even touch no damn water. Wasn't even in no water. They dropped shit on it. So this stuff, whatever this shit is that they got, it said 4 have died. The first cases was reported by the Mississippi Department of Health. So they're going all over this shit here. So you got Mississippi Negroes in this mix. And this particular virus can cause an infection to the skin and with open wounds are exposed. And open wounds are exposed to warm seawater. I have to slow down. People are at greatest risk from the illness. And it goes on to say this thing weakens the immune system. And it also goes on to say that if not treated by this, it can cause SARS. Now, what SARS? The shit that they broke out in the Iraqi war. So that whole Iraqi war and the SARS thing was also a part of some stuff that they're going to do in future dates.
Yep.
Go back and get the movie, what's the one with the Ebola movie?
Outbreak.
You got to get all these movies and stuff, but they always put them in the movies. Huh? Well, the significance of putting it in the movies, they always put it in the movies because number one, it teaches their people what to understand, but it also is a monitor to see how conscious you are to respond to it. And basically, when they put it in the movie and no niggas respond, they said, well, the niggas are still dead. You see, so it's a monitor. But then again, on the other hand, overall spiritually, the spirit also let them reveal stuff in the movies that they also going to sinisterly do. So that's the way they do this particular thing. But anyway, whatever it is, they done dropped some shit on these things, and this is the health advisory. Now, based on hepatitis B, which one was it? Hepatitis B or hepatitis A?
C.
Hepatitis C. Anyway, this hadn't come out yet because they said when the hepatitis C, they said it would take 1 month before the symptoms would start occurring to know that it's hepatitis C. You understand what I'm saying? So they already even got a timer, an incubation process, you see, based on them dropping this particular chemicals. It would take 1 month with hepatitis C. That's why I'm telling you, right now, don't be no bleeding heart. You can't buy enough food to feed a bunch of niggas. I'm telling you straight up. Y'all stay away from this shit. I'm trying to tell you what time is going on because that's the key. The key is for you to connect up. And when the stuff going on, now my point here is there's two things that's happening. Because they will give you two scenarios of this. Number one, when it all break out, we always know that the disease is never as bad as what they say. But then again, now you know white folks' mind. If black folks have come down with something, and they have dispatched black folks out among other black folks,
They're trying to contaminate.
then all black people look alike, so therefore all black people got disease.
Right.
That's what they're banking on. But number two, because we do know that they contain those people for 5 days for a reason, I'm trying to tell you is at this particular time, don't be no bleeding heart and all that, getting into that emotional shit. We got to save the kings and the queens and the doggone, we got to save the so-called priests, which is you conscious people that are not valuable. Let everybody else take them in. But I know you bleeding heart and you get with the emotional thing, but you got to understand, they didn't report on Mississippi or Alabama. Why did they report and show you all those black people? That's because they want you to have a certain response. You see what I'm saying? And react a certain way. Because they're trying to deal with this and it's not by accident that this is coming along with the whole million more march, which we know that half of the evacuees going to be a part of that shit. Mm-hmm. And so they can so say, yo, it's contamination time now. And it all links. It all links into this thing. First thing I said when they were saying they was having another one of them, I said, watch the fuck out.
Plus your boy Farrakhan is going to retire immediately after that and move to Africa.
You see, and not only that, now he did come and say that they was white. They was flying over they was flying over black people and picking up white folks. And that's why they shot at the helicopters. I heard about that part. Come to find out that another thing that they had some people that was coming there to look at the levees was 5 white guys, and they shot their ass and killed them. And made like it was black folks, it was some white folks, because they didn't want them to come and see that those levees were exploding. You see, those levees were exploding. So they got a lot of stuff that's going on here and stuff. But one of the keys here is this particular aspect of this CDC health advisory. Now, try to understand this. I'm not telling you this for you to be scared. I'm telling you that this is, remember now, everything that they do speeds up their chance of getting off the planet. So whatever they do at this particular time, in this particular cycle, this is not doom and gloom. It just means, number one, they know when their time is up. That's their job, to know when their time is up. You see what I'm saying? Number two, whatever they do only speeds up the process, you see what I'm saying, of them getting this shit done to them. You see, because we can't take no more hits. Now, the mystery here is, we'll get into the spiritual part, but I'm going to get into a couple other things here. I'm going to get into a couple other things here so we can understand this particular spiritual part. There's always some stuff. Now, I got this book. There's a movie you need to go see because it's connected. The movie that's connected with this is Skeleton Key. Anybody saw the Skeleton Key? The movie The Skeleton Key is connected. It's all about the voodoo, Louisiana, voodoo, the whole 9 yards. And one of the keys here is a book called Hoodoo Mysteries. And it says, and Hoodoo Mysteries, Inside Secrets of Louisiana Voodoo. And all of a sudden, by Ray Marlborough. And all of a sudden now, This book is hard to find, yet, but I bought the book in July. And all of a sudden now, you can get them on the internet, and you can get them from certain places, and you can still get it. But they froze this book as far as you looked at putting it on the shelf. I bought it at Borders Books in July, and then all of a sudden this thing hit, and all of a sudden this book has disappeared. But I'm going to read you something here. Check it out. And so you'll understand what's really going on with this whole Louisiana thing. This book is a secret, as a result of my research of spiritual magical baths. In mid-1999, I wrote an 8-page pamphlet on the topic about spiritual baths, which was intended as supporting a text for a class in shell divination. The reader response to this brief treatment of the subject convinced me that the audience wanted to know more about voodoo in particular. In chapter 1, I have explained the difference between voodoo as a religion and voodoo as a spiritual or magical practices, as it has been handed down from generation to generation to an unbroken line. Now, if you go see the movie Skeleton Key, that's the first thing the sister says in there. She said voodoo is a religion and voodoo is other practices of magical practices and stuff. And you got to understand, voodoo is where you get the voodoo doll from, because in voodoo there's no such thing as a doll. And that got mixed up. That's voodoo from Louisiana. You see what I'm saying? Now, moving right along, it says, hoodoo and voodoo, both religions, are practiced in the state of Louisiana, have many things in common, being from one root origin, yet they have differences as well. In general, hoodoo practitioners carry many of the same functions as the Haitian Hogan Amango in a priestess in voodoo. However, hoodoo practitioners of Louisiana are more like the Bokar that exists in Haiti. And the Bokar is the black magic type of practitioner. A big difference is that the big difference is that in Louisiana, the voodoo practitioner does not have a bad reputation as the Bokar does in Haiti, even though the word hoodoo itself has come a slang of the term meaning, bad luck or fortune. A person who seems to have a run of bad luck is said to have been hoodoo. To many people, the word has derived from the word voodoo, taking the meaning during the early 19th century. So in so many words, they said that what happened is they outlawed voodoo in Louisiana, because after the Haitian Revolution, about a year later, Louisiana started importing Haitians. Now, remember now look at the thing. About a year after the Haitian Revolution, Louisiana, by being a French-speaking territory, and by the Haitians speaking French because they were colonized by the French, it was more than likely that when they started to travel, because they were freed, they made their way to New Orleans about a year later. Now look, they went and took a storm and hit Haiti last year. And 1 year later, they hit New Orleans, the same aspect of the way the voodoo traveled. You see, as a result, they outlawed voodoo in Haiti, and what happened was the laws on the book said that you could go to jail based on practicing voodoo or voodoo. But the laws on the book had no laws of practicing hoodoo. So they changed the word voodoo to hoodoo as a strategic move to practice voodoo in Louisiana. And thus you get the word hoodoo. And then hoodoo became mixed with Native American practice of the herbs and the Roman Catholic European practice of the candle burning, and therefore you got a whole other system that derives in America. That is the American origin. See, the whole concept is this, man. You got to understand that the government, they look for things that America would have been a third rate Europe. But because of so many cultures, and mainly the black culture, it made America the standard, you see, of its own unique culture. So when they look at particular things that can unseat them, they say, well, voodoo was from Haiti. But voodoo, which has the Catholic counterpart and Native American root counterpart, is its own unique religion that basically comes out of Louisiana. So as a result of it coming out of Louisiana, then Louisiana has to be the chief state in which they feel that their future problems to unseat them is going to come out of. This is their thinking. What they don't realize is Louisiana is 98% Christian, and the majority of the practitioners in voodoo is now white. But they don't think that way. They only think of what is existing because they're too arrogant to understand that we don't do it. And it's already being taken place. So they will choose this particular city, and they say, well, we're going to bring it back, but we're going to make sure one thing. Its black element won't be there. So as a result, you see what I'm saying? They sterilize it. Now we're talking about a war that's going on. There's a spirit war that's going on as well as a physical war. And what you have been seeing was the physical warfare, but there's a whole realm of spiritual warfare that's going on. So let me give you some aspect of what's going on in the spiritual world. New Orleans was called the city of the dead. Now, what is going on in the spirit world is this. This is something that is amazing in the aspect of it goes right down with ancient scripture. And I'm not talking about biblical scripture, which you can't throw the Bible out because some of that motif is Egyptian. But we're talking about ancient scripture of this. The concept here is we live in two worlds. You can take the movie The Matrix as a great example. There was one world going on that was fake, which is the world we live in. A series of illusions that we think is real. And then there's the real world, which is the spirit world, which our souls is a player also. So now, in understanding this thing spiritually, we have a slave ship that brought us in here. You got a slave ship, which was this dome that had the same feces and all this stuff. Don't think this is just some shit that we dealing with. If you understand the esoteric aspect, this is the stuff that's going on. Then you have an astrodome, which is a place of refuge. So although they call us refugees, you understand what I'm saying? On their sinister plot, they say we let you go because you ain't citizens. But on another thing, hell, we need to be let go of goddamn sinister shit that's burning. If this thing is falling, then we need to be let go of it. And the government officially let us go when they call us refugees open. And even after the Congressional Black Caucus on Friday complained about it that Friday, they still call us refugees well into yesterday. They're still doing it on most stations. So they're telling you, so there's a ritual going on. Now try to understand this spiritually. It is the city of the dead. It's the city that has the festivals. You know, most of the Caribbean islands have the festival of Lent or their particular festival. The only one that actually has a festival on that particular level of that is New Orleans in America, and then the rest of the people you got to settle for Halloween. Because it's the same, that's where this shit comes from. Halloween is probably the most sacred day we got. You see what I'm saying? Whenever the kids come and knock on your door with the Halloween mask on, that is the souls coming. When you give them that candy, that's when you get blessed. It's a whole ritual with that. You see, so those represent souls coming. When you give them candy, it represents the wealth and prosperity you get. You see what I'm saying? I'll give you candy. Now, I didn't celebrate no Halloween, you know. I didn't want motherfucker knocking on my damn door. but my queen came down. She said, "Now we got to do this shit." She said, "Cause them the spirits." You see what I'm saying? So the spirits and stuff is coming, and also it was a whole and showed up. The next couple of months, we were real prosperous. This shit does work because it is a major ritual. Now, this is one of the mysteries here. Now, check this out. Now, try to understand this. there was a whole bunch of souls that were in pain and suffering, and then they got rescued. Now, despite what the government thinks, if you look at this thing outside of the physical body, what is going on the spiritual plane is what the Spirit said here is. When you saw those souls leave out of New Orleans, the city of the dead, going to another, the Astrodome or Atlantis, and several aspects around the world, and every place got these particular so-called souls or refugees in refuge around the country. It was a ritual, and although the government is doing it for his sinister reason, what they're actually saying here is that is nothing but the energy of our souls transferring from the matrix, the physical illusion, into another world.
Oh, yeah.
So this shit is on as we speak. And although, so there's all, it's just like when 9/11 came. There was a ritual that was going down. Although we saw buildings fall, in the tarot card of the tarot of the tower, they say when the towers are struck, they had 2 towers in the tarot system out of Egypt. They say when the towers are struck, it represents the changing of the old guard to the new guard, the old garrison to the new garrison. You see what I'm saying? So when you have one slave ship give over to another slave ship, it represents people. Now don't look at the physical Astrodome. Just look at the characters and the playing out of a role, a cosmic role. And as a result, it represents the souls coming out of bondage. It's the souls coming out of bondage. So for whatever they're doing, in so many words, they are fulfilling prophecy, even with their sinister deeds. Remember this, and I know it had to come from things that I even studied it. You remember on the 10 Commandments, when he kept going to the Pharaoh. Now remember now, the Exodus story we know come from the Corpus Hermeticus. It was a Hermetic Egyptian story. It basically the Hebrews plagiarized. And if you get the Tanakh, what they call the Tanakh, which is a big, thick Old Testament, and if you look at the wording and look at the Hermetic text, the ones we have the Bible, you can literally see how the writing style, where they literally just plagiarize all these Egyptian texts. So now the Exodus story, now try to understand this now. Remember in the 10 Commandments, which is based on the Exodus story, which is based on the exodus of the souls coming out of Hemmitt. Get Jeremiah's Ancient Egypt, Light of the World, Volume 2. Where they talk about the exodus of the souls from Hemmitt to the other world. Hemmitt means land of Amen, but it also means the underworld. It also means the physical body. So now, we're talking about a Hamite ritual. It's in there, but in this particular text, the Exodus, which is taken, the Exodus, the book of Ezekiel, all that shit is taken from the Corpus Hermeticus of the souls exiting from Hemmitt in the Egyptian ritual. Jeremiah explains all of that. In there, those souls that do their exodus, in the movie The 10 Commandments, when Moses goes, which is Tahuti, if you understand not the historical shit, because that never happened, is the mythological character, which is Tahuti, Moses goes to the Pharaoh, and he says, let my people go, and he said it several times, and the last time the Pharaoh did the last trick by saying, I'm going to kill the firstborn son, and Moses turned to him and said, oh, you fucked up this time, because I told you the last time that the next time you judge, it's going to be by your own hand. So whatever sinister move they're making, it's going to happen to them. Now, let me explain something, how I know it's spiritual. I'm going to show you something to let you know that what I'm not talking about is bullshit. Look at the Constitution. See what you got. Put that shit on the camera. It says Exodus. You see? As death toll climbs, perhaps thousands. You see, they only found 400 so far. New Orleans is being evacuated, likely for months. Some refugees find shelter in Atlanta. Now, my point here is there's a ritual ritual going on, and they just didn't put this on the paper when they say Exodus. So now, if there's a ritual going on in the physical, there's a ritual going on in the spirit realm. You see, in the spirit realm. And this is one of the keys. And by New Orleans being the city of the dead, but they say the dead shall rise. This stuff is going on, and it's spiritual, and it's happening. Get the movie, because it's all about this in the movie. It's going to happen with this disease. Watch this shit. It's coming. The CDC has already warned this shit.
That's right.
Get the movie, the Stephen King movie. What's the name of that movie? The Stand. You got it, baby. You get the damn Stand and look at that shit, and you got it. All of that stuff is connected. All of that is connected. They sitting back trying to find out what Bibles they're going to use. All they know they're going to use some shit on some niggas.
Right.
Right? You see, back now they done did the SARS thing, but my point here is don't get caught up in the okie doke. Now, number two, here comes another black preacher. There's some shit going on. Another black preacher. FEMA cut out the money, had a $2,000 debit card. They cut it out last Friday. So last Saturday, they told the city of Houston, we pulled it the fuck out. We gone. We getting up out of here. So somebody heard, some black person heard about it, some administrator who was working with them. He called some black preacher. Obviously, they must have called the one that was one of these hellfire niggas. Anyway, this preacher comes and say, look, he said, now, these are the black people you got sitting on these damn cars. He said, let me tell you a little bit about these Negroes. He said, if you don't want Houston to burn down the mall, you better fuck around and stay. Because these niggas here, once they see you leave, they don't think it's up for their ass. And Houston gonna burn up. And so they convinced FEMA to stay. They say, well, that ain't quite the plan yet. We don't need another riot. They said, no, the preacher say, look, these niggas gonna burn down this shit. He said, now leave if you want to, but I'm telling you, they're gonna burn this Houston down. So FEMA said, okay, we'll stay a couple of weeks until we go and try to figure out how we gonna do this shit. But what it is they're gonna leave these niggas high and dry.
Yep.
Because just like the 9/11, you giving all that money, first of all, Red Cross, they said don't give the Red Cross, all that money is going to Iraq.
That's right.
And big business. You understand what I'm saying? And big business. And all other types of things. You see. And number two, they said this New Orleans is rich in oil.
Yep, number two.
Number one. Number three, they're saying that what they're going to do is they're going to pull out, you know the niggas, they ain't going to, come on man, they spent damn 10 years getting niggas off welfare and saying, fuck y'all, we ain't giving y'all shit. And all of a sudden they're going to bankroll 100,000 black people. Are you crazy? Over 1 million black people going to get paid? You see what I'm saying? Come on now, we know the government better than that shit. You see what I'm saying? Other than a couple of TV dinners, it's stupid them niggas. You see what I'm saying? I'm telling you what time it is. So, but here it is again, they're trying to create this incident stuff because it's all based on what they're trying to do. But there's something else in the mix on why they really fucked up. We're going to go to a break, but I want to go into this right quick. Before we go into break, I want to show you this. First of all, I've been doing these readings, and thanks to the brother Azanagi, these things have been off the chain. Been doing these readings. How many people got the readings? Was it satisfactory? It was off the damn chain because they say, well, what's the difference with these readings? These readings are telling you what God and Goddess you are. Mm-hmm. So they're not really, these readings deal with the God and Goddess you are. And as a matter of fact, I have perfected it each month. And it's an hour long, it's 30 minutes on your name and 30 minutes on your zodiac. So if the people are interested in that, you can sign up. You can sign up, you see what I'm saying, also. But I want to show you this right here to show you what's going on now. Because this is connected to the DNA. We're going to get to this pictorial aspect, but I want to show you this because this is connected to the DNA. This is very key, man. This is a bombshell. And this is why I think that they realized what they did. And I think the Spirit must have told them to do it because I don't see why anybody would do this to ensure their demise. But they did it anyway. And I want to show this to you. You know, before we go to the break, I pull out these pictures, and I want to show you this one thing. So we can go into this type of thing when we get back on why they might have to be forced to make a move. But whatever they do, it's not going to work. Just remember that now. You know, just remember that. You believed in God all these years when the cracker was shitting you. You can hang on a few more years, a few more months to believe that your ass ain't in danger. A white man tell you all kind of stuff. You go to the army and blow your head off, your children's head off, and he just throw Jesus up in there and you know, you co-sign the bullshit. So at least believe at this particular time that ain't shit gonna happen to you. You see what I'm saying? That you are in good hands with all niggas. You see? And ain't nothing gonna happen to you. At least do that. But I wanna see what happens when you see. Now what it is see, when I have my stuff, when I pick up my stuff and have it unorganized, I can find shit right away. But there was a neat woman that came up in there in Louisiana, in St. Louis, and she piled all the stuff real neat, and now I'm fucked up because I can't find it. But I'll go into it. Well, pretty much I'll go into what's going on, then I'll find it when we come back and show you the actual picture of this thing. But in so many words, what has happened here two things happened on July 4th. One, they have passed a law that they're outlawing the herbs and vitamins. The law, they tried to pass it in 1993, but the white folks saved it. So they finally came back and got this thing and all with as herbs and vitamins somewhere by the first of next year. You're going to have this prescription to get. Because the pharmaceutical industry is like fascism. They're putting this shit on lockdown. You're going to have to go through them, and so they can dictate what goes in your body. And the only way they can do this was to attack the herbs and the vitamins. So they outlawed the herbs and the vitamins. And what's the name of it? Anybody know the name of the bill? Codex. Yeah. The Codex bill passed on July 4th. So therefore, you're going to need prescription to get herbs and vitamins. They also said that any shamans caught dealing with herbs and vitamins as far as giving people the adequate help, they're going to lock them down. They're going to lock them up. So they let you know that there's a great... Now, don't think this is not possible, because Europe is already under this. I think Europe has been under this about 2 or 3 years. Since the first of the millennium. So they've already passed the law outlawing the herbs and vitamins, which they're going to enforce at the first of the year. You see, maybe in December. You understand what I'm saying? Yep. But then again, on the other hand, this is another thing too. Most of that shit is placebo anyway. Most of those herbs and vitamins, you don't need. Most of the stuff you can produce in your body with your own mind. That's the other part. But because our DNA changing, I have already changed, we're going to get into it. You already have the ability to do it, so we don't even need the herbs. Most of this stuff is based on your thought pattern. And you can produce it with your own mind, but this is the best medicine they got, and they ain't about to get up off the liver. This shit right here. If you understand the medicinal aspect of this stuff here and all, this thing right here, shoot, man. So we'll get into that, but the point I'm trying to make is they lock down the herbs and vitamins. The other thing here as dealing with the DNA, what is the kickoff part of why your DNA has changed? Now, on July the 4th, at 2 o'clock in the morning, they sent an unmanned rocket up to a comet called Temple 1. And they blew a hole in it the size of 2 football fields. The size of 2 football fields. And this is how I know that the Spirit hadn't let them do it, make them do it. Just to take some pictures of it. But whatever this comet was, the particles that was in this comet was the same stuff that was in the universe before this particular solar system was created. Now, if you understand as above, so below, if they blew open something in space that has ancient particles, subatomic particles, and microscopic organisms that was in the universe before this particular solar system was created, and you know, as above, so below, and the real universe is within. That means that the DNA and the melanin particles inside of you has unleashed a latent, potent form of melanin. In this case, it's called DMT spirit molecule. We got the book here to read up on the DMT spirit molecule by Rick Straussman, MD, to try to understand this concept. Although they use it as a drug, the DMT spirit molecule by Rick Straussman, but it unleashed a latent part of melanin inside of you. You just don't know it yet because the simple fact they got to keep you distracted. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? But that ain't going to work. You see, because the other part of the distraction is, based on the Sanskrit text is, when the people become fearful of annihilation, then these devices come online. So they damn if they do, damn if they don't. They don't know what they're doing. Like I say, they might run around this motherfucker, but they don't run it. We running it. We just don't understand. But when they hit that temple, it's in the H.P. Lovecraft talks about it in his Cthulhu mythos, and he had dreams of this thing 70 years ago. And in there they talk about there's an entity that sits in the part of the universe where all spheres meet. And when all spheres meet, and when that entity wakes up, all these dimensions come together as one. So in so many words, that's what happens when they hit that temple one. The energy on the inside of us is most potent part of DNA has been unleashed. You see what I'm saying? I can show you. I was trying to get the picture, but I do have the news article right here. I do have the news article right here where they show a sudden impact, and they got the comet, and they got this particular machine that was supposed to blow this up, and it hit dead center, and as a result, they woke up a Shiva-type energy. You see, a Shiva-type energy. You see, the hurricane is connected with this too, because even though they produced the hurricane, the energy that they produce is the Shiva-type energy. When you get this movie, The Skeleton Key, there's an entity called the Dancing Shiva. And I'll show you this when we come back. The girl in the movie in Louisiana has on this Shiva shirt, t-shirt. You see what I'm saying? So all this stuff is connected. All the stuff is connected. You see? So, as a result, they're in hot water with this fucking Temple One. Because they went too far and fucked up out in space and blew up the wrong shit. Which was nothing but a sleeping hormone inside of us. You see what I'm saying? This inside of us. So this stuff is going on, and as we go into what is called the harvest months, that's how I understand. Because when this shit hit this equinox, which is when? When is it, when is the fall equinox? The 23rd, when it hits that, the fall equinox, you ever see that horn of plenty? Where you see all these festivals, you think it's some shit from the pilgrims, is actually spiritual festivals. They say that all the stuff grows in the spring, in the summer, and in the winter it has to be harvest. So energy and things inside of us is harvest in the spring and the summer. Why do you think you go to school in the fall? You go to full school in the fall because all of the hormones and different things is ready and can be concentrated on you learning. Everything's a ritual. But that great harvest that we're talking about, when this equinox hit, you see what I'm saying? And October starts to come in. You see what I'm saying? It's going to be there's a whole lot of shit happen, and a whole lot of hell going to break loose.
October 17th? I'm
telling you, what we're talking about here, with this 2012, this Katrina, which is Katrina, it's called Katrina. In the Hopi Indian, it's called Kachina. It's interesting. Now, they would name it Katrina, and then the Hopi Indians call it Kachina. They say the Kachinas are some spiritual entities that's going to come. It's the Hopi Indians. And they're going to go to war with the white man, is what they say. And the white man, being physical, will not be able to fight these Kachinas because these Kachinas are going to be spiritual. And the white man can't lock up the spirit. He couldn't lock up the hurricane. Although he produced it. He's fucking with stuff that he's actually fulfilling prophecies within his act. It's almost like the spirit realm was looking back saying, we're going to set him here to do this kind of shit here, and he's going to do it. But in actuality, we are the authors or the architect behind him doing it. And the whole shit was a cosmic drama unfolding. That's why you can't get all emotional and shit, because this is prophecy fulfilling itself. We've been talking about the fall of America for years. Now the motherfucker falling. You know what I'm saying? And you want to go back to goddamn antebellum times when your ass was a slave anyway. We ain't never had no fucking freedom.
That's right.
You see, so now here it is. They talk about the Katrina. In the Hebrew law, they talk about the Shekinah. They say when the Shekinah comes, the Shekinah is in exile. When the Shekinah comes back, Israel comes out of exile. You see what I'm saying? Israel, Isis, Ra, and El, which is harvest. You see, comes out of exile. So you got the Katrina, you got the Shekinah, you got the Shekinah, and then you get Katrina. And then all of a sudden, exile and fucking Exodus. It's all playing out. You see, it's all playing out. But it's all playing out based on this shit right here. This Temple 1, they blew up that comet, and now the DNA inside of you is activated. It's needing lots and lots of water. Mm-hmm. Lots and lots of water. I'm talking about me and my mate, we get a 24 case of water. And we drink it in damn 2 days. Or 3 days. As long as we up, we drinking water. I'll have 2 bottles open at the same damn time. Lots and lots of water. Not sink water. Lots and lots of water. You see what I'm saying? That's one of the keys. There's some other remedies also, but that's one of the keys. But let's see, a couple other things. I want to see something here before we go to because we got a lot of stuff we got to cover. But before we go to the break, I want to see something else, see if there's anything else that, let's see, I got some other papers. I want to see if there's anything else that I need to understand what we say. I want to tell you this. There's a book out called The Laughing Jesus. Now, The Laughing Jesus, did I bring the damn book? It's called The Laughing Jesus by Peter Gandy and Timothy Free. By Peter Gandy and Timothy Free. Who did I bring in? It's called The Laughing Jesus. Oh, I think I left it in the damn suitcase. Anyway, I think on page 42 of the book, there's a chapter I want you to read in the book when you get it. You want to get 3 books. There's the Jesus Mystery by Peter Gandy and Timothy Free. There's Jesus and the Lost Goddess by Peter Gandy and Timothy Free. And there's the new book, The Laughing Jesus. I want you to read the chapter in The Laughing Jesus of the greatest person who never lived. They're talking about how they basically fabricated this historical Jesus from the Egyptian Gnostic Jesus that was talking about your inner self. And they worked almost 200 years to get this shit down to a physical Jesus because Rome wanted to corner no damn market and rule with this physical thing. You say it's a real Jesus that came, or a real person, then all other religions become fake. But the only one that's fake is the damn Christianity, because even Hebrew or Islam never said the Messiah was back then. You know what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make here is, there's a part in there where they go into the original text of what they took this Jesus from, and it's a Jesus of nonviolence that the Egyptians was talking about, because they was going up against Rome, and Rome was the America of that day. And these Egyptians was talking about this nonviolent person, and if God is my witness, when you read that chapter, you're going to find out that basically, pound for pound and word for word, basically, Martin Luther King was fashioned after his character. Thus makes a Messiah for white people. That's why he's most celebrated amongst white folks now. Mm-hmm. And so these people are so advanced and crafty until they created a black messiah for themselves. That's why his name, his street is in every city down there in the country. And they got the actual Gnostic text on where they took this shit from. And the British fashioned it for Gandhi. And then they fashioned a greater Gnostic Christian aspect for Martin Luther King. And it's unbelievable. I'm reading this shit on that. Where did I see this shit before? And it's Martin Luther King. So in so many words, we understand why the original Martin Luther King Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia starts in the Confederate graveyard. Which is, and all the rest of them. He is their Messiah, and it was interesting because about 12 or 13 years ago, right before I started lecturing, a guy from the Theological Seminary, which is the black place where they train the black preachers, he was talking to me one day, and we got into this discussion about Martin Luther King, and he was like, no, man, he said, you didn't know? He said, that was a Messiah that they trained, that was a Messiah they put for white folks. I'm like, damn. I said, you all discuss this shit? He said, man, they made that motherfucker up as a Messiah for them. And this guy told me this shit about 13 years ago when he was in the seminary being trained, and he told me this story, and I said, man, that's interesting, he's saying this. And then I get this book of Lamentations, and I'm reading the part on the chapter on the greatest person who never lived, and here is these texts talking about the Jesus against the Roman one, and the one with the Egyptian one was a non-violent one, and it was the same, I mean, literally, it was the role, it's almost like everything that he did, Martin Luther King did, it was a script that was written down from these ancient Gnostic Egyptian texts of a Messiah. Well, since they made him one shit, it still works that way. But then again, on the other hand, isn't it interesting that his wife would have the stroke about 2 weeks before the hurricane, or 3 weeks before the hurricane? Everything is everything. You see what I'm saying? Everything is everything. So it's just a lot of this, it's just a lot of stuff that's going on. So now, I want to explain something before we go and stuff, because I got a lot of things. I want to explain this. This one with the afro is a form of Erzuli. This is Erzuli. This is one called Saint Martha. And she showed up. As a matter of fact, spiritually, I drew a picture of this Afro woman that's in my house, because I'm an artist. But I'm a photorealistic artist. I draw that you got to look real close to see the photograph. I was obsessed with that. Thus, it ended my career as an artist, because you can't grow that much in bigger ideas when you're dealing with that stuff. That's more for illustrators. But I was the best at it. You got to look real close to see whether it was a photograph. But anyway, I drew this picture of this Afro woman in 1991. And come to find out, she said that I drew her years ago. This is the form of Erzuli, got a snake around her. This is the whole DNA we're going to talk about. But anyway, she's Saint Martha, the dominatrix. And you light a green candle to her image on the Friday and it keeps the enemy down or makes a wandering husband return. Wow. Then they have a prayer to Saint Martha. They have a prayer to Saint Martha that you can do. But she's also for protection. So anybody can deal with this and stuff. If you want protection, if you need protection, especially now with all this shit going on, this is the one you want to deal with. And this particular god called Hemmitt. All these forces. Now, for people that want to be, okay, we'll give you several things. Let's say you're a woman, and you got a peaceful man, but you want him to be have more passion. Maybe the fire done going out your shit. Then here's a picture of a voodoo priestess, dancing naked. You can't see it really. With a chicken. And it says this voodoo dancer is naked in sexual ecstasy, possessed by voodoo loa, Erzuli. So she's possessed by Erzuli, the goddess of sexual love. The chicken she holds in her hand will be sacrificed to the goddess later, or later to the goddess. So what you're actually seeing is an actual ritual going on. So as a result, if you really want to get some heat, if you want to get some real fire in your shit, you know, you want to, if you're a brother, you want to be desired, and you anything in the love thing with this Erzuli, this is the shit that you want. Now, let you know how this was. And I had to take this from an occult book which the picture was about this small. I had to blow it up the best I could get it. And this is the best I could get the silhouette. So you can see her in there, but it's still an artistic form of a silhouette. Now, this is the mission. This symbol of Erzuli, I drew the silhouette up one with the caption, you see. I didn't put the symbol on here until Thursday. I put the symbol on that Thursday, and I didn't bring the pictures because it was too, I didn't want the plane to fuck them up. They're fucking up shit. But I put them in her altar. As soon as I drew the pictures, her spirit came inside of the damn Xerox machine, and it's these wavy lines in 4 pictures. In 4 pictures. But at first I thought the Xerox machine was messing up, but I remember I had already done 2 pictures before, and then on the fourth or fifth picture it went back normal, and then I realized, and I had one of the seers out in the car, and my mate is a seer, and I said, wait a minute, did Erzuli come up in that motherfucker when I was in there doing it? They said, yeah. So she was sending a message saying, if these niggas get this goddamn picture right here, you want a nigga? I've been trying to get this love spell shit down for a minute, so the sisters can have some relief, or the brothers that need somebody, you want to get some real passion going. They said, if you want to get one, if this woman dance with this chicken, you take this thing here and put it on your wall, and altar, you have all kind of shit up in your house. I have some orgies going on up in there. You know this. You know what I'm saying? Milkman, mailman, whatever. Whosoever. But my point here, so that's one of the particular ones. We're going to be talking about this yantra. This is the Sri yantra. This is the ultimate form of the DNA matrix that lines up the DNA. We're going to be talking about this yantra. And we got a book on it. This is the thing that you stare into and it lines up the DNA. This is the temple of Horus, the head Heru, which I got the temple of Dendera. They marry each other each year, so also for prosperity and for love. Now, you want to put this temple up with the temple of Dendera. This is the goddess Durga, which is a warrior aspect of the goddess Kali, and she's one that you want in your energy right now because her energy was a part of the tsunami. And this is the temple of Angkor Wat, which is 37 miles long in Southeast Asia, Cambodia. This is why it had the Vietnam War. This is the temple of Isis, Aset, which is very key right now because Aset is a form of Erzuli. And of course, I've been selling these Lakshmis. One sister and them did a ritual of Lakshmi, made a whole bunch of money, made a whole bunch of money, and moved, they made a whole bunch of money. They sent me this, they was living in Hawaii, they sent me and the sister Delbert and my mate some volcano wine from the goddess Pele, because she's on the scene right now. Then they moved to New Orleans about a month ago or 2 months ago, so we trying to see what happened to them. I think they said the money was lost and had enough to stay in a hotel. This is Hammer. With this particular person, you can't lose on no aspect with this particular Hammer. Now, it's the interesting thing about him. I've had him for the last 3 lectures, and I go to places, and 1 or 2 people buy Hammer, and then I say, why they ain't buying you? They say he's a trick, he's a monkey deity. And he said, only the people supposed to buy me is the people that's right in spirit. So the other ones, they walk past me and shit, they ain't right. So he hides from their ass and stuff. And now this is also the goddess, this is Lakshmi, but this is her mate, Vishnu, which is her mate, and there are 2 aspects of the male and female consort of divine love. This is coming from the temple of Kalamaho in India. And you can see he's a brother because he's caressing that breast. Now this is God and goddesses of the universe and stuff, so it's interesting how you can have a religion where you go from this kind of shit where he holding on that cup and that booze and shit to being a damn unit, whereas you know he's supposed to have that sex and passion and all that is bad. You put this Christianity and these other religions and stuff. And last but not least, this is the God, and I got tons of these things, I got more than these. This is the God Shiva. Now Shiva is also an energy now, and anybody in the last month or 2 months been seeing these thunderstorms, just thundering, but yet ain't no rain. Anybody been experiencing this? I know it's happening down in Atlanta. That's this God Shiva, who immediately Then Temple 1 was exploded. His energy real woke. And so his energy is real powerful right now. Real powerful right now. And also, so you want to align yourself with that. Plus we got 3 times as many pictures, so you want to deal with those type of things. I also have some DVDs down there that I did in Chicago. That's the bomb. It's like a day 2 of this particular. It's a different lecture, but it's real interesting stuff that's going on in the actual DVD. And a lot of the brothers, the scholars showed up for that particular lecture too. So we got some DVDs and some other things. So we're gonna go to a break, and when we come back, we're gonna go into some more stuff. We got a lot of stuff to cover. Y'all all right?
Peace.
Okay. So y'all. Okay. We back on.
Yeah, you back on.
You need to get this book, Spiritual Cleansing and Psychic Self-Defense by Robert Laramie. The picture that you see of St. Martha, I got a little teeny picture of it out of this book. And then I found other pictures, but there's other prayers and stuff in this book. This book here will guard you off from psychic vampires. Tell them that over there, the party is picking up.
Hey, somebody.
Yeah, tell them also the children are all on the table. So tell them,
They need
attend me in church. So anyway, the Spiritual Cleansing and the Psychic Self-Defense by Robert Laramie, Laramey. This is one you need for psychic vampires. You're going to get a lot of that now. What that means is you might have we have a lot of psychic vampires. People come around you and you immediately feel bad. They drain your energy. We have a lot of psychic vampires and stuff like that. Hey, I'm telling you, the baby's picking up on that thing. Tell them that, we can hear them and it's picking up. You can have a film full of crime. Yeah. Tell them to take them in the front. Yeah.
Quick side note, I was listening to a show about a guy blessing water or getting demons. Is such thing as demons or bad energy in water?
Well, the word Damien just means your own higher self. These are ancient terms used for water things, but there is negative energy.
Right.
And a lot of people carry negative energy.
So can you drink a lot of water with bad energy in it?
Well, let's put it this way. I don't know about that. I know when a person, like the other day I was mad and I was cooking. Somebody called me on the phone, pissed me the shit off. And immediately, my maid got some type of heartburn or something, a stomach ache. So you can put energy transfers on that particular level. This one, Spiritual Cleansing and Psychic Self-Defense, is an excellent book by Robert Laramie. It's an excellent book. So we just want to, but I don't know about whether drinking water, not unless there's somebody transferring something, not unless somebody's transferring something, on that particular level. Okay, moving right along. Let's see. Yeah, this is going to be true. Yeah, I got it. Here we go. I'm going to show something here. I'm going to show something right now, and then I'm going to return back to it. Yeah, let's see what we got here. 2 things. First of all, what we're dealing with now, we're going to line up the DNA, is there's a lot of books out on the chakras. But this particular book here, dealing with the chakras, is a lot more stuff added to it. So you might get the chakras, and they might show certain pictures. But this particular picture showing you that there's a lot more going on inside of you when you can see this basic chakra, and there's 7 of these. I'm thinking something like 160 in all. But if this chakra with the god Shiva, and that's the goddess Lakshmi, and there's an alligator, a skull, a lotus plant, and a whole bunch of stuff that is going on, comes to show you that in each one of us, there's a lot more going on than what we think it is. It's like it's literally a whole civilization. If the 7 basic chakras have this much energy going on, then that's something that you need to deal with. Now here's a book called The Chakras, Energy Centers for a Transformation by Harish Johari, Johari. So now this particular book, as well as, let's see, I got the book on the yantra. Let's see if on the yantra. This particular book, as well as, now I know did I have that book when I first came in? I might have put it in the, I think I might have left it in my bag. This particular book is going to give you more. It's going to give you more than the basic book that you get, because as I'll show you, there's different things that's going on and different type of activity that's going on inside of your chakras. So this is almost as if that your human body is a whole universe within itself. And I think that this particular book, Chakras, the Energy Centers of Transformation, by Harish, H-A-R-I-S-H, Johari, J-O-H-A-R-I, is probably one of the a little more advanced books. There's another book called The Yantra by the same person. I think I talked about it on my tape in June, and we'll go back into that, how the yantra lines up the DNA. But now we're talking also, let me show you that, the yantra. The yantra is this particular picture here, but I'm going to get a color picture of it. But I just wanted to illustrate the book that's probably the most important at this time, is this particular one. It costs about $19 for that particular book. But if you're going to deal with the chakra, you need to deal with books that give you a lot more information. And I just thought it was very curious when I got the yantra book, and I knew he had the chakra book. But when I finally took a look at it, I just thought it was just very curious on how that's a real illustrated point to show something that's inside your body. It has activity and entities, you see what I'm saying, that is going on. So that's why they talk about, and I think that Lakshmi governs the heart chakra, and that's why they talk about that you can fool a lot of people, but you can't fool yourself, because there's somebody on the inside of you judging. So in so many words, that inside of you is nothing but an aspect of your own soul, of your own soul. And so as a result, keeping that in mind, I think that this particular book that I just gave you is an excellent book at this particular time when we're talking about lining up DNA. You see what I'm saying? And I'm going to show you exactly what the DNA thing is. I don't want you to mistake the DNA with the medical DNA. Now they're dealing with 2 strands of the double helix DNA. And pretty much the science is based on those 2 strands. Now you've heard people like David Icke, you've heard people like David Icke, you've heard people like I think it's Zachariah Sitchin, and they all talk about how we used to have 12 DNA strands. I'm getting ready to give you a good mystery on this, because there's a big debate on, they say we used to have 12 DNA strands, and then it went down to 2 DNA strands. Now the picture that the movie you want to get is to get the movie Fifth Element. And in that movie, this woman had about 100 DNA strands. Okay, that's pretty much like it is. There might be 12 major, but what we're talking about is 100 DNA strands. Now this yantra, which lines up the DNA, which you see in here, there's a book out on the yantra, and you stare into this, and it's the ultimate principle, and you stare into this particular yantra, and it lines up the DNA. Well, also a part of lining up the DNA is this new chakra information done by the same guy who puts out the yantra book, that Harish Johari, which is excellent. So we're going to have to start, most of this stuff is going to be, let me explain it. Your spirit already knows what it is. So you have to do very little work. A lot of these things go to images and symbols, and there's one white boy told me one time, well, he said something, the same thing that C3 Manel said, that this thing is going to come down to symbolism. And whatever symbols you can come across is what is going to activate you on a higher level. So a lot of the exercise, there were certain symbols that the ancient people put in place for us, and all you got to do is look at it. Now we know that because soon as I remember when we first started tapping back into the Egyptian stuff, Camite stuff, 12, 13 years ago, 15 years ago, and just something about them pictures on the temple wall just did something. It actually woke things up. I saw one of these temples here, and I said, I looked and I said, these people were not a people that were a regular type of people as we know. And for that one instant when I saw this, this was about 14, 15 years ago, when I saw this, it took me out of the reality of the possibilities of what I know white society tell you all there is. You know what I'm saying? It took me out of that thing, so I know that just the imagery alone. But we go to Hemmitt and you visit those large monuments, you're not there long enough, but if you can align yourself with certain symbolism, then it can open up certain consciousness. So these temples, we awaken you to a certain amount of knowledge that you are a great people. Now these particular symbolism, this particular symbol, and especially this particular one, when we're dealing with this particular time, is going to be crucial. And it's still in print. It's 1995. It's going to be crucial because you're going to try to understand the different aspects of these chakras. Not for the aspect of just some wheels of light that you see in some books, but the key is to try to study the imagery. Now, I'll do you one better. I have a tape, and also you can get in touch with me. I have a tape on the chakras where these white folks will come in. And they've gone to, and they took the animated stuff and computers, and they go to each chakra. And they go in and they show all this type of imagery until it gets to the top chakra, and then Shiva sitting up there, and it's a whole thing. They've illuminated this whole thing, and I got access to that. So if you're interested in that, you can get in contact with me. And this is one of the keys also what I want to deal with. Now, if you saw the movie, The Fifth Element, and the guy was saying, well, this is the basic, and he talked about this two strands of DNA, and then when he got to this particular woman who was supposed to be the supreme being, or supposed to have been God on earth at that particular time, when he got to her, he said, this is her DNA, and it was literally hundreds of strands. Now, this is the key when we talk about this DNA, what's different from what these white boys are saying. The white boys are saying, well, we had 12 DNA strands, and there's no way we can get that back because it's all been separated or the lining up of that. But they don't know how it's going to line up or what it is that is lining up. And when I was in St. Louis, the Spirit gave me the complete answer, right in the middle of the lecture and all. And I said, damn, I didn't ever think about it that way. But I know the mythology, and when you study the mythology. Now this is a simulation of what part the DNA strand. Now here is 3 strands. But in so many words, these strands they're talking about is going through different cycles. So if we're talking about stuff lining up, a DNA coming back in us, as you can see, there's the different aspects of amethyst, spiritist, pagan, monotheistic, atheist, nihilist, chaos. Chaos is talking about the primordial realm. Shamanic, religious, rationalist, pandemon. When they talk about the pandemonium or the chaos realm, that's going back to the primal great mother. And they just show 2 DNA strands in this particular lineup. Now, Richard King teaches us that melanin is chaos. And so, once I heard that, I knew that the white boys were studying what is chaos magic for years. There's 2 good books on that. One called Liber Chaos by Peter Carroll, and another book is called Liber Null and the Psychonaut by Peter Carroll. Awesome books. You see. They say, well, what's the goal with these? And he wrote these in 79. He said, we need some material and some information that we can use when we stand behind barbed wire. In so many words, when the government is turned against us and it's starting to make us into slaves. So thus, they started dealing with chaos magic, but chaos magic is a bunch of magic put together of ancient black systems. They just don't stick in one system because they understand that all systems are fragmented. So therefore, you use it all. You see what I'm saying? You use it and you don't throw away nothing. There's some Christian stuff you can use. There's some Hebrew stuff you can use. There's some Islamic stuff you can use. Then there's the esoteric stuff you can use. Yoga, Buddhism, Gnosticism, Kabbalistic, ancient Kemet, ancient Sumerian. You got to use all of this stuff. You see what I'm saying? All of it. The Taoist system from Asia. You got to use it. And that's what the basic of what chaos magic is talking about. In so many words, so this book, this particular diagram is coming from a book, Liber Chaos. What I'm trying to make is this. They still are talking about they only have 2 DNA strands. 2 DNA strands. But they say that they're separated from the 12. Well, it's more than that when you really think about it. But, because they showed on the movie it was hundreds. And just like the black woman who was a geneticist that came to this white genetic conference in 1998 and said that, well, you know, you all studying the genetic thing that you got, the genetic map in the human genome. They say, but you can't even map our shit because it's so advanced. And there's so much more to it. The key here is the 2 DNA strands, whatever happened to the other 12 or the other 100. It is simple. You go back to the mythology of the Enuma Elish, or the mythology of Zeus and the Titans, because that's all black mythology coming from Samaria and Phoenicia. You see what I'm saying? And any fall mythology where they had a person fall, Virtua and Dana fell in India. You see, any mythology of the fall, you'll find out one thing, especially when you're dealing with the Titans. The Titans were these super cosmic beings that ruled the universe before the previous universe, about like that comet. You see what I'm saying? On scientific terms. Then they got in a fight, they lost the war, but they were burnt up by the arrow. Yeah. Tell me, it's fucking up the video. What can I say? I know you're sure and all this, but shit's gonna go, you know, so y'all do what y'all got to do. Take them for an ice cream ride or something. You know. But, anyway, what happened here is the Titans were burnt up by a lightning bolt, and then their blood was used to make man. So when you ask the question, what happened to the other DNA strands, it is nothing but what is left over, which is melanin. So melanin is nothing but the crushed original DNA strand that was burnt up down into carbon.
666.
666. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, which is carbon.
Yep.
So the leftover DNA strand that the white boy is saying that they can't get access from is that it's melanin, and it doesn't have to act in the form of the original DNA strand because nothing is lost, because the simple fact is melanin is active. So that is the leftover DNA strand when you study the mythology. There's a book called The Hermetic Traditions by Julius Evola. The Hermetic Traditions by Julius Evola. And he goes into a lot of that particular aspect about that DNA. But it's interesting here, he said it caused a cosmic thirst when this lightning bolt hit. So here comes again, it's talking also again about water. Now there's some other things you got to deal with also, and I'll get into that in a few minutes. What's that?
Is that what they call junk DNA?
Junk DNA.
Right.
Junk DNA is what they call it, and junk DNA, even David Icke even said,
they don't understand.
junk DNA is just what they don't understand. That's melanin. But the DNA that we're talking about here, of these other, this is one of the keys, because they're talking about these 12 DNA strands lining up on 2012. You see. Those 12 DNA strands that they're talking about, we carry them, it's melanin. When they burnt up the Titans, in so many words, or if you want to do more scientific term, when their bodies became more condensed into the human bodies, and for some kind of way this particular, the original DNA became dormant, it still became a form of melanin. It just needed a jolt to wake back up. And the waking back up of that was this Temple 1 comet that they blew up. Now, several ways we can deal with this thing on how this thing is realigned. Number one is imagery. The imagery is what realigns that. Now, when I do the readings, and some of the people that heard the reading, I give you your Buddhist meditation. And your Buddhist meditation, they say, meditate on a hacked to pieces corpse. Well, he said, well, why would I want to meditate on a hacked to pieces corpse? Well, Osiris was hacked to pieces. But then they'll say, meditate on an eaten and scattered corpse. Well, the catfish ate his penis. So you say, well, what has this got to do with the DNA? Well, if these stories of Osiris being hacked to pieces is not stories of some man that lived a couple of years ago, but was actually stories of what happened to your own fall and your own DNA, then when you meditate on these things, your soul remembers. And say, oh, that's what happened to me. See, when you talk about these things that happen, you don't supposed to apply these things to a deity that lived years ago. And that's what the book The Laughing Jesus was talking about, on how they really messed it up real bad in the ancient world because nobody else had done that, where they focused mainly on a historical person and messed up the motif to understand that these things were talking about a future people and a future day. Mm-hmm. And basically talking about us.
That's right.
You see, so the imagery that you deal with, they resonate in the soul. You see what I'm saying? They resonate in the soul. This is very key on how this thing is done, on how this is done, because they teach you all of this stuff, and you can't look at this stuff on if you look at this stuff on a scientific level, as the basic science that the white boy teaches you, you get lost. You see what I'm saying? Because he's only dealing with something that is basically suitable for his apparatus of learning and possibilities that is suitable for him. But with us, we're talking about much, much more. You see what I'm saying? If we just get out of his paradigm, or what they call his template of learning, you got to redo your mind. You see? So it is important at this time, because of we have changed and don't know it, to get the imagery. You see what I'm saying? To remember. Now this, like I said, so this has seven different basic chakras, but it has, but it also has the different energies. Now, you see, what we did yesterday is we Xerox some of these out of the book just to put on the wall. So when you buy the book or whatever the deal here is, you know, you get the book, you want to use this stuff to put on the wall so that you can meditate upon. Now, meditation a lot of times is not just sitting down and closing your eyes. Meditation is basically when you just focus on something and study it. You see what I'm saying? That's a form of meditation. You see, and study it and focus on it. That's a form of meditation. It's no different than learning a new song. You see, this is what lined up these particular things. And let's go. So let me go into some other things that is actually happening at this particular time, because all this stuff plays a major part. Now, they talk about the return of these ships, these motherships and all these things, and you're thinking it's a physical apparatus, a physical thing. Those were man-made UFOs from 1945 to 1994. They had a whole Area 51 program where they made these round flying things. These ships that we're talking about here is the basic chakra. The basic chakra. Those are the ships. So these chakras pulsate lights of red, green, yellow, blue, white, or whatever, orange and stuff like that. That is the basic ship. So when you see things out in the skies, it's unexplained. That is nothing but a chakra of an entity or a god that is no longer in the physical body, that is much more advanced, that it can actually illuminate its own essence. Now the difference is, the ancestors before this particular time, because they didn't have a certain amount of knowledge, what would happen was, there's variations on where they can go. So most people, when they die, they go to a group of people that are dead folks just like they are. And what happens is when you die, you go to a group of people that's conscious. You see? So in so many words, you would be the ones that would have direct intermediary between the gods and the connection. And the ones that's dead, you see, they would have, it's like a whole other civilization. It's like a caste system. You see, that you initiated in the next world based on your mind in this particular world. But all that's changing now because of the simple fact we're at the end of this year. We're at the end of this particular thing. But going back right along, when you see those things out there, and remember now, these things have been out there for years, and it's only till 1971 that the government made a plan to put green and red lights and stuff that flash on airplanes to camouflage these color type things you see out there. They're still out there. It's just they put these on there to camouflage these color type chakras or vessels of entities. But what happened was, so now when you look up in the sky, you see a bunch of things flashing and turning colors up there. But then again, you'll see something that just, it's not a flash, it just turns colors and it hovers. But those are, that would be the angels, if you want to say, what we're talking about here are the entities, or what they call the shining divas. You see. Your chakra system is set up to do the same thing, and that is exactly what will ultimately happen when this DNA finally illuminates. But in order to have it to illuminate, you got to get into the practice of focusing on these particular chakras, their colors, and their meanings. You see what I'm saying? And their meanings. So any good chakra book at this particular time, this one is an excellent one. There's a couple of chakra handbooks. This one just happened to be one of the goods. And this guy's East Indian, so he got a little more detailed text. But any good chakra books or any good books on the Kundalini at this particular time, you see what I'm saying, is very key. The brother Rudra that opened for me, but he also has about 3 videos out. He made a good, startling find about a month ago. It was profound. And I said, yeah, man, it makes so much sense. And it solved the mystery of the Olmecs. Why we can't find, we got the big heads, but we pretty much, other than the heads, we can't find nothing else. But we know that all those civilizations, the Aztec, the Incas, and the Mayas is nothing but aspects of the Olmec, but it's the cultural aspect of the Olmec. But the Olmecs themselves, when you see those big heads, what it meant was, and this is an excellent discovery, it means that the Olmecs actually were the gods. They were the titans. They were the titans that ruled, and those heads are symbolic of a semi-physical being that ruled prior to this earth slipping mostly into the physical density. And that's what the Olmecs were. And it makes sense because we can't find damn near anything on them other than the cultures that came behind, which we could very well call Olmec. But those particular heads is so unlike the other cultures, you see what I'm saying, that preceded it, or succeeded it. Those heads look different than anything else, but those were the gods. Remember in the when Philadelphus II came to the priest, what's the priest that wrote the chronology of Kemet? Manetho. And they asked him to explain about the actual dynasty. He gave them a bullshit dynasty. They said because ultimately you don't never let a person know where you come from. And he started talking about 3,000 pharaohs, 500 pharaohs in the dynastic and 800 in the pre-dynastic. And they said, well, how long y'all been here? He said about 800 years to 10. No, it's about 8,000 years to 10,000 years. And they said, well, who used to rule before you? And he said, well, that's when a whole bunch of gods used to rule. So we're just talking about a gradual step down of the same entities. But the Olmec represent those heads you see represent those same aspects of those gods that used to rule. So that's a great mystery. You see, a great mystery that is also something that is that needs to be unraveled also. So it's interesting here because I got another thing that I didn't pull out. And this is coming from King Tut's tomb, because there's several ways to do this. Since two aspects I'm talking about here. Since we know that the Temple One, see a lot of things that we had at our disposal, they weren't activated until a certain time. Well, the Temple One comet blast activated a lot of things. And so this one right now I think would be sufficient. And some of the people, if you want, you can get this. You can get this. When we get out of here. I think I don't know how many I did. I think I got enough. Yeah, I got enough. But this is a coming from the King Tut sarcophagus. Now you know King Tut is in the United States. The body is traveling around the United States as we speak. Okay? Now to show you how this magic and this stuff lines up. This shit is real. Because see, whenever he reduced you down to thinking that the only way you can defeat him is by his conventional weapons or methods of warfare, you see what I'm saying? And to the point where as most intellectual black people would think, you know, we need an army, we need this and we need that, but never ever would think for one bit that they had the power to do it, then you know in actuality you still a slave. But the point I'm trying to make here is, I'm going to get another picture, have a picture of King Tut and stuff also. His sarcophagus is in the United States, the whole King Tut exhibit. Is it coming to Baltimore? It's coming to Philly? I know it's going to be in Chicago. Is it in Chicago now? I know one of the next stops, but it's coming to Philly. One of the keys is his sarcophagus. When they dug it up in 1923, they had a ritual to Osiris on it. And the chakras are the ships. And in this you can see all the gods in the celestial boat. Now remember now, you got the boat, you got the dome, you got the arcs, you got the ships, you got the black people in the slave ship, you got the black people in the celestial astrodome, everything's a ritual. There's a lot of energy to that. You see what I'm saying? You got the funerary death, you got black people dying, all this stuff lines up. His sarcophagus and his exhibit is in the United States. And this is one that comes off of his sarcophagus. Now I know that this particular thing is real because the simple fact here is, this book was never put out to the public. Alexander Hislop, I think it's Alexander, yes, one of those, Alexander Pinkoff. Anyway, this book costs about $300. $300 if you get it. This book on all the engravings off of his thing, off of his one. You ready now? This particular ritual to Osiris is now activated because of the Temple One, because of King Tut. And so this particular thing here would be something that's a multiple thing. Let's say if you wanted to line up your DNA, if you wanted to tap into some things. This is a ritual to Osiris, which the Osiris just means the black body. Lord of the perfect black. So it stands to reason that they didn't put these things here knowing that people was going to find them years ago. They foresaw that. And this particular ritual now, this means this thing is accurate now. What you say? It's more than just the DNA. You can take this particular ritual and recite it for whatever the hell you want. Who knows what it is? You know what I'm saying? It could be for healing, get out of jail, money, anything. This is a very key one and all, because I noticed this particular one. And it's interesting because spiritually, I got this about 10 years ago. 10 years ago with some white boys. It was right before the internet. Really, they started checking on the internet, so they didn't know what they had. So I got the book for $22, but it was a $300 book. $400, it depends on where you go and stuff. So the point is but this is the actual, the ritual comes off the sarcophagus. These are main things that can line up things and all, but it's just interesting how you have the guards on the bark, on the ship. All that stuff plays a certain sequence. And this is interesting. Now this way, if we know that there's some guards that is there's some forces that is if there's some forces that's in operation, there's some forces that's behind a lot of things that's going on, then we must understand that this New Orleans thing, although the government is doing one thing, why are they really doing it? After the Temple One and after the whole aspect of this DNA, and I was also in the book, Finding of the Third Eye, they talked about the Vera Stanley Adler's book. Vera Stanley Adler's book, Finding of the Third Eye. And they talk about how the pineal glands will open up in the future, which was delayed like a mother. Well, it did open up to the conscious. It was also in the works of Edgar Casey. Talked about how an avatar would come called John Pineal. And he was thinking it was a real person, but I don't think he was privy to the pineal information. You see what I'm saying? I'm hearing now that a book, a guy, Hilton Hokima's book, called Sons of Perfection. Book 2. Hilton Hokima talked about how there'll be a group of black people that will rise up in the last days. Which is interesting because I have the Hermetic text to say the same thing, that they'll rise up in America. Well, Hilton Hokima's book, Sons of Perfection, he talks about the same thing. But they talk about the finding of the third eye. So it's interesting here, if the government is waiting on that, then we can understand why it would be of some essence to hit New Orleans, because this is one of the chief ancient gods of New Orleans, or the voodoo in that particular aspect. This is the DNA. If you cross it up, you get the double helix. And it's also Dambalawado and Egawado, which is the primordial serpent. Now, okay, this is a good little book. Voodoo Ritual, the User's Guide. By Heikeoowusu. Heikeoowusu. Now this one is in print. Barnes & Noble sells these. And this one is in print. The interesting thing about Dambalawado is they say it's the most ancient primordial snake that renews itself. So what is that talking about? This is exactly what was connected with the thing in Louisiana and the voodoo thing. They're talking about a cosmic serpent, which is not talking about an actual snake. It's talking about the kundalini or the DNA. They say it's an ancient serpent that renews itself. Well, if it's renewing itself, we're talking about the return of the DNA. What's the same thing? The name of the lecture is called what? The Return of the Ancient DNA. Well, let's read. Dambalawado is a primordial entity who eternally renews itself. The serpent-like guardian of cosmic knowledge, he is the embodiment of prehistoric power. You see, he combines himself seemingly and contradictory with the powers of creation, and he is worshipped together with the snake goddess Ada, which is another form of Erzuli, and Santa Martha. That's why you see Santa Martha, she got a snake around her neck. You see what I'm saying? All this stuff connects. Ada, she is a heavenly state. You see, her visible form is the rainbow. To her followers, she is the guardian of cosmic treasure in the rainbow. So she's talking about something that is going to be the end result of a gift, end result of perfection. Now this is interesting about the goddess of Erzuli. So this is the DNA that they're talking about. Now this is why the government has to come in, and this is the way they think. Thinking that it's going to be connected to a landmass, which is stupid. But that don't stop them because they're warlike people. They got to go to war with something. So they might as well start there. That's the way they do it. But it's interesting about the goddess Erzuli, which is another form of her, is, and which is a beautiful thing, it's in this book, it's in this book here, Voodoo Visions, by Sally Ann Glassman. Excellent book. This was a beautiful tale when it talks about that this particular entity, Erzuli, let me get a picture of her, the goddess of beauty. Now, in India, the goddess of beauty is also Lakshmi, all the same energy. This is actually Lakshmi's daughter. Lakshmi, a Hathar's daughter, because she is a later deity, but the later deity is the one that is synonymous to us now. You see, this is Zulu. Santa Martha, which is now, her new name became this woman, is Murta. And she got a little baby with her, a little baby boy. They don't show it in this picture, called Zanak. And the little boy came, I was sleeping on the bed, and he came in the house, and he started feeding my hand. I said, little baby hand, feeding my hand. But it was a little boy, he was like a form of the baby Horse or the baby Jesus. It's interesting about her, which this particular book says, as well as this book here, The Idiot's Guide to Voodoo, which is excellent, but this particular book, it talks about Erzuli. Erzuli is a goddess of wealth, beauty, perfection. She likes all things glamorous, and she likes all riches. But this is a goddess that is conceived out of the minds of the slaves in Haiti. They say that they knew by being in slavery that they could never obtain the wealth that they saw the slave masters obtain. You see what I'm saying? So as a result, she was already an ancient deity known as Aphrodite, Heru, Lakshmi, but the concept of the moral riches and stuff that was dealing with her, is that the slaves used this vision of wealth, and they said we'll transfer it all to her. And she, through her, and through the worship of her, through putting her in our hearts, we can be wealthy also. So we talk about something with a hell of a lot of power to it. You see what I'm saying? A lot of power to it. Now, going back, this ancient DNA, this DNA, so like I said, there's two aspects. This is Zuli Denta. Those are the people that were suffering out there. This is a Zuli freedom. And each one of these dots represents the souls. As you can see, there's a feather up in wings, so that means she's also a form of Maya. As a matter of fact, she's a more authentic form of Maya than the old Maya. Because the old Maya, those are more motifs. They are more templates of something, but the energy is gone because they're thousands of years old. And you have to trace that energy to find out who would be the new Maya. The new Maya, the one that made it to America, it wasn't the goddess Maya out of Egypt. The goddess Lakshmi is a form of Maya. She just got here, but she's an older form, equivalent to Hathor. But the one that made it to America in a newer form, we're just talking about the past 500 years. That's virtually a new deity. That made it to America is Erzuli. Now you're getting the picture on why they had to destroy New Orleans. Here it is, the tail is When Erzuli comes back, or when Mayat comes back, it's over. Mayat represents the end, the reciprocity, and the end result of things. Both on a law level, but both on an alchemical level. This means the finished product is called the tikkun in Kabbalistic law. So they said, well, we got to find out not what is equivalent to the old stuff, but we got to find out what is equivalent to the new stuff. In this case, where does America stand in this? Because number one, this is the last outpost, because this is as far as you can go west. Okay? And this is a new country and a later people. This is all new. Honorable Elijah Muhammad say, we talk about new gods here. And we have been made a new people. You see, like I said, we have more than Africans. We have about 30 different Africans in our bloodline. My homie God, in his book, Secrets of Voodoo, said, well, when you look at the voodoo religion, you talk about a combination of about 15 different African traditions in one religion, or one system of spirituality. Well, by the time the book Voodoo Quantum Leap came out in 2000, with the Haitian called Reginald Krause in his book, comparing this stuff to quantum physics. You know, okay, you know there's a movie called What the Bleep Do You Know? Anybody saw this movie? What the Bleep Do You Know? Well, they give you that white version. They use it. It's really stuff. They, you know, they did a lot of shit, more scientific. They really didn't go into the real religious aspect, the spiritual aspect. I don't want to say religion. But what they didn't tell you is the book. There was a book that came out in 2000 that did it's called Voodoo Quantum Leap, which is the religious aspect of that. But they didn't talk about that. And he wrote this book 4 years before they did. They didn't talk about the voodoo aspect where he says this is the shit what they talk about when they talk about quantum mechanics and quantum physics and the voodoo type thing. So now, by that time his book comes out, he says there's over 25 to 30 different African nations, and that's what makes up the bloodline of the Africans in America. Because the Africans is split up in Africa. Then you go to the Caribbean, where you got a mixture of different African bloodlines. But by the time you get to America, hell, you got about damn, because they just broke us up and mated us together with all different types of Africans. Throw in some white and some Native American, and you got everything on the fucking universe. You see what I'm saying? And so that's what actually alchemy, which is actually the study of DNA in the ancient form, is talking about. The coming together of all these different substances into one purified and perfected form. And so as far as they're concerned, with this Maya picture, and as far as the deity in America, Erzuli didn't make it to America. And she also made it in the embodiment of Marie Laveau. That's why it's important to get that book, The Mysteries of Marie Laveau. You see what I'm saying? So all this stuff lines up. You see, it all lines up. But again, these cosmic serpents, these ancient serpents, down by the way though, and Ada though, you see, is a symbolic of the DNA. And then just this summer, this entity comes about. Now, this is a very interesting thing. In June, or in May, I had a sunroom on my house that I had a brother that turned me on to consciousness years ago, got threw out his crib in 2001, so he needed a place to stash his stuff, and so I put it in the sunroom in my house, up beside the house, you know, it's like this little sunroom. I didn't care. I stand by myself. I didn't, you know how nigga is. You know, you a male stand by yourself. You know, as soon as you get a sister, she be like, that shit got to go. You know, nigga don't give a damn. Like Farrakhan said, you know, you be happy with a room and a bed and her up on the bed. You see. But a woman makes you expand your horizons. You see. So she's like, no, that shit got to go. So we finally got it out of there in May after 4 years. And then Erzuli showed up and possessed me, and for a whole 2 months, I had to build this shrine on the corner of the house, and it's a whole shrine of everything you want to think pink. I mean, it's just unbelievable of this stuff, a whole room dedicated to her. But right after I finished the shrine in the 1st of July, because I did it from May to July, she came and she told one of the seniors killing her, and she said, I'm in exile. I said, that's interesting. I said, the Shekinah is in exile. Then the hurricane hit called Katrina, and she comes back. She said, this is why I had you build a room on the house. We had to hightail it. The Spirit said we had to get up out of New Orleans also because it was going to be underwater, and it was going to be full of shit, filth, and all that. And wherever there's filth, the Spirit flee. That's why, you know what I'm saying? And feces and death. So she said, well, this was one of the places. She said, I wanted you to build this little room. Not saying that she did only in my house. I'm not that arrogant. But I'm just trying to say, she was doing that as a symbol, a sign to why she did it. It was all based on the hurricane. You see what I'm saying? So this is interesting on how this whole thing goes. This is one of the keys on what I wanted to deal with, which is the most important thing based on this damn Balawedo and 808. Y'all all right? I'm going to show you this. You all are all familiar with the tree of life of the Kabbalah. Okay, you've seen the tree of life in the Kabbalah. Now, in the tree of life in the Kabbalah, remember now, the more authentic is the stuff that will be in the modern world. This is the tree of life and the Kabbalah. You see the number one up there, you see Keller, which is supposed to be the Christ. Keller. Well, it is interesting here that in this book, Voodoo Visions, and also the book, the New Orleans Voodoo Tarot Deck, which is a must-have. But there's another superior book in that Tarot Deck, and I think they still sell it. But it's interesting that in her book, Voodoo Visions, Sally Ann Glassman, she has a picture of the Tree of Life, I guess on page 44, she has a picture of the Tree of Life, and up here you see Keller, right here you see Keller. You get this? Okay. Mm-hmm. Right here you see Keller, and up there you see Keller. It's interesting here that on this diagram dealing with voodoo, Keller is represented by Dan Balawedo and Adawedo, the two twin serpents that meet in Keller, which is right here. So that's supposed to be the final Christ level. You see what I'm saying? Now this is interesting here, because I went to Connecticut back in the fall of 2003, did a lecture up there, and the first thing happened, I was getting ready to fly out the next day. This brother came by, we went by this brother's shop, because he does dreads and stuff, fix dreads up or whatever. We went by his shop, and another brother came there, and we was talking about the Palo system and voodoo and Yoruba and all of that. And before I left out, he drew something, he handed it to me. And I looked at it, was the twin serpents down by the Adawedo and Adawedo. Well, one represented that there would be another sister in my life, which is a real fucking serpent. You see what I'm saying? Which is a real serpent. In the good sense. You see what I'm saying? All I know is she can holler at me all damn day long, but I can't say shit to her. Not a goddamn word. Nothing. I can't even make the gesture. You know what I'm saying? If even what I'm thinking, she said, that didn't come out right. You get the little hint there with me. So I mean, I got to literally be like a damn zombie. Because I can't even just, the slightest shit. She got her radar on. She talk shit to me all damn day long. You see what I'm saying? So I wonder what that shit is about. But anyway, but the twin half is, the twin deity had to come with the twin half again also after my excursion. But the key here is, the brother handed me this thing down by the Adawedo and Adawedo, which is the twin serpents. But it's interesting because they say that it's a renewal of a serpent. And here's a book called The Return of the Serpents of Wisdom by Mark Amaru Pinkham. The The return of the serpents of wisdom. And they show the serpents from around the world. They call the Nagars in India, or Nagars, Nagars. You see what I'm saying? Does this picture sound familiar? In India also, the name, before Shiva was Shiva, he was also Rudra. Then it became Rudra Shiva. Shiva is the later form of Rudra, but Rudra, the Rudra's original name, one of Rudra's ancient names is Sambo. You've heard this god, Sambo, Sambo Asia, and your boy, what's the name? African in Asia. What's my man's name?
I'm happy.
The Asian,
I'm brain dead.
no, not for no
Brain tired.
no, not Van Servan. No, he did the tape. His name is
No, I didn't see about 8
You didn't see this tape back when he showed us on the slave walls in the temple of the temple of Angkor Wat. He showed us on the slave walls. Showed us going into slavery on the temple walls of Angkor Wat. It'll come to me in a minute. The guy's name, but anyway, Sambo is also Shiva. Little black Sambo is also Shiva. But here's the picture of us going into slavery. On the temple of walls, and I showed this last time. I had to go to Chicago to get this book to find this particular picture. And here's the white man with the long hair. Here's the brothers up here going to war. They go to war to fight this white man. They go to war to fight the white man. That's the white man with the long hair. So they fight him. By the time he goes down the wall in the temple of Bayon, by the time it comes back, we lost the war, and I get us in the boats with our heads in the boats, and here go the white man down here, take care of us off the slavery. And I studied this, and even asked the spirit world, was this accurate? And I said, well, I got this little hairpiece back here, and I studied and found out that on the wall, some of these here have the same hairpiece, but they're clearly black people. And they got the djembe drum and all of that type of stuff here. So this is one of the aspects at the temple of Angkor Wat, the temple of Angkor Wat. But moving right along, the great mystery here is the return of the serpents of wisdom is down by the way, which is the DNA inside of us. So, in so many words, when they hit New Orleans, they were trying to, it was an attack on something that they know. It's their business to know. They got, remember I said back in 1996, they busted a part of the United States government that $10 million a year went into studying American history, and they were like, wait a minute, what kind of history we got that it's going to take $10 million a year to study? But what it was is, it was $10 million went to these people to sit in a room and read all of the books, the sci-fi, occult, mystery novels. They read all of the Afrocentric material. They read all our tapes because the agents buy the tapes and send them to them. And they study all this stuff. And they compare this stuff so it is their business to know when their time is up. And so they make them, and they busted this department in 1996 that is headed under American history, but it's actually this bogus department that is actually for this type of activity. It's a spy thing on trying to find out all the ancient stuff. So Masonically, they know when their time is up, and they know about the DNA and the ancient serpents of wisdom, and that's what that whole thing is about with down by the way of Edowedo. And Edowedo is also a form of Urzuli. Urzuli has several forms. She's St. Martha, she's Edowedo, she's one called Asirene, which means she's an underwater entity. It's married to one called Agoe, which is an entity in a boat. You get all that when you get that Voodoo Visions, the must-read by Sally Ann Glassman. Very few you study this stuff right now based on what went down. Because if you know some stuff went down in Louisiana, then you got to understand that Voodoo is the counterpart on the spiritual realm, and it's very key that you familiarize yourself with that. So I advise you to get that Sally Ann Glassman book. You see what I'm saying? It's because that is dealt on more occult lines, and I like what she did with it and stuff, because she deals with not just the voodoo, but the Kabbalistic and all other things. The other thing here which brings me is this. There's a special on that the University of Virginia did a research on some people called the Melungeons. Now, in Mullen, where I grew up, they were called Croatans. They threw out this whole area in North Carolina and all that, which was a bit of a history to this thing. The Melungeons is a triracial group of people, which is Native American, Portuguese, African American, and some part of Turkish and Mediterranean. In so many words that I just explained to you with Portuguese, Turkish, Mediterranean, and African American, we ain't talking about nothing but a form of the Moors.
That's right.
So now they went to university. Anybody ever seen Croatans? That's what they call the shit down. That's maybe just that's a term. They call them Melungeons. They call them different names and stuff. And then when they don't want to deal, they just call them straight up Indians in North Carolina. But this is the same crew where the Noble Drew Ali was born and raised and rose up on an Indian reservation in North Carolina. So the History Channel decides they're going to put out a show telling all the shit. But they call it Weird USA. See, that's a psychological to throw you off. Come on Monday nights and come on twice a week, but it comes on Monday nights. And hopefully they'll keep it going. You know, they might show up for 3 weeks and then they go to a new series. It's called Weird USA. And they dropped all the shit. So they said, we're going to trace these Melungeons. So they went to the university. They went to a guy who studies the history of the Melungeons. And then he said he took them to the University of Virginia, went and traced these people DNA from a DNA expert from England. And they said, yes, they did have African American, Native American, Portuguese, Turkish, Mediterranean, and Northern European in their bloodline. So they met up with the Melungeons and all this type of stuff. And they said, well, the history is that they founded America. So because they said, well, before you carve a turkey, this is someone where it read USA. Before you carve a turkey, before it's all over, because of the University of Virginia in 2000 said that this shit actually is true, that you may be paying homage to the Melungeons are the Moors that founded America other than the so-called Puritans. And so they did all this stuff. And I said, so this is the same thing that the Moors Science Temple been saying all these years. Anyway, they said, well, who are the famous Melungeons? They say, well, number one, Abraham Lincoln. You've heard that J.A. Rogers talked about that. They said Elvis Presley. And they said Ava Gardner. Now, I knew something about Ava Gardner. They showed a special. I said, wait a minute. Now, I knew something because, you know, what's her name down there killed himself over her. Frank Sinatra. But I knew something about Ava Gardner. And I don't know what it was, but I was getting ready to be a freshman in college, and I saw this thing with Ava Gardner, this movie, and I said, wait a minute. See, something about her ain't exactly white, or she ain't like the average white woman. Then I saw another special when she died in 97, and it was talking about this black woman that used to be with her all the time. And I said, well, this woman is not her maid, because even when she moved overseas, this black woman was with her all the time. And come to find out, this was probably one of her relatives, because Lena Horne even said that they used to talk on the phone. And they used to reminisce. She said, well, I was from the South, and she was from the South, and we used to talk a lot about certain things. And then come to find out that this was a doggone nigger. As well as Carol Channing, her father was black, and Eisenhower mama was black. You see, but they talk about these Melungeons. And I got the documentary on this thing, but the thing about it here is this is the key. They said that they were in the Appalachian, and this is what I know that something is up. The Appalachian is supposed to be the poorest white folks in the country. But I'm like, well, they got rich white people, and I'm trying to say, white people don't leave their people out in the cold like that. Something is wrong here. Now, they traced the Melungeon to the Appalachian Mountain. They said that's where Elvis Presley came from, and he was one that was half black. Because I find this was a nigga the whole time. And you know it's some shit when they call Lake King black. So, they said it was the Appalachian Mountain. I said, oh, I get it. Why these people, the poorest white people, Those are outcast white folks that have nigger in their blood. They call it contaminated blood. Like Warren G. Harding and stuff like that. And so they shut them out. And I said, oh, I get it now, why there's a ghetto street, a block, 2 blocks in Baltimore, Maryland, of a white ghetto. Anybody seen this shit? And come to find out, these are the migrants of these Appalachian Melungeons, and they get drunk, they fall out, and the police come and beat them down like dogs, and it's a culture shock. It's like that movie that John Travolta was in on. White Man's Burden, when they got a literal, if you're from Baltimore,
That's in it, man.
guys, when I was lecturing in Baltimore, guys said, I'm going to take you somewhere. You ain't going to, you're going to trip out. And it was a ghetto, was it 2 blocks? It's more than that. It's a whole ghetto section that they don't show of white motherfuckers and drunks and dope addicts and all kind of shit. And come to find out, those are the descendants of the Melungeons that migrated up into Baltimore. And that's why the white man keep them poor. It's right up in Baltimore, Maryland. You see what I'm saying? This is some amazing shit. Now, with the DNA, we know that they're studying, and I talked about this the last time in my lecture in New York, that they gave Howard University the grant to study the DNA of 15,000 African Americans because they're still trying to break this code. They ain't going to be able to break this code. You got to be a nigga to break this code. You got to be black, period. There ain't no code, it's just who the fuck we are. Can you dance? You know what I'm saying? You know, can you steal? Can you just chill like the black man? That's how you know. Can you chill like the black man does? And like he's supposed to do? And I showed this last time, but I got to put this in here. That us being lazy and shiftless is our divine birthright. I don't feel bad no more. What's hers is mine, and what's mine is mine. It's our divine birthright. And I showed this before, I show it again. This is the god Vishnu, and that's his mate Lakshmi. This tells 2 stories. There's Vishnu, and there's Lakshmi at his feet. So this is where the Mary Magdalene story comes from. This is the Jesus in Hindu. And Mary Magdalene rubbed Jesus' feet. Well, this is Lakshmi rubbing Vishnu's feet. You see what I'm saying? Several books out on Mary Magdalene right now. Mary Magdalene is nothing but a Razuli. But Mary Magdalene and the Lakshmi or whatever rubbing Vishnu's feet. Vishnu is here chilling like the black man. He got the sisters. You know, these are some warrior brothers. They like them brothers. You ever see the niggas out here that sell dope now? They have a bunch of brothers standing around. That's just a show of force so nobody will roll up on the dope man and take his shit. So they pay them niggas to stand out there. That's their boys. And these sisters is all around him and stuff. You see what I'm saying? But he chilling. The nigga is chilling in the cut. And this is all this nigga does. Now, if you know of him and you know of the black man, if you know the black man is also the symbol of the lion. Well, the male lion don't do nothing. He don't hunt. Like you, despite what you think. Now he's a killer, but the woman does all the hunting, and he lays on his ass, and before the children can eat, he has to eat. You see what I'm saying? He don't do shit. Well, this is the black man. We don't supposed to be doing nothing. This is our divine birthright. But she was the main one talking all that Vishnu stuff. She was over here talking all the Vishnu stuff and all that. I'm like, look at Vishnu now. Vishnu chilling on your ass. So, but that's just interesting. Now, this is one of the keys about the DNA that they're talking about. The DNA is not necessarily talking about an actual snake. The serpent and the DNA throughout the Bible, throughout the serpentine people in Egypt, the Djedi, and their book, The Return of the Ancient Serpents of Wisdom, they chronicle every place where the snake is on the planet in this particular book, The Return of the Ancient Serpents of Wisdom, in the Djedi and the Djedi. Now, it's interesting. Anybody saw the jet pillar? That's a pillar in Egypt called the jetty, or the jet pillar. Well, if you go to, we was passing by, what's that? Virginia Union, the black school, ain't it? And they got a big jet pillar in as the symbol on the yard. And I know the white man ain't figured it out yet. He could have been bombed that shit. But that's a lot of power. And maybe that's why I felt a lot of energy when I first came here, because of that pillar on that black university. There's the jet pillar. I wish I had a thing. It's a pillar. You see what I'm saying?
Hold it still, Bob.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah, I got it. Hold it still.
Yeah.
Hold it. I got it. Hold it.
That's the jet pillar. Virginia Union has a big ass obelisk like this thing right on the yard, which is interesting. But the jet pillar is also called a shed pillar. Jesus shed his blood so that you might have life. That's what they're talking about. Now, because it's the backbone of Osiris, his blood vessels in the back, and Jesus shed his blood. And did you get the tape I did on ancient wisdom versus ancient knowledge? I did a tape on breaking down the Bible. The shit
Yeah, I got it.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
That shit is a killer.
Kundalini.
Oh, it's bad.
Yeah,
It's bad.
Kundalini.
Tape. You
Yeah.
go through all the Bible myths to show you what that shit is. It's unbelievable. And anyway, you all can get in contact with me and get it. I'll give you my number and all, because I also sell the shit too. So it's very cheap. Yeah. So I want to show you this. Here's a book called Fire and Ice by Stephen E. Flowers. It's talking about a Masonic order out of Germany. This was long before Hitler and them, where they was dealing with a lot of our esoteric sciences and stuff. But I want to show you this particular part here. In this particular book, it's called a Luciferian principle, but it's not the Luciferian that this book of these world-dominated rulers is talking about. It's talking about light bringer. A lot of people use that term, the Luciferian thing. So it's not talking about that, as it is talking about another system of magic or philosophy. But I want to show you this. And this particular part here in the particular book, we're dealing with the DNA and the serpent. And that is this. This book is probably out of print, but it's this one little, I can print this the next time and we can at least have a chapter. That's how we do things. We do it New York style. Them niggas used to print a chapter out of a book and sell it on the street. And it's this. And it's talking about the basic Gnostic thought or the doctrine of Christology, which is pre-Christianity, which Christianity was stolen from another Christianity that came out of Kemet. And then they made the Jesus real or historical when it was talking, and when Kemet was talking about your own spiritual nature. But Christology, the view of eating consists of a view of eating the Eden myth. They hold that the Orphite, called Nicene teachers of the serpent, the Hebrew Netchesh, in the Garden of Eden is the anointed one, Mashiach. The Christos, so here we go again. Now let me show you this again now. They're talking about this energy. Where did I put the double serpents? They're talking about this energy of the serpents. Well, I just lost it, but whatever. Well, he has serpents on his head, believe it or not. And he's supposed to be the Messiah, Vishnu. He has the serpents on his head, and later on, the Vishnu comes as Buddha, and he has the serpents on his head. It's the same entity, reoccurring. The renewal. But they're talking about here that the serpent Netchesh in the Garden of Eden, and in Eden, I don't know why I keep saying this damn movie. In the Garden of Eden, the anointed one in the Hebrew Meshash or Messiah, the Christos, are one and the same. It could be backed up by the Kabbalistic interpretation of Netchesh, where you get the word, where you get the number 358 is Neshesh, and 3, which means serpent. And 358 is Mashiach, which is the Christ. So they're saying that the Christ and the Messiah is the same, and the serpent is also the same, but we're still also talking about the Kundalini energy. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? So that particular number is talking about DNA. Because the serpent is talking about DNA and ultimately the Kundalini energy. All of that is all of that is the same thing. As a matter of fact, let me show you this. If I can get this. Huh?
Double eight.
Mmm.
Double eight.
Yep, infinity. Let's see if I can show you this. Everybody seen the staff of Tahuti? The staff of Tahuti. Of wisdom. Let's see if I can get your staff of Tahuti here. Let's see. But everybody seen the staff of Tahuti, or what you know of as the symbol of the medical association. Right? Okay. It's just interesting here, which has been made known about that. It tells several stories. It tells several stories. One of them is, see if I can find one. See if I can find one. I got so many of these damn things. Let's see. They're fumbling through shit. But then again, I wouldn't be Bobby if I did it another way. You know. If I did it another way and stuff. But I was going to see if I could find the staff of Tahuti. You know the medical association. Yeah. Anyway, if you looked on the medical association of the staff of Tahuti, you would find two intertwined serpents, and it has been known that in actuality that that's another ancient symbol of the DNA. You see, that's another ancient symbol of the DNA, but it's also a symbol of the Kundalini. It's also a symbol of the black dot. It's also a symbol of the black dot. The different mystery here is what the white boy is not telling you is this. That at the top of that symbol of the two serpents and the intertwined caduceus, there's a black dot, but there's also two wings. So in so many words they were trying to say, and the ancient Egyptians were trying to say, that the wings of Maya would also represent the return of the ancient DNA in the modern world, because Maya means the end. So if you take the two strands and leave the wings off, that's the white boy. He don't have the wings of the black dot. You see, but then again, I can't really say that's the white boy no more because shit, we don't know who the fuck is who no more, because with this Malungan thing and stuff like that, and the guy said that if these people are brave enough, just like they had a hole in the faggots coming out of the closet, now they hear this shit. Damn Eddie Murphy divorced his wife, and he fucking with Johnny Gill. Now they going together and shit like this. Eddie Murphy and Johnny Gill and shit doing the Dookie Love thing, you know.
Johnny Gill,
You know. This some shit. See it? I don't want to gossip, but gossip is a seven liberal arts. You know that's what this monkey and the trickster figure is about. You don't think them spirits won't tell on your ass. They be the first one co-sign on shit. Yeah. Here's the picture of the Kundalini of the Medical Association. But as you can see, it's the two intertwined spirits. But I was just saying, and the two wings represent, the two wings is also on Razuli, but it also represents the DNA. But this is one part I've got to say, that we can't really say no more that all white people are just some type of, monolithic race, because we don't know what's what now, because when they did this thing in Virginia, they say, well, just like the white folks had a coming out party all the 90s. Oprah even did it. White people coming out as, gay people coming out. Well, gay folks coming out of the closet. Just like they had a big coming out all of the 90s. The whole decade of the 90s was to come out of the closet. Now these crackers are saying University of Virginia that maybe when it all go down that they're going to have all these closet Melungians. These people that's got this black in their family that's going to come out. You see what I'm saying? That's going to come out of the closet. To get reparations. But I don't know, goddamn, some of these black girls are walking around with damn booties and shit, and I'm like, they didn't have asses when I was in high school at all.
That's right. None. What's
None.
that?
I think they had one white girl with an ass and we were stunned. It was like a freak of nature on them. coming from now.
Hey, same thing in the porno movies. Them white boys got something there in them porno movies.
Well, you know, that's all that damn. They got pills for that shit. Man. They got pills for that shit, man. You know, they got pills for that stuff, you know. Stuff. But, you know, they advertise that shit every night on TV. And after the shows go off, they got them. Yeah. So, so they got that kind of thing, you see. So that, that don't mean nothing these days. Give the movie Titus, the movie with Anthony Hopkins. Came out, I think about 2-3 years ago. Titus, it's on Cinemax now. Look it up in the cable. And in there they talking about the mower. And they got this mower. The mower is played by the same, remember the brother on the Matrix that he was opposed to Morpheus. Remember he was going with Jada Pinkett, but he was like one of the commanders. He's the brother playing this Moor in this movie, and naturally they got to kill the Moor. But the whole thing here is at the end of the movie, it was all about this one little black boy, that the Moor's baby that they sacrificed. And they show this guy walking off in the sunset after they killed Titus and all these other people with this black baby. And I recorded it, but I was doing something. While it was on, and I just happened to see that, so I don't know exactly what the story is, but you need to get that movie Titus with Anthony Hopkins, and they got the Moor up in that particular movie. Also get a movie called The Shaft, and it's about a building and an elevator shaft killing people, but if you really study it, it's talking about 9/11, and the movie was made before 9/11. And they even talk about your boy and there being the head terrorist before he became the head terrorist, Bin Laden. All this is in the movie before the 9/11. Before 9/11. So you need to get that particular aspect of you need to get that particular movie, The Shaft also. Now this is interesting here because there's two rituals that went on. Not only you see all these particular black figures in the movie, in the in the news documentary, they chose New Orleans to be all black and the looting other than Mississippi, Alabama. But all the pictures that you saw of the London bombing was all black men.
Yep.
There's a link. It's all tied in. You see what I'm saying? Now, the Louisiana hoodoo had to do one thing. They had to rid the black population from New Orleans as the black elite. The good thing is that the disbursement over America is the disbursement, I talk about this, of the souls of Razuli, because if you look at this map, if you look at this, one of these particular symbols, doesn't matter which one it is, you will also see that these dots also represent us. It represents us. Of these souls of Razuli. I want to get these notes because it's very key, because this has a lot to do with the ritual that you're going to see, that you're going to see this coming down the pipe in the next couple of weeks. Also, that Marcus Garvey said, and his birthday was August, that look for me in the whirlwind. See what I'm saying? And now all of a sudden, in August, this thing happens, and whoever initiated all this stuff is coming. All this stuff is coming to pass, and it's also actually it is history playing out is what this thing is. Now it's interesting because this particular one, the dancer Shiva, his dance also causes hurricane storms and every other type of thing in this dancer Shiva. And this dancer Shiva. And now he's standing on top of a baby, actually standing on top of a baby. The baby is actually him on another level also. Like the baby Jesus, the grown-up Jesus, the baby Horus and stuff. So that's what that is talking about here, of the cosmic dance. But now, this is interesting here because this is all playing out in prophecy. Because in the movie The Skeleton Key, when you get that movie, it's a must-see. It's a must-see. Because in that movie, the black people really show the fuck out. I mean, you know, really, it's unbelievable the shit that these black people are doing. And although you think it's white folks, it's actually black folks doing all this thing. But the girl is wearing this same symbol on her shirt. Now, the story goes that Shiva is also called a destroyer. And what he does in the end is, the first thing he does is he destroys the triple cities. And the triple cities that they're talking about that he destroyed, you see in one of these things actually happening with this thing that's going on with New Orleans. They ain't going to get a chance to build it back because this thing is going down. If you read the prophecy or read the text, it's the Shiva comes in and he destroys the triple cities. You see, so that energy is permeating now as we speak. So this is very key. As a matter of fact, this is another part that we need to understand. I want to show you this. You get the word Shiva, and if you look at this book is by this guy, Dev Dutt Passionate, coming out of India. This book, Shiva, S-H-I-V-A, if you take the S off, you get what? HIV. What does Shiva do? What is he known for characteristic? He's a god of love making. You see what I'm saying? The erotic ascetic. You see, hell, his wife got to put 2 demons on the front porch. She got to put 2 demons on the front porch. Because if she leaves Shiva alone, she will speak off and give him a piece. This is the Messiah and all. But the HIV, you see, so, and now, it's interesting because, let me get my notes here because I wanted to show this. I didn't put it all in one piece of paper, but I think I might have it right here. It's interesting here because the HIV that they're talking about, I want to show you this right here. Y'all all right? Yeah. It means advanced integration of divine human intelligence, or something like HIV. The last 3 is HIV, advanced integrated divine human intelligence. In so many words, this is coming from, I think, Jules Pookrum talks about this. The war against HIV has nothing to do with the war against this AIDS because that shit don't even exist. Only thing that exists is AZT. You see what I'm saying? Which AZT destroys the DNA and the molecular structure of the body. It gets into the DNA and destroys the DNA. It's called nanotechnology. There's a movie called, animated movie that drops all the shit on the HIV called Cowboy Bebop. And in this shit, the stuff that's going on is a warfare. And it's attacking the DNA. You see what I'm saying? But it's attacking, it's attacking this advanced integrated divine human species is what this stuff is attacking. So in one way you thinking it's a disease, but in another way it's a form of nano warfare. You see. And so Shiva is actually the HIV thing that they're talking about. It's very interesting on how these things break down. On how this stuff breaks down. And they have been studying these things for years. They knew that the sexual revolution was coming on, and they knew that the whole Shiva energy was the motif of that sexual revolution, or that particular energy that they were talking about here, of the Shiva energy. So that's very key that you understand on how this war is going on here. It's one thing that you're thinking, but another thing on another level. I'll give you this example. They have this international CNN that comes on all over the world, and it talks about everything that's going on in the world, but it don't come on in America. But it comes out of Atlanta, Georgia. It comes on all over the world, and if you've been studying this Katrina, they had an African correspondent. This brother, real articulate, real concise and stuff. And he was talking about, he said, remember we had the same thing, this flood in Mozambique in 2000. And the people was living in trees for a month. I'm like, oh no, we don't remember, motherfucker. What you talking about? But he just figured, he said, remember in Mozambique? Well, like, no, man, but they're showing that it's a mind control thing, because they got to block out world history, and they got to block out things in the world. So America is actually under mind control.
Yep.
They think it's the greatest country, and they think it's all this shit because they're completely oblivious to the outside world. And this thing comes on all around the world.
Except here.
Except here, but the show is headquartered out of Atlanta, Georgia. And when the hurricane came, they had a group of people, these British people, and these chief correspondents, and they was taking them from one department and, deploying them over to New Orleans, but they was reporting for the other news that goes around the world, and every now and then they would show one of them. They'd have to go to one of them because one of them caught a scene that the regular American people didn't catch. But here's what I'm trying to say. Look at the doggone mind control. It comes on every planet, every part of the planet except America. America is an experiment that they get ready to shut down. That's what Bush is doing.
That's right.
I kind of like Bush because Bush is doing what I've been hoping for years. I've been hoping for the fall of America for the last damn 10, 12 years, and goddamn it, Bush ain't doing it. You see what I'm saying? Now, which leads us to this. Okay, if Dan Wallawato and Ada Wato is Keller, and which is the ultimate aspect of the ending of the DNA, that's what the wings is when it comes to that particular part, Keller. And we could also say that this Kabbalistic tree of life, right here, this Kabbalistic tree, we can also say, if I can find it again, put it back in the big ass stack. We can also say that this Kabbalistic tree that you've seen the tree of life, is nothing but another form of an ancient form of the DNA. You see what I'm saying? When you see all the sephiroth, that's probably how the DNA actually looks. You see what I'm saying? Let me see if I get Sally Ann Glassman book. Any book that's got a Kabbalah in it. Any book that has a Kabbalistic tree. That's more in tune to what it looks like when it comes to us. Because we do know that Richard King talked about this sphere. I got to find this damn thing. Bottom line. We know that Richard King talks about this sphere. And he made an observation that I made almost at the same time. Where he talks about this sphere that's on the Kabbalah, which is the sphere called Darth. That's where you get the word Darth Vader. And this is also the sphere for Melanin. It's also the star Sirius. But in actuality, this matrix is probably what our DNA looked like, being that we have this on the temple walls of Komomo in Egypt and the temple walls of Dendera. You see what I'm saying? So when you're looking at this schematic breakdown that's coming out of Hemmitt and later on found in, so happened to conveniently found in Spain by a guy by the name of Moses de Leon, which is the Moors. Mm-hmm. This is more in tune to what the Kabbalah or what this particular thing actually looks like. You get where I'm coming from here? Let me give you another example. See if I got another example of this thing here. On some Kabbalahs, they will have a serpent to go up this tree like this. So here you're still talking about the same Kundalini aspect in related to the actual Kabbalistic tree or the serpent. You see what I'm saying? In some Kabbalahs. Now, so that's key. The study of this DNA in our stuff is the study of alchemy. But if alchemy is the DNA in the occult, then alchemy is, in this particular part, aligns the structures of the cosmos, what we would call the ultimate form of the alchemy, which would be called the DMT, spirit molecule. In so many words, this book, DMT, spirit molecule, where they're trying to talk about this molecule, is that basically they say that melanin is a dormant bipolymer substance that it has to be turned into something. So it's not enough to have melanin, it's a must to have illuminated melanin. Because goddamn, we got melanin walking around here and shit, you know. You can't get a lick out of a damn snake. So we know that it's got to have something that has to be illuminated from. That's the basis of where the potential comes from. But it has to be something above just the melanin. And that's where the DMT, that this guy, Rick Strausman, MD, which is an excellent book, comes in. The DMT spirit molecule. The key here is what they're talking about ultimately, what they're calling the spirit molecule is in so many words is this. Now let's look at this on a conscious level. We got black people walking around here, don't know their ass and a hole in the ground.
That's right.
And then we got these conscious people that's down here outcasts and seem strange to other people.
That's right. That's real.
Now, when you look at the actual melanin and take it out of the melanin and apply it to people, we conscious people are the equivalent of the DMT out of the melanin. Now, we know all black people have melanin, but the melanin ain't nothing if it's not going to another level. But apparently, we have these black people that are conscious and always trying to search for something and a greater meaning to these things. Then in so many words, you would be equivalent to the DMT that is supposed to be produced out of the melanin, which is dormant. You get it? And although the melanin has multiple talents, but the DMT is the finishing phase, so in actuality, the ancient black DNA or DNT is actually us in this room right now. You see what I'm saying? By definition, we personify the term, and this book is talking about the DMT is what needs to be produced out of the melanin. You see what I'm saying? Also, but we know that we got melanin walking around here every day, dying every day. Ain't doing shit. You know what I'm saying? Ain't doing a damn thing. You see? But then again, we are the most valuable and the most protected. So therefore, we go through hell by being conscious. Mainly financial. If we can just get past that shit. You know, I can deal with a nigga, feeling ill, fuck him. A nigga that don't like you, what's new? But it's the financial thing, you see what I'm saying? But we are the DMT spirit molecule. You see, in that particular aspect. So we are the embodiment of that. And that's the key when it comes to this. Now, how to activate I know the vegetarian, we turn to see, that's where we get stuck. The vegetarian shit, they turn that shit into a religion. Because the next thing you start doing is worrying about what every black person eats. And your ego sees that, and as a result, we turn it into a religion. And the next thing you know, you got another form of dogma. You worshiping some damn shit, that what black people eat, and it's all going to turn to feces. The great mystery here is cleaning out. Number one, the key here is cleaning out is the key. That's the key. Cleaning out, that's the key. You need to get, if people who hadn't had a colonic, you should at least get one.
That's right.
Before you die.
Come on.
If you hadn't had one, you should at least, some people say, I don't believe in all that. No, you need to get something. If some of you had some shit that's backed up in you since 1972. You need to get a colonic. Now, the other thing that activates the DNA is this, and this is the first thing happened when this cat showed up. All right. Now let me break this mystery down to you. This is Shiva. In Hemmitt, that's Horus or Osiris. In Christianity, that'd be Jesus. If you look at the mythological character, not the historical one, it never existed. It's the Christ energy. Both him and Vishnu, they're put together. When they come together, they call Hari and Hara. That means Shiva and Vishnu together. So they're both forms of Christ. He sustains shit. He just sleeps and makes shit. He just sleep and just chill. You know what I'm saying at all. He just chills on your ass and stuff like that. This one here is the most active and destructive and stuff. But in Greek, the Christ, like Horus, is Hercules. The word, you get the word Hercules, Achilles, Hercules, you see, Horus. And Horus is also identical to Krishna in the Hindu thing. Get the book, the Dictionary of Ancient Deities, and look up Hercules. Look up Krishna, and they'll tell you identical to Hercules. That's the Christ. Now Hercules goes through his 12 labors, 12 signs of the zodiac, 12 disciples. You see what I'm saying? All this 12 stuff, 12 strands of DNA. And he goes through all his stuff. At the end of his 12 labors, where he done killed up a whole bunch of animals and demons and stuff like that, killed some people, hit some niggas over the head or whatever. At the end of his hero's journey, the hero, Heru, Hercules is awarded the golden apples. The golden apples. Now these apples go all the way back to the biblical mythology. They in all world mythology, they got some apple thing going down. If you cut an apple open, what's in it? When it turns brown? Melanin. Alright. But Hercules is rewarded the golden apples. What is a golden apple? Can anybody guess this? A golden apple. Huh? Well, you got the first word right, pineal gland, because it's all hooked up. But a golden apple, gold is also what? Yellow. What is a yellow apple? What is a yellow apple? But a yellow apple has got the word pine on the beginning of it. Pineapple. Pineapple, Dr. Saber tells you is poison. You ever heard this before? Pineapple is poison? Yeah. All I know is I saw this shit on Hawaii 5 in 1973. I was doing this damn episode on damn Steve McGarrett and book them down in 1973. I saw this thing that had that kabuki motherfucker that never could catch. That's one of them, they're like a Buddha figure. Remember that guy that could never catch? But on Hawaii 5, they had this guy and they couldn't find him the whole episode because he had no fingerprints. And they said, well, how did he get rid of his fingerprints? They said he dissolved them in pineapple juice. Now, Dr. Sadie says that pineapple is poison. Now, in the Shiva mythology, Shiva is credited for drinking the world's poison. What lines up the DNA, and I ain't talking about shit, when this motherfucker came through, he told me to light 2 blue candles, and he said, I want some pineapple cut from a whole pineapple, not that canned shit. Get you a pineapple, there's a difference. He said, I want some pineapple cut from a whole pineapple. And I said, okay then, yeah, okay, so went and got a pineapple, and I ate the pineapple, and it was amazing. I've been eating this stuff all my life, but it was almost like I was eating some shit from heaven. You see, because his energy was around me, so I was actually feeling all this type of stuff. And they said, this the world poison. Then I said, oh, I get it. The juice in the pineapple, it also kills all the fucking enzymes. No, bacteria, not enzymes. No. It killed the damn bacteria. Because enzymes is permanent. And it is the golden apple that was rewarded to Hercules. Therefore, it lines up the DNA. You see what I'm saying? It lines up the damn DNA because it kills a certain bacteria. It says so I eat it. Okay. Yes, Shiva, you Shiva now. Okay. You drank the world poison. So you need to get you some whole pineapples and eat them because it kills. And that's what lines up the DNA. That's what lines up the DNA. And I'll do you a trick. When you eat that, get you some whole pineapple and cut it and start eating it and then drink some water. and then find out what happened. The water tastes like arsenic. It's bitter. If you eat a pineapple and then eat the water, it's bitter. But that's the stuff that's the golden apple that lines up the DNA. What's that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it lines up the DNA. That's very key. Which is also pineapple that lines up the melanin and the 12 strands of the DNA, the whole pineapple. Thus you get the word pine cone, pineal. So there's a difference between the pineal, the pineapple, and all of that type of stuff. You can't eat a pine cone, it's the pineapple. That's the key. And that's exactly what Sheba calls for. So that's one of the keys to line up this type of stuff. You saying, well, you know, I've been eating that all for years, but you don't understand. If you know that there's something that happened cosmically out there that changed your molecular structure, the only thing you got to do is be tipped off about it, because the only thing that actually that keeps this thing retarded from going on is your not being privy to the information and still thinking in a capacity of 1965 or 1979. When the shit, you know, it's some stuff that's already lined up. You see, already lined up. You see. Now this is one that's also very hard to do in order. You're going to have to travel into the abyss. And to travel into the abyss, you're going to have to. She done went cut up the pine. Yeah. That's all right. And was slide one on the side for me. I know black folks. That shit will be over with. But what's that? But then again, that's not to say according to him, the only thing you can eat on this planet is a coconut. You can't eat shit. Anybody heard Satan? You can't eat shit when it comes to Satan. But it just said, I don't know. But all I know is if it kills the enzymes, then obviously it's some shit we need because when he visited me, he was like, eat the pineapple. You see what I'm saying? So that's but you didn't know it was poisonous till now and stuff, so don't feel free to eat. You've been eating it before. But the ultimate form now is you're going to have to jump into the abyss. Whereas to receive the DMT spirit molecule, one of the things is you must recognize at this particular time that humanity itself is the enemy. Well, we're talking about killing this particular ego. We are driven by this one thing now, and that is this doggone ego. If we didn't have this ego, I'm not talking about just your little attitude. I'm just talking about this particular ego of identity. It's trying to identify yourself with some personal gains and some type of personal thing. And if you can somehow get up out of that and all, you can free yourself to allow this process to happen even quicker. So in some way, it is a reason why they talk about humility. But we're not talking about humility in the religious sense, whereas you don't, because we have a lot of people that have problems believing in themselves. That's one of the problems why we can't really get to a high level, because we don't have no confidence in ourselves as a God. We be talking about you, because some people just can't believe that all these entities we're talking about is actually talking about us. So I'm not talking about you to have a type of humility where you don't have the confidence that you are this particular being. You see what I'm saying? Like I know this sister named Devonna, she studies all the time, and she was moving out of her apartment in Chicago. She said, I'm going to get an apartment for $600. And she moved on Lake Michigan in an apartment for $650. All because of her spirit. Brand new parquet floor and all this. She talking about a $1,200 apartment easy. Oh, I got a lot of them. Okay, good. That's privilege. Feel like them black preachers. You know. But I'm not talking about the humility where you don't have no confidence. I'm talking about the whether you feel at this particular time that you have appeased yourself in what you think life is supposed to be and you didn't meet that goal, it's all right. As a matter of fact, that's one of the damn problems. We got too many goals. So much goes into it in so many words. We are worrying about shit, you see what I'm saying, without looking what we have right around us at this particular time. This stuff is going on now, but we worried about some gold in the future. And they got us on some fast track 7 years away, and the shit is going on right now. You see what I'm saying? And that's what a career does. They tell you to set these goals. You see what I'm saying? And you've already eliminated the space between where you are now. You see what I'm saying? And where that goal is, you completely eliminated because you're looking way in the future, and that ain't guaranteed, and you probably won't even manifest that when it gets to that particular point. Because the future gonna be always be now. You see what I'm saying? So that's the type of thing about annihilation of self. That's very important this particular time where you become nothing. Only free motherfuckers now, them niggas that got hit in Louisiana and they don't even know it. And you done lost everything. No, you done lost an illusion. Y'all didn't even have enough money to get in the damn car and get the hell out of Louisiana. So what the fuck did you really lose? You free now. You ain't got to pay nobody shit. You are where we trade and still go every month. Oh, Lord, the bills is coming. That's how I feel every month. And this shit that happen to these people, they don't know they free. They don't have to worry about that no more. You see? They don't have to worry about that. In so many words, Bob Bush did say, her shit was derogatory. But my point is that's the key. What we're talking about is focusing on this importance of self. That's why when I saw my shirt was split today, I was about to take the shit on the goddamn camera because all that's gone. I said, well, hell, damn, I've seen people with worse shit than that in the last 2 damn weeks. At least I ain't got to be ashamed to take my shirt up on the damn camera and stuff. You see, so here we go again. To line this thing up, you have to deal with something other. And the first thing you got to do is get rid of that person in the way, and that is yourself. I'm not talking about a cliche. I'm talking about literally. You see what I'm saying? This person that we worry so much about has to be eliminated. You see. Not the people, not the masses. We got to do it. And let that particular divine entity come through. You see. But there's that which is standing in the way, which is ourselves and our fucking goals, which is only illusion. And one thing that this thing showed the last couple of weeks is how much of an illusion it is when it is already gone. You see what I'm saying? You don't have nothing. You see, and then you got to beg on people just to give you some shit that you would throw away 2 weeks before. You see what I'm saying? So this is the concept when we talk about of this particular no self that we're trying to get to. What we're trying to get to because I went to no self, like I said on one of my tapes, on October the 16th, 2002, where basically I sat in the chair and immediately went to a level of the Bobby Hemmitt was gone, and I was very lonely for a minute because I said, goddamn, Bobby is gone. His ass just like, oh, just disappeared. And it was a level of no self and stuff like that. Then I found out how insignificant this whole thing was. But then again, the whole thing was I immediately found the other part, of self, which is that higher self, but that particular part that I know of as the ego, was neutralized.
The enemy.
You see, was neutralized, and that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. Get a movie called Job versus the Volcano. Came out in 1992. Highly metaphysical movie. Tom Hanks and what's the girl name? The other girl was married to Dennis Quaid. Can't think of her name right now. Tom Hanks, blonde hair, huh? In Meg Ryan. Hell of a movie. Meg Ryan tells Job who is Tom Hanks, she said, my father says that everybody on this planet is asleep. And it's only a few of us awake. And the ones that are awake are in constant amazement. I said, I can testify to that shit.
That's right.
Just watching niggas walk down the damn street. I'm amazed. The other day we turned off I-20 out in Atlanta and got on the highway, and it was two niggas walking in the middle of the highway like they on a country journey home. You see this shit? Now I'm not talking about on the side. No, these motherfuckers is in the middle of the highway. Totally oblivious like they down a dirt road. I said, look at them damn niggas right there. That's what I'm talking about, constant amazement. Totally amazed and stuff like that. Now, did anybody try this with the water thing yet to let you know what kind of thing you do?
Yeah, man. I just did.
Take one of these and chew it up.
I just did it.
And then probably drink some water.
It ain't that good.
Do you feel a bitter taste? That bitter taste, obviously. Huh? And I was like, oh shit, I done got some poison water when I first obviously that is cleaning up something. Mm-hmm. No, you can have personal desires, but personal goals. I mean, personal desire is. That's a different thing. But then again, if it's a personal desire that is affecting, my personal desire is, they got some shit called birthday cake ice cream. Anybody taste this shit? Damn me like kill myself with that shit. That's a personal desire, just fine. God damn it, man. Shit. I knew it was the winter when I went back to the supermarket and couldn't find shit. The niggas brought it up. It was like, Mayfield, I got that down here. What the shit up? Huh? Birthday cake ice cream. They got Hershey's called, they got a birthday, man, that shit, man, make you. Then, you know, then that's personal desire. I went to the Coca-Cola place back in 2001, and in 91, they opened this Coca-Cola museum down in Atlanta. So they got this Coca-Cola, and they got these sodas that shoot out from around the world. So they had this apple Fanta that they sell in Germany, France, but they didn't have it in America. And the motherfuckers came out with that shit about a week ago, about a month ago here. You know, so I bought me a 6-pack of that shit. You see, that's a personal desire. But I'm just saying, as far as personal goals and stuff like that, it's like, you follow up on it, because what else you got to do? But you don't really let it become a party. You got to get out of this disappointment of being failed at nothing. Ain't shit, you know what I'm saying? Wait till that goddamn gas bill hits your ass this month. You'll find out that none of this other shit is important. But the gas gonna be like, you think that shit out there in them cars was high. They said that the gas shit, when you pump in your house, motherfuckers ain't gonna survive. You see what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, you gotta understand what's important. That's why I say go get your electric heaters now. Mm-hmm. And avoid the rush, because there ain't gonna be none in about 2-3 months. Mm-hmm. Go get your electric heaters now, because the heaters now, the electric heaters now, they're not dangerous and they don't burn up a lot of electricity like the ones from the 80s and the 70s. They got what is called energy savers on now, so it's just like turning on a radio. They got that kind of technology. So you get some damn electric heaters, man, and your electric bill ain't gonna be as high with a radio as it's gonna be with the gas bill. And you heat a room, you know what I'm saying? It's like an old house. Everybody been in an old house when you in the room and they got the fireplace, you step out in the hall and it's cold, and you go to the bathroom, and they got some, we act like we can't do that no more because the white man done got us using this central heat shit. Get you some electric heaters. What you do is you turn on the heat and warm your fucking house up. Then you sustain this shit with the electric heater, but you can cut half of that damn bill with these electric heaters. But you gotta get them now because niggas only think about it when it get cold. I don't want to fuck with that parasol shit. Oh, okay. Oh, see, oh, good, good. Oh, that's a new one. Oh, yeah. You know. Yeah, a lot of niggas burn themselves up. You know, constantly, they had a nigga barbecue. Now, you know niggas love some barbecue. They had a nigga barbecuing in his apartment room. And he was in a room and he was barbecuing in his room and burnt himself up. You see? So, you know, so yeah, but anyway, nigga was barbecuing. I said, goddamn, nigga. Yeah, what's that, huh?
I want to put a question about melatonin and melanin. Is there any kind of correlation?
Your melatonin is melanin they get out of dead people.
Right. Crush pineal gland.
I can testify to that because I was using melatonin as a sleep pill. And the stuff that I was going through, the stuff that I was dreaming, I had to get off of it. It's horrible.
Yeah, because it's made from crushed pineal gland.
I can testify, I know for a fact.
We had an argument with some doctors. They were saying the child
They kill niggas with
has
that, man.
pineal
Every
gland.
day.
So this is the mind of a black person who can't understand. We would rather than to understand the horrific measurements this white man will go to kill us, we would rather justify it away some kind of way. Or explain it away. So they say, well, cows have pineal gland. Yeah, but if you read Russell J. Reader's book, Russell J. Reader's book and Joe Robinson's book, Melatonin, Your Own Natural Wonder Drug, Your Body's Own Wonder Drug, it tells you that it took, 1,500 cows or something like that to make 1 milligram of pineal extract, so it ain't come from the cow. That means it can only come from one people.
Right.
Black people.
Right.
You see? The animal don't produce enough. You see what I'm saying? So that's where that's coming from. And I told you about the experiment where I took some, I cleaned out real good one night and took one of them pills, and whoever they killed for it, I witnessed his death. And that's what was all going on in that movie Strange Days, where they were jacking in on people's death, and I experienced that shit through melatonin pills. You see, I experienced it through that, and also, yeah, that's very deep. Huh? Well, I just woke up and hollered. You see, now. Understanding this, you need to go and get the Hermetic material. There's a book called, you can get Hermetica by Copenhagen, is his name. That's one that's out. There's another one called The Way of Hermes. I think that's one of the more readable one. It's called The Way of Hermes. It's still out. It came out in '99. And they talk about something in there called the nous. This is why you would be able to activate whatever's in you, because it's called the nous. It's in Copenhagen's book Hermetica. And even those guys who put out the Jesus Mysteries, Timothy Freaky Peter Gammon, has one of Hermetica. But this is the materials that came out of the Library of Alexandria and stuff. But they talk about the nous, and the nous is actually our mind. And so now what the Egyptians are saying, which makes a whole lot of sense, that most people are not born with a mind. A mind has to be either developed one way, which is kind of lights out for niggas, because ain't no development going on in the black community, or you have to incarnate with a mind. This is what the Egyptians say. Yeah, because it makes a lot of sense, because we've always been saying, what the fuck were they thinking? What the hell was you thinking? So the Egyptians say it's called a nous. A nous. And it's a mind, and they were saying that you got to develop yourself to the level of nous, mind or the car, or you have to be born with it. So apparently, thank God for divine incarnation, because we was born with this particular nous. Some of us,
Can you spell that?
It's let me see, do I have a Hermetic type thing? It's N-O-U-I-S, something like that. this Hermetic thing. But you can find it in the book, The Way of Hermes. It came out in '99, and they deal with all that stuff. You need to study some of those particular texts. Study those particular texts. Now, in this, let me explain something what's going on the other world. We looked at the underworld, or what they used to call a mentor. The scenes that you will see is this dismal, gloomy place. What is going on here is, since the millennium, which is 2001, there's been a whole development or illumination of a whole other world, and it is this shining city, or this pristine place, or this pristine dimension that the deities and for most part your souls are already in, and it's already developed. And so the concept of this DNA ultimately is exactly what the Bible said when they talk about the twinkling of an eye. That's exactly what's going on. That's the ultimate meaning of the eye of Heru. This thing is going to flip over. And that whole other world is a whole transformed world, and it's there. We are in it, but the illusion tells us we're not, because we are separated with all these damn sorrows and goals. So to eliminate this fucked up self gets us more and more to that particular realm. Now, which is interesting, we're going to put on the table. We're going to do this during the question and answer. Like I was saying, the word virgin, because I didn't get that word Virginia. You hear the virgin in that. Virgin is not talking about a person who didn't have sex. It's also talking about, it's another word for Maya. Virgin also means something that has never been done before. This world is coming into a new world. Simply not, it's not the old world we fell from, it's not the world that we're in, it's a new world, and that's what is called the virgin birth. You see what I'm saying? Or the body giving birth to new body, new cells. You see? Genesis, genes of Isis, the winged Isis, Maya, all that stuff. Now, going through this, when they blew open this, this comet, they blew open this comet with this hole in it. They hit a hole in the impact. They said that they noted the material coming from the comet is this dense material that 1 gram might weigh 30 tons. They call it heavy star material. In Egypt, it's called tachyon. Heavy star material. Now, apparently, this is what melanin is. That's why we can't fly. It's called heavy star material called tachyon, or which you get the word stardust. Get Robert Temple's book, The Serious Mystery, because it's in there. The heavy star material. And you'll see the pharaohs holding up a scepter with the head of Set on it. And that's called the tachyon scepter, but that's another name, a symbol for melanin. So, this is the same stuff that that was in this particular DNA, in this particular media that they exploded, which the Egyptians holding this up, this tachyon scepter, meant that, hey, this is what the goal is to obtain, is this tachyon. This heavy star material that they also say that Sirius B is made of. And Sirius B is also universe B, the world to come. You see, this heavy star material. And so this particular comet, they said on the news, consists of this, which is some other stuff that's inside of us. We have attained this tachyon material. You see, very interesting stuff is going down. So, like I said, in the Kundalini book, Kundalini, the Kundalini, I think it's called Kundalini for the New Age. They talk about these devices that will come online when the earth is threatened with annihilation. Well, even in this particular part here, the people that suffered, and I've seen black people that were just totally dead react on a whole other level when it came to this damn New Orleans shit. I saw fire in niggas I ain't seen in years. Since Roots came on and shit. That was February 23rd, 77. You know, I was in the 9th grade, went to school and told white people, look, you better bring a cup to school. You ain't peeing up in this motherfucker no more. Mad as shit. That's all the conscience we had. The guy Bulwer Lytton wrote a book called A Coming Race in England. He did financial novels and all types of stuff. And one day he just wrote this book called A Coming Race. And he talked about this stuff called virile power. And he talked about this these race of people that's going to have this particular power. And this power called virile is this subatomic power that these people are going to replace man with. Well, he got a book. There was a book out called The Lost World of Agarthy, The Mystery of Virile Power of Agarthy, or Agarthy, and a Virile Power by Alec Leland. And in here, he first talks about this virile power, which is what this particular DNA is getting ready to be produced to. And he talks about this coming race, Bulwer Lytton. And so he's quoting a part out of Blavatsky's text, the Secret Doctrines, where she talks about this virile power. There's a terrible sidereal force, known to and many by name of the Atlanteans called Mashmak, and by the Aryan race in their Ashraveda. Now, I want to say this so you understand this. The Aryan race didn't become a white people's race until the 1930s with Hitler and them. The Aryan race is a black race, which gives you your Hindu people. You see what I'm saying? It's a black race. The original Aryans were black. That's the first thing. So here's a white man that even when the Hitler and them traced went back to Tibet, they was the whitest things up there. So how can they explain that shit? The white man basically took somebody else's history and called it his own. It's like the Hebrews and that whole thing. They show the Moors white. They show Hannibal white. You know the damn game. So it's the same thing. So the Aryan race that they're talking about here, because it's interesting because it is this book, the Ashraveda, that they say the Aryan race wrote is supposed to be these white people. It is that book that I think I read to you or read on one of my texts in the Ashraveda where they talk about these people, separate yourself from them. They do not wash. They eat red meat. And they eat blood. You see, and they do not, and they cannot protect themselves from the sun that nourished all of us. And this is the Aryans writing on the damn people that's despicable. That they say cannot protect themselves from the sun that gives everybody on the earth their basic nourishment. So this can't be no white people. The Aryans talking about it in their book, the Ashraveda, which is still you can still buy it up at East West Books up in New York City on 5th Avenue. Ashtar, A-S-H-A-T-A-R, Ashtar Veda, Ashtar Vidya, V-I-D-Y-A. Ashtar Vidya is the name of the book. By the name we do not like to give, they talk about this mashmash. It is Virile and Bulwer Lytton's coming race, and the coming races of mankind. The name virile may be fiction, but the force itself is a fact obtained and as a little in India as an existence of their rishis since it is mentioned in all secret works, and this is what it is. It says, it is a vibratory force which aimed at an army of the Agniroth fixed by vessels and balloons according to the instructions of the Astarbeta, reduces to ashes men and their elephants as they would easily do a dead rat. I'm talking about this particular thing that is aimed at this army. It is allegored in the Vishnu Purana and the Ramayana and other works in the fable that a sage Kapaliya, whose glance made mountains of ashes of King Sarah's 60,000 sons, and was explained in more exoteric works referred to as Kapaliya's eye. Kapaliya must be a form of Horus and Amun Ra, and this eye that it has burns these 60,000 people up. It is this satanic force that our generation will be allowed to add to their stock of Antichrist boy toys known as melanite. A dynamite clockwork orange explosives, a flower basket such as other innocent names. It is this destructive agency that once in the hands of a modern Attila the Hun, a bloodthirsty Antichrist, will reduce Europe in a few days down to a primitive, chaotic state, which no man is left alive to tell the tale. This force becomes common property of all men alike. So this is in Blavatsky's Secret Doctrines. It's in this book, The Lost World of Agati, Alec McNeil. So in so many words, what this white boy is in the warfare against is the DNA in us, or the melanin that's going to come to this particular destructive force called melanite. You see what I'm saying? This clockwork explosive orange is going over and over again. These devices that's coming up. And so naturally he would be concerned about a DNA in us that's going to become this particular destructive force. You see? This destructive force. He's concerned about that. And he will try anything to deal with it when it comes to trying to search out, seek, and destroy. But the problem is they are too arrogant to look outside of traditions that they've been taught, like voodoo, New Orleans, or whatever type thing. They'll never think it's coming from you because you're invisible to them. You know what I'm saying? It's all been planned out this way. That's why nothing seems to happen to you. And at this particular point, you're already God's now, once you begin to realize it. You see what I'm saying? Nothing can seem to happen, but they are still, it doesn't stop them from trying. Now, this is interesting here because what is ultimately going to happen is, whenever this DNA changes, or this Kundalini energy, or whatever this thing is going to do, it's going to drive them. Whoever does not have the wings at the top of the DNA, because all stuff on this earth is getting ready to go to another level. What does not have the wings to turn into something on another level, to jump into another dimension, or jump into another essence, or a higher form, is going to, not only going to burn up or be destroyed, but it's going to actually have a form of mass insanity. They showed this when you get the, if you saw the last Batman movie. But I saw that one, that was all that shit. People missed it.
Batman Begins?
Huh? Batman Begins. You know, they had everything. The black man and shit. He could control the bats. His master was from Tibet. His father used to help the Underground Railroad, and the Bat Cave is where the damn slaves ended up on the Underground Railroad. And Morgan Freeman is the motherfucker who gave him all his bat shit. Now, how you learn how to be Batman was a black man taught him. And even Alfred was a fucking scientist. You see. But in that movie, they was going to administer this drug in the water that was going to make everybody see these demons. So in so many words, what they was going to do, and it was actually the Tibetan people. They were going to damn raise everybody's Kundalini energy to a level to you see these particular demons and stuff if you ain't equipped or conscious on a certain level. So they dropped it all in that movie. That's the one that shit was bad as hell. movie that you need to see. You can still get it on DVD, the bootleg. It's kind of dark though, but you know. Yeah, but it was cool. But that's, you know. So let's go to some question and answer right now. Right quick, yeah. And so we can get this thing rolling. You know, give me some questions. Hmm? Yeah, what's that?
I kind of want to know, does the African male have a predisposition to live, that overcome life?
Anything is supposed to be done, nothing is supposed to be done in excess. Supposed to be done in excess. What they have a predisposition is the way the white boy distilled it, because the art of distillation was taught to them by the Moors. That's where it came from. As a matter of fact, the white boy, as much he had a special on alcohol and also the history of mind-altering drugs, and they actually said, well, we can learn our, you know, the wine is a different thing, and beer, you know, in Egypt, wine is all ancient people drank wine, but the art of distillation when it came to the alcohol in Europe was brought to them, they say, by the Arabs. It wasn't talking about no savage Arabs, it was talking about the Moors who set up the 17th university. The thing here is, where this comes in, what I've been doing on the medicinal thing, is after the Moors taught them the art of distillation, the white boy started splitting the grains up to the point where as he can make multiple different types of liquor for a different commercial use, whereas the other one was more holistic. So what happened here is he will take the dark and he will take the light, and he will separate it and have a dark liquor and a light liquor. The key here is when you put it back together, it becomes medicinal and it becomes pH balanced, and it becomes a healing thing. You see what I'm saying? And I didn't get this from experience. I got this from the spirit realm when I was attacked. And now, it's done gone to the level till now all I got to do, when all shit failed, I said, go get the damn elixir. And I get that shit, but you have to call on some entities with it. So the process here is, most of the drinking was still ceremonial. You can get drunk, but you got to do a little ceremony with it. Because it's like this here. In all magic, they say you need a spirit guide. So, before you drink, that's why they call it spirit. You're supposed to invoke an entity, and while you're going on your trip, the entity is there as a guide. The entity is in your DNA. It's in your subatomic particle. But it shields you. You see, but with the stuff they put together, it's a whole other ecological system. I'm talking about major shit. I have learned that I can take major ailments, and they can come in and they can repair these ailments. It's amazing what they can do. They say that the human body is the easiest to repair. If you get the movie, remember Stargate, when they put them in the sarcophagus and they got out there stuff. I found out I could get major ailments and major fucking goddamn injuries. And I see how the Egyptians used to do it. And what's the name talked about it before? Rudolph Steiner. And the spirit showed it to me. They used to go in and put a person that was hurt or wounded on the table. And they would invoke that person's head. It's the same head that like the Yoruba has the head. What's your head? Or Bambala, Shango, or whatever. Well, they would invoke, Heheru, Osar, Aset, or whatever that person's head was. That's what my readings do now. It gives you back the Kemetic head, Kemetic, Hindu, Congo head. It gives you a multiple head. Gives you back those what's in your DNA. So they would invoke that particular person's entity, and the entity would come in and repair the body. It's amazing. So surgery was inferior, it was a last resort. You see what I'm saying? So now, I produced a method to help hazardly, but I got attacked. You see what I'm saying? A little family fight. Family fight. Goddamn Allegro, Shun, Django and a Guatemala. He was my fucking head. They decided they want to attack a nigga one night. Talking shit. Both of them damn something. See, when you're a god, you can do those things. Y'all been down and y'all worshiping and stuff. So we talking shit. You know, half the summer. So they decided they was going to attack a nigga. So they tried to fuck me up in my teeth and fuck up some shit. And some entities on my side came through and gave me a elixir formula. And man, they came in and they repaired my mouth. And when I woke up, my shit was better than what it was since damn 1982. And I'm just amazed at how they can repair the body overnight if you tap into that type of stuff. When they say there's nothing that can't be cured, that's the way that shit is. You see what I'm saying? You see, so that's the way that shit is. It can go that way. So just so going back to that, it's a matter of it's probably the way the European produce it. He produces it where it's not medicinal. But even when it came to, I met some brothers from the island and they were saying about the rum down there and certain things that were medicinal. They used it to heal and stuff like that. But they, they were producing it themselves. You see, like the Maya's rum, that's that's one, and that's a real good one and whatever the deal he is. But there might be something to that, but I do know that it probably has something to do with the way that they produce it, and they've altered some things. About like rock and roll, you listen to Jimi Hendrix, and it's clearly blues, sped up blues. And how we get from that shit to this crazy ass white boy shit? In a matter of damn months, this motherfucker doing all kind of shit, You talking about some devil music. You see, how you get from that to this, But then how you can get to some rap that used to be some shit, and you go down there now, I don't know what that shit is down south, man. This shit like a nigga done lost his mind. You know what I'm saying? Get pulled up, get pulled up. I said, man, that cracker produced that shit. Get pulled up. And so then you listen to the other rap, if you was some older person who wasn't into that, you not listen to the older rap, you might say this shit was some classic. This shit was some goddamn classical blues now. You listen to this shit, especially this shit that's coming from down south. That was the last to get into it. And these motherfuckers completely took this shit. Off the edge, man. I don't know what this shit is. You know what I'm saying? But I even saw it was going somewhere in the early 90s with Pride called questioning them and stuff like that. There was some real deal stuff that was going somewhere. And the government came in, even with the rap, and took it another way. You see, even with that type.
Just to make a point on that point, let's step back to Cuba about 2.5 weeks ago. I think she had Cubans organized an international world rap concert. For the whole world to rap. Rap has to impact the whole world. And that was crazy stuff. Only the rubbish of the best artists rappers will be indicted. And the other shit, in reality, it's, And they had, they had the last, some years ago, Cuba made a big fight. We had this whole question of music, the art, where it is. We don't back to this crazy stuff that you get and say, because music is art, whatever. If he never made a statement, maybe never done some speech, I was there, maybe the independence speech, right? July 26th. The main piece of the speech was this. He said, he gave him analysis of the advancement of the economy. Because all this crazy stuff you see there, the capitalist economy is all in the world. He said you have to have certain principles in order to produce and be successful in terms of production and development of business. Which the Cuban economy doesn't go by every principle. And yet, they are producing human development, black more developed.
Yeah.
With human development, all this stuff.
Yeah.
So Cuba's doing.
Yeah.
So he
Best medicine in the world.
He told Cubans, he said, our folks will be, fuck the rest of the world. Concentration right inside Cuba. You're going to do what we're doing is correct. And let the rest of the world go on by the crazy shit. And if other countries took the same position,
right.
They're not humanity, they're the world.
Yeah.
That's why it's scared of Cuba.
Yeah, they got the best health care, they got the best literacy rate, and all kinds of stuff, you see. Yeah, what's that?
It's a lot of talk about the Earth supposed to be flipping on its axis and certain parts of different countries will be underwater and stuff like that.
I don't think it's going to get to that. I think most of that stuff is happening on a mystical level. It's already happening.
Yep.
I think it's already happening. You can clearly see that a lot of stuff that they talk about, they have to talk about in physical terms, is happening from the inner realm and it's happening from the atmospheric realm. You know it's happening because all you got to do is watch the animals.
Yep.
They're doing different shit than ever before. So they're in tune. So all that flipping and axis and stuff, I think it's going on another level. I think it's happening. But all you got to do is watch the animals, because the animals are doing some stuff on a whole other level. You see what I'm saying? And why is it that every time the shark bites start happening, then they start having some type of world catastrophe? You see what I'm saying? So it's a lot of things that's happening, you know. Bears, anytime the bears start roaming and going crazy and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what's going on. Yeah, what's that? Yes, the best book to get on menstruation is one that was banned. One was banned called The Wise Wound by Peter Redgrove and Penelope Shuttle. Because they had to ban that book because the menstruation is also the most powerful stuff on the planet. There's one that was out of print called Her Blood is Gold by Laura Owen. That's another one that is an awesome one. Her Blood is Gold. You can probably get on the internet. You probably can get it cheap, but they really, when they take them, when the book is selling real good and they take it off the market, that's because they don't want you to know something. They don't want you to know something. So that particular one, but the definitive text is The Wise Wound. The other one is one called that book called Dark Moon Mysteries. I can't think of the people's names right now. Dark Moon Mysteries, they talk a good one on it. Just remember the name. And one of the ones that's an excellent book is called one that they probably won't bring. They did bring back The Wise Moon. You could get that one by Peter Redgrave and Penelope Shuttle. They did bring that one back in 2000, so it's in print. The one that you won't get, but you can get it on the internet. Sometimes you might have to pay $80, sometimes you pay $8. It depends on what search engine you go to and who's selling it. And there's still a lot of copies broken around, and it's called The Black Goddess and the Unseen Real. It is, you got that one. You got that one. Get the book Dark Moon Mysteries, because the Black Goddess sometimes it's real heady, it's real hard to crack. But the Dark Moon Mysteries, they really synthesize that book. They really synthesize that book. Yeah, Barbara Marceni, yeah. Her book's got a lot of good information on the earth, on the changes and stuff like that. I got a lot of sisters that's like I say, psychic, and they actually read them and really got a lot out of them. What's the one? Yeah, the one Dawn. Bring Us to the Dawn. Yeah, Bring Us to the Dawn. As you know, but another book to get it's real powerful. Damn, I had it on the tip of my tongue. It's one called Dragon Time. Now that's when you go on the internet and try to get Dragon Time. I don't know the name of the woman who did it. I can't think of it. I got it in earlier tapes. It's called Dragon Time, and they talk about melanin and menstrual. And basically, it makes sense on mood swings. When the menstrual come out, all hormones come out in the blood. It's flowing in the central nervous system at the same time. Now, melanin being a nighttime hormone, but what happens is it's fucking 2 o'clock and melanin is coursing through your veins, but it's a nighttime hormone. That's just like somebody coming up in there, waking your ass up in the middle of the night and you already sleeping. So these mood swings, they say, is the production of the melatonin that's out of place with the serotonin. And in that book, The Dragon Time, I can't think of her name right now. Just remember Dragon. You need to, that's a good one. But if you can get Laura Owen, but Her Blood is Gold. Her Blood is Gold. That's an excellent one. But like I say, the definitive text is The Wise Wound. And all, yeah. You know, so my point here is we, this been debate going on, but I only heard it from males. That's why I said, the ship is out on that shit. I heard from Dr. Dr. Africa and Phil Valentine about, that they didn't believe in not a piece on the diet, but I'm trying to find out what good ass vegetarian. I know now. They still don't do that. But I do my own damn research. I'm a researcher like anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And one that does one thing that other motherfuckers don't do, I will give you bibliography on the spot. And that's something most motherfuckers come before you to do. They don't do that. I do it. That's my thing. And I have done this research, and I'm telling you that the sisters been bleeding since the beginning of time, based on ancient Hemmitt had the Smin rights. The Smin rights. I can document that because that's in what's the book? Lost Light, Alvin Boyd Q. They had the Smin rights. Your calendar is based on that. Colors. You see what I'm saying? Huh? Well, I'm quite sure there's things that can control the menstrual cycle. And there's times that they might have stopped it for a certain reason. But it's not, bleeding was unnatural, I'm trying to say. They did bleed. You see what I'm saying? They did bleed. Because that was medicinal. You can cure everything on this planet with some fucking menstrual blood. You really not. Motherfuckers gonna walk around with a fucking bald head and a goddamn wig on with some cracker shooting some radiation. Other than to drink a cup of goddamn moon juice, I take the moon juice. Here's what's your perspective. But the white man is the authority. But he'll tell you to take some radiation and walk around with a wig on and bald head and your ass still die. Then to take some menstrual. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, most of the shit you can cure just from drinking your own piss.
Yeah.
That means anything out here you can drinking your own piss.
Oh, Father, it's the morning.
In the morning, I'm talking about the morning, you and up the morning, with all the melanin and stuff. You can drink your own piss, but you know, but no, I ain't gonna drink my piss, but I go get some radiation shot up my ass, a big ass needle, choked up my butt, and shit, you know what I'm saying, some skin graft on my nose, from my nose to my nipples and shit. Practice doing Frankenstein shit. You just believe him, but won't do nothing, won't drink some piss or eat some goddamn, hell, put the damn juice in your food, the damn history in
I
your
think
food.
she was trying to say, or I heard somebody say that women are supposed to eat, like the menstrual is supposed to be blood.
Yeah, I heard that shit. You know what? That's all from some men. And I'm trying to tell you, I done studied this shit, and I done studied, because the first thing I did before I got into this shit, I heard Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark. I said, you know, I am no motherfucking fool. I said, I'm going to get the books that them motherfuckers got. Because I ain't the kind of nigga that take a nigga face value, and then I went from their shit, get my own shit, and I'm trying to tell you, I researched this thing, I'm trying to tell you. Ever since the beginning, the menstrual blood flow, because that's a part of creation. That's the blood of Tiamat. As a matter of fact, the women used to use the menstrual cycle as a form of birth control. They would come in and a nigga, because they said, especially after patriarchy. After matriarchy and patriarchy started coming and the man started getting the upper hand. So this man took it upon his notion, fuck it, I can make her pregnant when I want to. And that was his control over her. So what they started doing here is they could bring on the menstrual cycle was their own natural form of birth control. You can bring it on through the mind, through the will. And they would bring down their menstrual cycle and wipe out any unwanted pregnancy. Thus, they had the power over the male. And this has been a battle been going on through the matriarchy and patriarchy for years. You see what I'm saying? Matriarchy and the patriarchy for years. And that's one of the things. That's in that book, Dark Moon Mysteries, too. In that book, Dark Moon Mysteries. I think that's the name of it. It's a black and blue book. And, you know, that's the one. And they talk about that whole thing. So it was a natural birth control. And one of the sisters in the spirit world told me about natural birth control about 5 years before I read the book. She said, well, you know, that's before we start knowing how to bring it on naturally. And they talk about the period. You know, you can bring that on as a form of birth control. Or form of medicine. That's a whole other witchcraft shit we don't get into. Or healing and killing. What's that, brother?
You started talking about the diet, like activation.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm talking about the pineapple. That's what the one.
That was it.
The pineapple, and I'm gonna tell you another one too. This is you would desire something, and that means God coming in you. There's these interests. They'll come in you. They're ready to jump start something, and they'll require something, and you start craving it, but because of your discipline, you won't eat it. Therefore, you don't give the entities food. Let me give you an example. The brother Bruce was vegetarian for 16 years. Went to New York, and an entity called Zeta Kuma came through. She's a former colleague. That's one of the new names, Zeta Kuma. So she came through, made herself known. We all greeted her, and all this kind of thing. He got all the dimensions on who she was. Next thing you know, she wants some damn shrimp. But part of her was a marine-like deity in one of her aspects, but she's also connected to St. Martha. So she wanted some shrimp. And for damn, nigga ain't no meat in 16 years. He ate shrimp for goddamn 3 weeks straight, every day. But as a result, he gave her what she needed, and that was the desire. See, it's the difference between being a human and the difference between being a God. See what I'm saying? God came and said, God damn it, you fuck around and gave me some damn birthday cake ice cream. So for 2 weeks, I had to get whatever that entity was, that birthday cake ice cream. Every day. So now that's a whole other world here, other than denial. Other than denial. All you Mr. Expert vegetarian motherfuckers, y'all ain't hit the lick out of snake on no spiritual contact. I don't you want to hear that goddamn shit, because I was broke. Nah. So y'all motherfuckers is goddamn cosmic masters with all your goddamn bean sprout eating, then come on with the shit now.
Okay.
But that's bullshit.
So were you born with a veil over your face? You know how they say when
Born with a veil. When I look back, I've always been spiritual, but I come from a whole spiritual family. You see what I'm saying? A whole spiritual family. And all, you know. Like that. Like my mama, the other month ago, back in August, she started coming down a damn dementia and she would go to the hospital crazy as that. So what had happened was that she was fucking clairvoyant, clairaudio, all this shit when she was a little girl, and she suppressed that shit and forgot about it. Now she down 68, going on 69, and this energy hit and all that shit started coming back to her ass. But she was up in there, she was talking to her mama in the hospital and my great-grandmother. And she said, they said, well, what's she saying? They saying this shit is over. This shit is over. They said, what you mean over? They said, you figured out. They saying it's over. So that's something happened and stuff. She went crazy for a couple of days, but in actuality, it was all that psychic energy coming back at one time. You see what I'm saying? All coming back at one time. So I'm from a family like that and stuff, you know. Part genius, part insane. And stuff like that. Yeah, what's that, sister?
I was just wondering what information do you have about all these children being born with that diagnosis of autism and, you know, just kind of out of their minds. I don't know how you...
Well, some of them, well, like I said, some of them are just entities that come down and this world is so artificial to them, but believe me, there's a cure for everything. And if you serious, you just ask these entities. Now, it's interesting because you brought her. That's the way the spirit works. You can't, she has, this is a picture of her, but I got a bigger picture as a little baby that she's holding. And so, in so many words, you see what I'm saying? She's one of those natural protectors or healers. So you need to call on St. Martha. Her name is Myrta, that's the new name she came with, St. Martha. And also she's a form of Heru and a form of Verzuzu. So it's so you know, just deal with the energy. Deal with the energy. And then if you want to really get funky, try this. Just guaranteed it works. Get you something. Lemon dry gin, get you some damn, get you some Windsor Canadian whiskey, or any kind of Canadian whiskey, and mix them two together, and then call on, in this case, call on the three sisters, O-T-G-T-H-A-O, and ask them to go in there and help discombobulate the autism. That is the word, you know. Discombobulate. Okeechobee, T-H-A-O, spell it Ebonics. More power to it. Okeechobee, T-H-A-O. And then call on St. Martha to do a prayer. Do the prayer, and call on the three sisters and let them get to work. I guarantee you that shit will knock that shit out. There's nothing that can't be cured. Give him a little sip. Give him a little sip. You gotta get it in the central nervous system so they can go to work. Don't be spit it 4 ways and give them a little sip. Yeah. You bet all that goddamn Vicks cough syrup you've been drinking all them years of night. That shit ain't nothing but alcohol. Couple of placebo. Get a nigga drunk and think it's cough on. That man been doing that trick for years. Yeah, 54 ways like I did. Yeah. Do your little thing. She gonna work, I'm telling you. But you gotta have confidence. You gotta have confidence. Give me some questions.
Lately on, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with Coast to Coast. I'm listening to a lot of people come on and talk about creation and how the God came down and kind of spliced with us as humans on Earth. But I think of Gilgamesh, and there's a lot of texts that have something, and Zechariah 6 is word.
Yeah.
What's your take on that? I mean, because we're supposed to be, the God came down and basically created us, and we're to have God within us, but
Zechariah 6 was paid by the Jews in the 70s to create texts that could justify white Judaism. You see what I'm saying? He created that on the lines for them. You see, I got the same text. If you read the Numa list and you read all these particular texts, you can get a whole other story. You see, it's just that these white folks are interpreting this stuff to fit their agenda. I've seen Zechariah Stitchen omit certain things because it challenged his scholarship on the way he was trying to take some shit. You see what I'm saying? So that's why you gotta take all of them with a grain of salt. David Icke is good for that shit. You know what I'm saying? He good for that shit. This is what I know that we on a high level. He came and said that, they took him and he took some peyote and he went up and he went to a high level in Mexico, and the Spirit came to him and gave him this great message to tell humanity. And they said, well, what is it? He was on coast to coast. He said, it means absolute love, unconditional love. I said, that little bit of shit. I said, I wish a damn entity would come with me with some bullshit like that. That little bit of shit. That's what I knew. But I said, wait a minute now. He was right. That was his friend, but he a white man. That's all he could get. You know what I'm saying? That'll come with me some more shit than some goddamn unconditional love. Motherfucker, this ain't no goddamn Marvin Gaye nigga. There's no love song niggas, no fucking eyes and brothers shit. We've been saying that shit since the beginning. You better come with some shit better than that. But I realized what them entities were doing. They was playing with his ass and giving him only thing what he could get. Because they ain't the motherfuckers who get the ultimate seed.
one more piece, what do you make of different races? I mean, Asian people are distinctly saying because of, where they are in certain regions of the world. I don't.
It's both things. Some of this stuff was gene splicing, and some of this stuff was primary adaptability. You know what I'm saying? But I would say the primary adaptability was where you would get an East Indian look, other than a West African look, both black, just got different phenotypes. You see what I'm saying? Or something like that. But this white boy, that's a whole other thing. You see what I'm saying?
There's something like Indians.
East Indians or Native Americans?
East Indians.
They niggas. They got them from straight down to the nappy head. See what I'm saying? And real dark. Real dark. So it just depends. All that's black folks, but then again, on the other hand, West Africa is not the ultimate prototype of black people. We had different prototypes of black people around the earth. And from that, you might have had a climate adaptability. But then again, on the other hand, we did have some gene splicing too. You see what I'm saying? Because how can you produce a straight up person that has no feelings? They are a sociopathic race. Which means all they got to do is fill up a bunch of people and justify it in their mind, and it's cool.
I have a book that speaks about them not knowing their origins, so that's the story of the two babies nursing in the wolf.
Oh, Romulus and Remus? Yeah, there's several stories. There's several stories on those type things. Like I said, I got out of tape Human Artificial, and I got out one called Immigrant Human. And it was so much information until I could spend the next 10 years just talking on this thing about this whiteboard all day long. That's how much information it was out there. I had to quit on it because I said, whatever the deal is, he here now, and he kicking a whole lot of ass. And like Louis Armstrong said, who was conscious? When you see him grinning, they say he used to be on that fucking marijuana 24 hours a day. But they used to ask him, Pops, what's up? He said, white man still in charge. That's what's up. They used to ask him, how the hell I'm going to fuck you and make it in the business like you? Because he was the big star. He said, become a white man's nigga. He was right, it's 1920. Goddamn it, you better become a white man's nigga. So he was aware of what he was doing. You see what I'm saying? And the next day he went, and he went to the king and queen. He was sitting down eating. He passed this damn shit out to Ron. You heard about it? Passed this damn gum out to all the king and queen. And it was a fucking accident. And that's all he would chew. He said, man, you gotta get it up out of you. He said, look, y'all, we gotta get it out of you. Talking about you got shit. You see? But you know, they're saying all the cool terminology and the phrases that they call what they call the jazz people, all the shit, what you say is cool, that became the personification of jazz, came from Louis Armstrong. You know what I'm saying? Now, I ain't saying the nigga wasn't a goddamn sheltered nigga, but you gotta look at the context and you gotta look at the, you gotta look at space. But he was spiritual in this particular, he bought one house in Queens. And the white people always tried to get him to move out. And he said, why the fuck I'm going to move out? Why I'm going to move out of this? They wanted him to keep on going and getting, bigger man. He said, no, this is it. And he stayed there till the day he died. And he had that black woman till the day he died. You see what I'm saying? And you had a lot of them sleeping with black women back then, but you don't hear him sleeping with no white women. So you got to look at Pops on that particular level. I couldn't stand his ass too, but I kind of respected his ass after a while. Once you learn the history of a person. You see what I'm saying on that particular aspect.
What do you think of the color compensation theory?
Which one?
Press Wilson.
Yeah, all that stuff coincides as far as white genetic annihilation and stuff like that. Well, obviously they were doing something in Louisiana, but I'm saying also too, we need to look closely in why there wasn't that many light-skinned people in them domes.
Right.
That's some kind of conspiracy. Now, all the places in the world, they got all them little goddamn quarter-tones, octamaroon niggas down there and shit. You see what I'm saying? What they call shit color motherfuckers. But yeah, all them people with dark skin and they look like the damn they stupid. Look like Haiti or someplace. People say, this America? But see, I'm just saying, they separated, they goddamn bust them niggas up out there the first day. You need to ask them questions, where did them yellow people go?
To the highlands.
To the highlands? They still got the hell on out of Dodge, but that Creole shit. But that's some French origin stuff, there's some stuff with that stuff. These crackers still stick with their lineage. They got a lot of stuff that they ain't telling.
They need them for the bellbox from the hotels for us.
Well, see? They need a pleasant black person.
Right.
Because, El Segundo don't work in all cases. You know what I'm saying? You know, but goddamn it, they're working in the Japanese, and it's the damnedest of thing, man. Japanese and Chinese places and cooked by Mexicans. Go to your Bruce Leroy, that's all Mexicans now. You see, give me some questions. Mm-hmm.
How can the peaceful mobilize ancestral forces to fight the action? Is that necessary now, or is everybody going to do their own thing?
Now, I'm going to be honest with you, ultimately how this thing going to work, and that's kind of sad, because I want to kick some ass. And that's how our ego works. We want to just kill the white man, you know, and stuff. But how this shit going to work one day, we're going to wake up and it's going to be a whole other world. You're going to be like, damn. I just got on the ass nipping, but we just going to wake up one day like a twinkling of an eye, and we're going to be in another world soon. That's how this shit is. This is all an illusion. And they say that which is unreal can never really make it on the stage of being real. It's just going to be just like you saw the 13th floor, where they finally going through this thing. He woke up and he was in another world. That's how this thing going to be, but it ain't going to be another physical world. But it's not going to be this galactic war thing like you think. That's what's happening now, and that happens with the weather. That's why Devil Blair was right when he said all the shit that's going down now that you call the apocalypse is the weather. That's what you watch on that shit. Because that's the physical forces. You see? And then the other thing is they turn it on themselves. They say, America Go Home is the #1 shit all over the planet in the dollar bill. They get ready to say, fuck y'all in your dollar bill. Yeah. Right. Right.
Cubans up to the example. They showed the whole world, you know, a year ago, fuck the dollar bill.
Yeah.
They don't want dollar bills no more.
Right. Nobody wants to. And America and the Europeans hate the Americans.
Everybody hates America. Everybody hates. Everybody.
Bill Gates and his family, they got a chip in their head so that they can...
Well, you have a baby born in the hospital in the last 10 years. He's got a chip in it too. Know this.
11 minutes, Bobby.
You got a baby born in the hospital in the last 10 years, it's got a chip in it too.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think the white man is going to have you up in his hospital and have a baby and you tag your ass. They already got the implants in it too. Yeah.
Can we get rid of them?
Yeah, you can get rid of them. You can ask, you can do it with the spirit. Mm-hmm. You can ask the spirit to get rid of them. You know. Mm-hmm.
Silver, colloidal or nano silver. Silver and stuff. Taking that for like antibacterials instead of antibiotics.
Yeah, all that stuff is good. I just, you know, I mean, there's a lot of other stuff and all, you know, it's just, you know, the white boy is producing this stuff and all, you know. Like I say, the pine, you know, all that stuff is good. But it's a lot of this stuff is based on your mind. It's based on your mind and stuff like that, you know. What's that? Mm-hmm.
What about the Memphite theology? Because you know how they say they stole a lot of stuff from us from the Alexandria.
Yeah, right.
Alexandria. How they talk about Allegua is the trickster and a lot of prostitution. The white man does a lot of sorcery. You say they're not telling us a lot of things.
Oh, no doubt about it. That's what all secret science society is about. They do a lot of that type of stuff, but ultimately, what's happening here is that the airplane now is dissipating. They can't get the results that they used to get from all that type of stuff. The shit is changing. You see what I'm saying? It's going to our favor now. We're the ones in charge. We just don't know it. We just too niggas out here.
We're still at the crossroads.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? You know, but believe me, the other day I was doodling on a piece of paper to show you how powerful it was. I drew a damn vesica, which is the vagina. The vesica, you know, the vagina. And I painted it red on the inside. I drew a black circle, black vagina, and I painted it red on the inside. And before I could stop painting it red, man, this energy was coming to me, man. I was like, oh man, shit. It's like an irritation. It was really violent. And the next minute, this big tree, huge tree, like this big around one of them huge trees, split right down the middle and knocked out the electricity. And I knew it was a damn shit. I invoke haphazardly. Just by drawing that pussy and putting that red blood on the inside, it split a big ass redwood tree down there in the middle. Knocked out the electricity. So we got the magic, and I was just doing that shit, just doing it. Huh?
That must have been a leg one.
Now, they ain't the Lake Von Sean ain't the only game in town. Them motherfuckers gonna come in 5 feet of me. You know, they ain't the only thing in town. You see what I'm saying? That's one. So there's different systems. There's different systems and stuff like that. Now, we just think that automatically, because it's West Africa, it's authentic. Obviously, see, you don't understand something. The gods is not far from the humans. Them Nigerians is some thug-ass niggas. They thug niggas. But guess what? Blackline is thug niggas too. You don't understand, this God shit, man, is way different than what you think it is. Them some thug-ass niggas. Fucking Levi, Ogun, Shango, them some thug-ass niggas. Them goddamn niggas is treacherous. They thug niggas. They'll do anything to get that goddamn blood and that sacrifice. I'm telling you about, I know them. I had to battle with them motherfuckers. They're some thug-ass niggas. All them niggas, man, I'm telling you, you gonna find out in this war that the gods and the gods and the humans in bad, fucked up dispositions don't fare far from each other. They ain't all divine as what you think it is. You see, now I'm not saying it's a family fact, but all I'm just trying to say, it ain't all them motherfuckers like they the omnipotent motherfuckers that's really bringing some shit about. Now, I'm not saying necessarily that you can't utilize the energy. It's all our stuff, but all I'm trying to tell you here is this type thing here, too. Unless you put yourself as the center and use them as the ghouls, you know what I'm saying? And you be the center, they'll walk all over your black ass. It's all about hierarchy. And they only recognize the motherfuckers who know that they ain't nothing but a bunch of energy to be used. But now, when you come at them as a worship, they can juke you up the butt and do all kind of stuff. And they laugh about it. They came to me in 2001 and say, huh, we don't even like fucking humans. We got them before them say it. To me in 2001, before they tried to attack my ass, but I had some shit for them. I had to let my run like a bitch. I had to run like a bitch. But I had some shit. I had to Apollo for his ass. He hauled ass. He ran like a bitch.
It's your boy.
So what's that going on? But it's a family factor. It's all cool to botulize my head. But all I'm trying to say here is, there's 2 realms. There's a practitioner and okay. 2 realms. There's a practitioner, and if you roll that way, then you got to be up under them, and you at the mercy of them. But then again, when you become one of them, then it's a battle for supremacy. You see what I'm saying? And you can utilize them. It's all cool. I talk with them and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And stuff. Oh, shoot, like to have a nigga going to jail and all kind of shit. But that's their job. But, like I said, it just depends on what level you on too. But my point here is they ain't all this damn shit that you revel at. They some cutthroat niggas too. The apple don't fall far from the tree. They were so divine, they would not allow the damn Nigerians to turn every motherfucking cracker on this planet a priest, and any motherfucker goddamn Adolf Hitler can have $5,000, his ass and become a priest for all them fuckers. Right. Now, if they was so damn divine, they wouldn't allow that shit. But they don't give a shit, because survival is with them goddamn gods, and they don't give a damn. As long as a motherfucker giving spoons and sacrifices to them, you can be goddamn Jack the Ripper. But that's how thuggy this damn world is over here. It's a whole nother realm, man. I know what I'm talking about. Think about it. There's 3 million white practitioners of Europe in the United States alone. That ain't talking about Santeria, Macumba, you see, Obeah, and none of that shit. That's Europe. About 3,000, what I said, 3 million white practitioners in the continental United States alone. That means that leg-bound motherfuckers don't give a damn about shit but one thing, surviving. And whoever can cut off some chicken heads to them, they don't give a shit. You can be Burl Ives, Jimmy Crack Corn, and I don't care. It's a thug thing going. I'm telling you, man. I'm caught up in this stuff, yeah.
Yeah, hey, Bob, look,